Good morning and welcome, guys. Welcome back to the L'Oreal Men Express VALORANT Invitational, of course, put to you on by the Chiefs and supported by Intel. My name is Mitch Conky Con Cannon, and I am alongside Dion Komodo Perrotta. Dion, we've had a stellar couple of days, and now we're moving into the final two matches. Of course, we have one best of three, which is, of course, something we'll get into shortly, being Notick and ORD. That'll be the first thing we'll be jumping into, and then the best of five grand final with the one map advantage after a very, very tight game between ORD and EXO. EXO are going to be taking that one map advantage. But Dion, how you feeling, mate? I'm a little bit tired because we had a big day.
Yeah, we had a big day yesterday, and we coupled it up with a big night as well. Me and you finishing it off with some good old gaming, relearning some stuff. But, we come into it today hot and heavy, ready to get into some spicy games. And, the first one, those teams, as you said, they're going to be vying for themselves that golden ticket in towards the grand final, but maybe rather the silver ticket because they're not going to have that map advantage like EXO do.
Exactly right. And guys, obviously for everyone watching along at home, make sure you do check out the Chiefs ESC Twitter because, of course, you can jump in on a beautiful little giveaway. There is obviously a nice little PC being put to you guys all by Tag Mods. Make sure you do go check them out. Pretty incredible builds. I've been watching their stuff for a very, very long time. But make sure, if you check out the Twitter, you'll be able to find the Gleam link and all the details about how you can get into the mix there. So, breaking down what we've actually seen so far, I will get a bracket of the graphic for basically the group standings, what we saw originally on the Friday, which is where all the action did occur. So that's how it all looked in the end. EXO Clan and Rip and Tear actually tied it up. And ultimately, the reason EXO Clan maintained seed number one is because they had the most head-to-head rounds. They had the pretty tight scorelines in a couple, but then also a little bit further out where ORD sat atop Group B and Notick wasn't too far behind them either. So we did see a few, really exciting teams go out in Mindfreak, Avant, Kanga, and Legacy, but ultimately they, all but Kanga did manage to pull a map during the course of the competition. But in an 8-team invitational, not everyone can be a winner. It's high stakes, high competition, and it's been, certainly an exciting mix so far.
Yeah, and of course, when we get past the group stages, it does ultimately go into this double elim bracket. So the best of threes, the best of both worlds, where we see everything. Of course, EXO Clan and Notick started it off on the Chiefs channel, where EXO Clan went and won that one. ORD and Rip and Tear over on 2Tap Tony's channel, where ORD won that. So, down into the bottom ranks, Notick and Rip and Tear, that first elim match where Notick have been trying to run the gauntlet now, and they'll be facing against ORD shortly. And then, of course, EXO, as you can see, in that grand finals spot, guaranteed 3,000 Australian dollars, but the winner, of course, 6,000 and 5 beautiful PCs.
Well, let's actually bring that graphic up if we don't mind, because we'll be able to check that one out. The prize pool, again, as you do mention, $6,000 Australian, but that's not all, of course. As you mentioned, these 5 Intel gaming PCs, obviously brought on by M-Wave, Centacom, MSY, ScorpTech, and PLE Computers. Thank you again so much to the guys for being able to bring that through to us. And then second place, $3,000, and obviously third, $1,000. So that's where we already are in. We're in that territory right now where we know who is going to be winning the prize money, but who is going to be working it all through. So EXO, they did very, very well to make their way into the upper bracket grand final, of course, the grand final from the upper bracket, simply because they just had such a stellar performance. Now, ORD, they made it so tight, thinking about the games that we had yesterday afternoon. I think it was 13-11, 13-10, and then 13-11 again, with the 2 maps going the way of EXO. The 13-10 did actually go the way of ORD, and it was so tight in the end when we were watching Ascent. It, went basically down to the wire. I felt like ORD had it, almost in the bag, and then EXO showed some massive resilience and managed to bring it through.
Yeah, it's like what you wanted, what we mentioned at the closing of that matchup. It's like it had everything that you wanted to see in competitive Valorant in our region specifically. All of those really big individual plays, the big team dynamics coming out and stuff as well, and just the mental fortitude to be able to bounce back when you are many rounds behind. One thing that shines out to me was when it was ORD, it was 10-4. They were trailing and they managed to bring it all through, and I think they ended up winning that map as well. There was a second one maybe there.
Yeah, split.
Yeah, it was just, it had it all, and I especially love that, that Viper pick came out, because I always love to see the shifting tides on those metas and everything, and keep up with what the players are looking to do, what the teams are looking to change up. So I think that, coming forward into the future, when Sky comes in, it's definitely going to be a little bit of treading water to see how she's going to fit into the mix. But flash meta as opposed to once upon a time that smoke meta that we used to see, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And it was cool because we got to chat to obviously both Dizzy and Iron. First stream in the morning, I did manage to join Mac for that journey. Dizzy, great personality as well. So same with Iron. The cool thing about the EXO boys is obviously they've been really like smashing out the streams, been able to bring as much content to us all as possible, really trying to grow that Valorant scene, which is a point they very strongly did try to get off to us. So that's awesome because that's what we're all about. Obviously, we're going to be able to have that now. Thinking of the games that we've actually got today, let's break it down a little bit further. Again, Notick versus Order. That is actually going to be a very, very exciting game because, as you mentioned, Notick, they've done the slog through the lower bracket, but it's interesting to think about what they did earlier on. So, Notick, they did take a map of EXO, and now that was a solid one as well. I think it was the 13-10 scoreline, but then the other two maps were both 13-4 and 13-5. So, EXO really, really did kick them to the curb in that regard. So, close matchup, but at the end of the day, I guess, it's just going to be whether or not Notick are going to be able to bring us that consistency, because when I do remember Haven it was Haven that was taken by Notick, it was basically just infrequent, opening up and getting these, one or two picks, and then the rest of the team was pretty much follow the leader. Let's like journey up, take the site, and then ultimately try and lock it down. But even when they were locking it down in the 3 versus 5 situations with the retake, EXO were bringing it down to the 1v2s, 2v1s, 1v1s like every single time, and it was always so tight. So the fact that Notick won it was, I guess a bit of a credit to their resilience and being able to hold it down. But at the exact same merit, saying to EXO, because they almost looked unstoppable, and it was only just from a couple of like really big individual plays that they were able to secure that single map, because the other two were very, very one-sided.
And going into Friday, when I said when we finished all our match and we were looking to close things out as well, I said that I was looking to keep my eyes on Notick because I thought that they were, I guess, a little bit of an underdog, maybe you could say, coming into this tournament. One of those teams that maybe some people in the community might not have thought would be invited here, but it's really cool to be able to give them a hot run and for them to be able to get out of groups, for them to be able to, look at running through the gauntlet now against Order. We've already seen that they are, capable of putting Order in towards that overtime status in the matchup that these guys played last time was 15-13 over on Ascent in favor of Order. So when push comes to shove, it's a best of 3. That's where Notick are going to look to give it their all right now. And it's going to be down to what map order are we going to see and what sort of Asian picks are we going to see come out as well. Are we going to see maybe something that's, these teams haven't given us yet, haven't showcased to us to pull out in the grand final, like Iron on that Viper, right? People maybe thinking that they wouldn't be there, and then it got surprised.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm sort of interested to think about both that and also the maps that are going to come through, because obviously, Notick did take Order to overtime on that map of Ascent, but also beating Haven, beating EXO on Haven. It's like, what map do Order ban effectively? How do they choose to play this one out? So obviously, from coming in from the higher end of the lower bracket, Notick are the ones that are really slogging it out and going to have to deal with not having that ban. But then again, that means Notick does get the pick of the side or everything like that as the remaining maps do kick on. But yeah, look, thinking about it, just bringing up the stats here. Also, massive shout out to VLRGG for giving us all the information that we are actually able to bring up. We've got all the news, we've got all the info. We managed to remember all of these things. But so checking up what we've actually got. So I'm looking at Notick right now. Their Ascent win rate is actually 86%. So maybe that is the map that they'd be looking to veto out. But then looking at their champion competitions, the only real difference factor is it's really sort of pixel on that Sage that we do typically see. Still in the meta, obviously, as we know, she's been nerfed into the ground ever since the beta, basically. I didn't get to play the beta, but you did, Dion. I know she was apparently busted as anything, and then it just got, continued to roll with. Whereas on the other hand, Breach busted and then they buff him. So that's basically the way it works in this current day and age. But
that's really interesting. It's like to see, like, balancing agents is one of the things that'll always be hard for a game creator. And, someone who's done university and games degrees and stuff, I've had my first hand at trying to develop a product and try to balance it out for a competitive multiplayer style thing as well, because like single player compared to multiplayer is a different ball game. But to be able to come through, bring out agents, let people play it, and then balance it through before it actually goes into proper tournament structure is really good. But yeah, for like Breach, who is an agent already in the game and stuff, it's like, okay, the flashes were already kind of nice. Now that they've been like, it was buffed from what, 2 to 3, and now it's 1.75 seconds to 2 seconds. It's like, okay, we're kind of teetering on the edge of a little bit of brokenness here. But when we look at things as a whole, in this tournament, not every single match has had a breach, right? There's been the different sort of champion picks that have come on through for these teams with what they're comfy in.
That's exactly right. And I don't feel like Breach has been like the game-breaking factor or anything like that. It's mainly been the aggression from these players, the dominance coming out from the Sovas that we've seen. You know, interesting. We'll likely see Dick Stacey pull that one out again for a big portion of it. But anyway, guys, we are going to take a very, very short ad break before we do load into the server and have everyone prepared. So again, this is the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational brought to you by the Chiefs and powered by Intel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Order versus Notick.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Welcome back. We are here again for the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational, put to you, of course, by the Chiefs Esports Club, powered by Intel. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Mitch Conky Concannon, and of course, alongside me, I do have Dion Komodo Perrotta. Dion, we have Notick versus Order. It's coming in hot, and we do have the vetoes. So let's break those ones down a little bit before we actually do roll into the match very, very soon.
Sure thing. Let me bring it up. So Order has chosen. So in it you get a team A and a team B essentially to be able to figure out what it is into this one. So Order have been able to pick which side of the veto system that they want to actually be going on. So Order's going to be on that team B side, which means Notick actually gets the choice of the ban coming into this one, and they've chosen to ban out Split. I guess maybe falling in line with what they're not really that comfortable with and what Order were able to bring out yesterday against EXO Clan. Of course, that was a really good one to watch. But it does mean first and foremost we are going to be seeing Ascent, which is the map that these guys have played before. So we're going to start off back on that one, and then we go into Haven.
Well, I think the good thing is for this one, like I'm actually kind of looking a bit positive for Notick because the way it's sort of come out, obviously Order's actually picked Ascent. Notick are going to be able to start on that defensive side, which is awesome for them. And then they go straight into Haven, which is the map that they took off EXO. So that's a pretty good result because Notick weren't very good at Split. They're able to get that ban. And it was interesting that Order actually chose to go for that selection. But that's okay. That's not going to mean that, Order to count them out now because obviously they've made that actual decision to go ahead with this. But look, guys, we're really excited to get into it. Let's check out and reintroduce the rosters that we've already seen multiple times throughout this competition. So Order versus Notick. Of course, Order, plenty of familiar faces along there. We've got Tux, Autumn, formerly known as All Might, Dick Stacey, one of the big men on campus from the old Renegade stuff, and Texter, amazing player, Disco as well. So Autumn and Disco and the newer ones being added to the fray, all very, very deeply seated once upon a time in the Counter-Strike scene. So yeah, look, it's amazing to see that these guys are doing so well. It's been a huge opportunity for these players to dive across, especially that for the likes of obviously Tux and Texter. I thought Dick Stacey was going to retire, but here he is. So
yeah,
and pretty incredible roster. I think they're going to do well.
No, I definitely agree with you on that one. And speaking of another roster that we will hope to do extremely well in this one, and I'm expecting that might have that little underdog story, is of course Notick. It is Chico, Ellen Page, Pixel, Infrequent, and Calmsy. Of course, you have to correct me, Ellen Page.
Noisia,
yes, of course, formerly of the Counter-Strike area of the region. But yeah, really looking forward to this. I guess you could call it the underdog story going up against Order, but me and you personally, we know these names from from the Counter-Strike region and stuff, so we know what they're capable of, specifically Noisia, Infrequent, and Pixel for that matter. So definitely looking to see what they're going to be able to bring to this team. And they've been able to prove themselves, I guess, already in this bracketing system to get where they are right now. But I think this is really where it's going to test their mettle and see how they play, and that's against Order and against EXO for that matter as well, which they've seen. But now it's in a BO3 again, and it's do or die.
Absolutely. And I think it's a really, really good opportunity for these players to do so. And the interesting thing for me is the fact that it's like almost been a year now of this Valorant sort of changeover and everything like that. And I'm really excited for these guys because it gives like that different opportunity to, move into a new and, bubbling scene and everything like that for some of these players that are really starting to adapt to everything. So, the first couple of months of Valorant, it was pretty hectic. It was pretty wild. There was utility going left, right, and center without people really sort of knowing the structures that they want to come to. But now we see those really, really solid executes, watching how the teams will, set up their rounds as they go into it. And then obviously, breaking it down, ready to explode onto those sites accordingly. But look, obviously as the time goes on, we're going to see more maps come through. We're going to see more agents, come into the fray. And that's when we'll be obviously seeing a little, a few more picks, a few more bans. I do think we'll probably see like agent selections and bans as well.
Yeah.
That'll probably come in.
It'd be really interesting because if you think about it, games that I don't know extremely well and have never really seen. I'm not sure if League of Legends has bans or anything, but I know Dota does. They do. There you go. So, Riot to bring that through, expecting those agent bans because they say what they want to bring in like 3 or 4 or something each year, which would be really interesting. I'm kind of just thinking in my mind, like how far are they going to go and how you know, deeper they're going to make the storyline of all of these agents. It leads into some really cool character design, but ultimately, you know, you can always draw that back to the balancing thing. And I think more importantly, like I would love to specifically see, like in my vested interest in this game, little small niche metas. So you've got like teams that would structure themselves on maps around the smoke meta. So, you know, getting all the agents that can get out of that smoke utility, but then you got like the flash setups as well. So it could be really interesting that when we get more deeper into the agent pool, if people wouldn't go for the sort of standard set agents for each of those maps, but like define it around the abilities instead.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that will start to happen as there is more agents coming into it, because that is already something that we're seeing in different regions, you know, different metas, different regions that are all trying different stuff. I know, like, you know, watching, say, like Jupiter and Vision Strikers, they were one of the early teams to really, like, this is while Sage was still a thing. They completely benched the Sage altogether and said, nah, we're just going like duelist meta. Then obviously you look over in like EU and NA, it's different again. And that's really exciting to me, the stuff that we will, you know that will unfold over further time. But no, man, look, you know, it's a really, really awesome time for the game. These are the teams that we are going to see, you know, obviously at the top echelon of Australian and New Zealand Valorant that will eventually be competing overseas against, you know, the likes of these teams. I know there's some stuff where we're trying to get a couple of teams to play some of the Asian teams. We'll have to see if that's a possibility. But Dion, any predictions before we get into this one, mate? We're almost ready to rock and roll.
Hard set in stone, order 2-1. I think we're going to see a Notick take a map, but I think that in the final one, I do think it's going to be quite close.
It's interesting. I was actually going into this one thinking that Order were going to be pretty fired up to go 2-0, but with the veto, I'm actually maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I think it's going to be less, you know, of an impact than I'm originally sort of putting in my mind, because I was like, all right, you know, Order, they're going to be feeling pretty hungry to dig into this one and take it strong. But the veto, I feel like it almost favors Notick, but I feel like Order would have done that for a reason. So we'll find out.
Yeah, potentially picked into, like, you know, their own strong point as opposed to their opponent's weakness. I think that, you know, in their experience that they've already tackled each other on this Ascent map, you know, Order might be leaning into this one with knowing the tendencies of Notick. And I guess you could say vice versa as well. You know, there's always going to be those repetition plays that teams will look to bring on through. But as we get ready to get in toward this game, I'm noticing that on Ascent right now, there is a Sage.
Oh. Okay, all right, let us dig in to Ascent now, guys. Obviously, this map, plenty of mid-control, utility usage for the smokes, and I'm excited to see how Order versus Notick is going to crush through. Let's check out the champions and dig straight into this game, Dion.
Indeed. So, to start it on through, it will be, of course, the pistol round hot, heavy, ready to get in toward it. It is, as we've seen it, the Notick squad starting off on this defense side of the map. Order starting on that offensive side, and you know, we got Omens to be seen, the Cyphers, the Jets, the Sovers, but then the difference is going to be the Breach versus the Sage. That Sage, of course, coming in for Pixel, but Disco is going to start off by finding Infrequent in this A-site endeavor.
Oh, Chico, great pick there with the little right click of the classic, but then quickly taken down by Dick Stacy. Ellen Page now moving up. Dark cover, we'll keep him at bay for a little while longer. Disco very, very low, but it's going to be Dick Stacy. He had a stellar couple of maps over the last few days as well, and that's a great shot, though, to come out from Noisia. Is he going to be able to find anything else? There is one more, but Dick Stacy underneath the balcony, and it will be awesome to find him. Very nicely started here by the side of Order.
Yeah, to get all the kills to come on through, to get the plants as well, we'll farm up some extra cash to come in for the offensive side. And now we kind of do lay and wait and see, is there going to be, you know, that aggression to come through from Notick in a stance where they lose the pistol? They look for the reserve purchase on these pistols. They'll get their big rifles in the next round. But I do kind of think and lean back on toward it, Mitch. You know, we love to see operators be brought out on this map. We love to see it be brought out by, you know, the likes of Infrequent if he wants to get it on that Jet operator. But I think, you know, in the tendency of this Notick team, I would kind of like to see a double operator be brought out and, you know, try to just really put it towards Order and see if they can catch them off guard.
Alrighty.
Well, they're going to be stuck in that too.
Good start. Tuck's going to be watching just on the other side. That is a great paranoia, but somehow Tuck's actually still alive here. Infrequent. He'll be able to do some damage onto Autumn, but Texter does actually find Chico in the process as well. Tapping through, Calmsy might take a little bit of damage. Dick Stacy to find him back. And now it's a 4 versus 2. Ultimately, there is some Still some HP left for Calmsy and, of course, Infrequent, but there will be the spike being planted over towards A. That'll be Texter getting the job done, and now trying to push the narrative with the with the classic, but ultimately Disco will get that wall bang. As we all know, this game has paper-thin walls.
Indeed it do, and with the pistols, they can sometimes get a little bit of that damage coming on through, but it's ultimately those rifles that can get the big old damage coming through, especially through them walls. And, well, speak of those rifles, speak of those devils, it is going to be the Vandals and the Phantoms being brought through. Calmsy, though, is only going to be able to equip himself with the light shields, but, you know, I guess in this important round for Notick, it is the point that they are at a better weaponry stance than Order. However, Order have those first 2 rounds that they can rely back on, and in this sort of round, you'd like to see some really big aggression come out from Order to capitalize on the close proximity plays with these submachine guns. And to start things off, you know, we are going to be having this A site split come out through long and short with a little bit of a flank happening out over at B.
Pretty some movement, but of course, you know, still plenty of time left in the round. Infrequent was the man to swing short to get that early damage, but nothing else has come through as of yet. He's still looking to continue to press it, and that actually might be a catch. A caught off guard frag there as Texter does go down, so does Tux. Chico does find that one. Now Dick Stacy looking to go for the swing, but Infrequent wants to continue to try peeking here. He's obviously got the recon bolt on him, and that will mean that Dick Stacy can march on up and find the opening pick here. So it's a 4 versus 3 as they still are a little bit cautious of taking this A side.
I'm noticing that Dick Stacy is only 2 ticks away from getting out the Hunter's Fury as well. And, you know, push comes to shove, that can really help hold down the site if Order can get that plant through it. Here's the man disadvantage for them. Chico to peek out through the generator. We'll be able to find Disco, some information onto Autumn as well. Dick Stacy will return for 1, but he is so low in HP. There's the ultimate available now. If they actually get the plant down, they could manage to be able to defend it with Hunter's Fury. That's going to come out early. Will it get any damage to stick on through? Because it will get those wall hacks, the reveals on out. But that will indeed just buy time to try and get the plant down. I'm kind of surprised Autumn hasn't looked to do so just yet. It's breathing in a little bit of time for Notick to be able to break on back in toward the ranks of A. Spike will go down, though, in the 2 versus 2.
How do they play this here? Obviously, Noisier has a big task ahead, but there we go. Does find it. We've seen Dick Stacy clutch some of these things out over time, but in the end, it will be Noisier to be able to find that frag through the dark cover onto Dick Stacy. A valiant effort, but indeed it'll only be 3 for him, not the 5 needed to win out the round, and a cheeky little set of balls to move through for the final. There we go. 2-1 is the scoreline, and that is Notick getting that well-needed first round. Dick Stacy, man, he is having a stellar start to this map of Ascent.
Yeah, 7-1 coming through. You know, once upon a time, we didn't really see Dick Stacy pull out the Sova, but I did see that he mentioned in a tweet, I do believe, yesterday, you know, the quote, Sova main now with all the stats coming through from him, all of that damage that's being brought forward. Huge damage per round potential to come out from him. So in toward the new fresh round, you know, one that you might have seen Notick be able to find in the previous one, unfortunately, aren't able to convert it. It is going to be the Breach's ultimate available here for Techstar. It can really push Notick off the site, but you know, it is still the early game. It is still a situation that you can be tripped up on if you're not careful.
Good opening pick there from Tux to drop Pixel inside mid, but look at this for Infrequent already towards the top, and he's unfortunately actually let the time go a little bit too far. They've actually managed to move their way around, and now Dick Stacy wants to try and go for the swing, but Chico is there inside mid to sort of keep them at bay for a little while longer. Ellen Page also looking to find a frag there, and he will, but Calmsy, another one. Order Disco is there to trade it, and now they actually do manage to lock down the spike here, and these two members are very, very split, but it's still a winnable round for Order.
Yeah, Dick Stacy's low. I wonder if he does have those shock darts to still play with. Unfortunately, he doesn't, but he will have a recon bolt in just a second. To offset it with 30 HP, though, is going to be a little bit, unfortunately, difficult. Though the reveal coming onto Noisia does make things a little bit interesting. Dick Stacy, however, locked in this corner, will be shouldered on out, and now it does all go down to the remaining soldier in Disco. His location has been seen, potentially. He takes the duel that he wins the first one, and he wins the second one as well. Really reserved to be able to find from Disco. But that's what we've been waiting to see, right? Disco, we've seen how many clutches he has been able to bring out for Order. You can always rely on him.
All reliable on the Omen for Disco. The man is obviously the newest member of the roster alongside Order, and he's certainly showing his worth. And as we'll be able to see there on the Intel replay, clutching it out 1 versus 2. You know, it is always a very, very challenging prospect. You know, people think it's just 2 frags, but to be able to keep the composure to, you know, go for those peaks is a very, very challenging feat and something that you only bring on with experience. But is that both of the jet ults at the same time? That just gave me a panic attack. From everyone who is not aware, we had a 10 jet icebox game yesterday, and it was very, very fun.
Yeah, the show match was fun to behold, but right now we're going to see what Tux can showcase with these blades. He's going to be able to find 2 as Dick Stacy also mops up 1, really penetrating on towards the members of Notick as Tux just gleams on by for a 3rd. In the end, he will get shut down by Noisia, but what is he going to be able to do to bring this back? Still got that frenzy out. Could have picked up something if Tux had a weapon, but of course getting out the blades, he doesn't really need to, and Disco will shut it down. 4 on this offensive side for Order with not too much return from the likes of Notick is really well. You look at their credit mark as well. Notick are, you know, getting some kills where they need to try and make a little bit of misery happening in through the economy of Order, but it's nothing that, you know, they'll be too wary of right now because they're containing all the kills and they're surviving with a lot of players when they win the rounds.
So how do they approach from here? Of course, another buy will come through for Notick, of course. They are going to have all the equipment that they need. Still no operator yet for Infrequent. This time does pass. Of course, we're going to see the Owl drone come out to try and see if there's any information to be found, but it actually is outside A long. We do have just the individual member of Autumn lurking over towards the B site, but for that time being, we're going to have Dick Stacy line up the Sova Recon Bolt. Chico, he might actually find some information as well, but there's the Rolling Thunder, now some aggression, but Infrequent finds the first.
Into the smoke. Chico able to find Disco before being traded out by Texter. Still trying to break into it. Texter's already used that Rolling Thunder, remember, so it has pushed Notick out of the site, who of which do have from the shadows for Noisia, but now he's in the grave. You do also see the Neural Theft available, but are they going to be able to bring it on through? Shots to be collected. Pixel afforded the heal with the Sage. I do like that he's been able to bring it out. Remember, it's the usual operator to be picked out by Pixel, but Stacy will inch forward. We'll be able to find Calmsy, and now the honest is all on Pixel, but he is split right now between who to battle against.
Might actually be able to find the right amount of timing, but Texter, he's already rocked up to the party, which is a very, very good bit of positioning from him. Now lurking out of short. Is he going to swing? Is he going to go for that informational play? There is the... Oh my god, Texter. Huge 4K there. What a shot.
I was going to say for Pixel, if he could find 1 kill, he does have his teammates around that he could get out that revival, get out that resurrection, but he will sit on it and potentially use it in this next round where, you know, the rest of his teammates do have a couple of ults to play with as well, just not the Blade Storm for the likes of a Notick. Reverse structure, Disco does have from the shadows, could piece together a little bit of a flank, find information where a stack could potentially be, because ultimately it is just these sheriffs coming on through, remember? It's just those light shields. It's a bit of a bonus round, all things considered, over the likes of Order, but you can't take pistols for granted because we know how sharp all of these players are. We know that they are going to be looking to align for some swift headshots.
What are they going to be able to do with the lesser buy again? It seems like Notick have made these rounds get so close, but ultimately Order is there for an answer every single time. Infrequent looking to play around towards the long A position on that jet still, but Dick Stacy, he's going to start to march on up. Only needs the orb in front of him, and that will mean that he gets the Hunter's Fury as Ellen Page does start to mosey away. But ultimately mid-control now looking to be established. They have got that, but they've obviously got a lot more of work to do before they can continue on. I do like that cloud burst as well, going for the one way, so you can see the little tiptoes. But yeah, for the time being, it's just going to be Notick slowly starting to march their way in towards mid, and it's going to be a tough defense with only the pistols.
It's also interesting in this map, just why it is these pistols for Notick. I guess how offensive-sided the ultimate orbs are as well, because you can kind of gather them a lot easier than the defensive side here. And I guess most of the maps, they kind of do tend towards that. Look at Haven as well. I guess over towards C, not so much as B or A.
30 seconds left.
I think could be made. But look at the story that we're trying to be made right now, Mr. Mitchell. It's looking to be some damage delivered by these pistols.
Yeah, back to a 3 versus 2, and obviously this is the thing though, right? You know, when you're able to pick up those Vandals, it certainly starts to get a little bit spooky, but you know, Dick Stacy and Tux, those are not a duo that you expect to be a bit spooked by, but that is one of the massive factors here. Obviously the res does come through now, and that's everything. Yeah, Chico is going to be able to find it with the Hunter's Fury, and that's a very, very clean round to come out in the end as 4 members alive after the res. And that's a second round for Notick.
But are they going to be able to take away all of the rifles to not be able to repurchase in the next round, balance out some of the economy? I think that they would have been able to find all 4 of them, and there you go. They've found 4, so just Kamzi needing to get out of purchase. And, you know, in a situation like this, there's not enough for an operator to be bought out by Notick. If Kamzi stayed alive, you know, it would have been a different story because of the loss bonus coming through, or the win bonus rather, and the transitioning of the weaponry into the next round. So a little bit unfortunate, I guess, in terms of getting out the big boomstick. But for now, we are just going to be really reliant upon all of these rifles. And this is where we do start to get into the depth of the game. This is where we will start to see the return of the rifles time and time again, and the allotted executes to come on through.
Frequent, trying to toy with the short position. We'll fire a couple of warning shots. Does tagged up. Pardon me, does get tagged up a little bit. Sorry, there's my voice now waking up finally. But yeah, look, so far, Order still putting the pressure down where they do need to do. But the Rolling Thunder, that's about to come out now, which means that the side of Order, they're going to be marching towards B. And Ellen Page is actually the first to defend.
Yeah, but it's going to be a more to defend if possible, if Order wanted to continue on going in towards this side. But they are going to pull the pin. They are going to look to retreat. And yeah, you haven't really seen too much of a lean come out from Notick, a bit of an overextension. So it's kind of back to the beginnings of this round, bar a little bit of this utility, these abilities being utilized. Order will gain control of mid. It is going to be looked after by a Cypher trapwire in through towards the deep market area, though I do like from the shadows from
oh, the shot there
from Ellen Page from Infrequent Noisia, sorry, people with their wrong names, it gets me up every time. He's TP'd into towards A main to see if any of the Order squad were looking to beak in toward there, but in not seeing that info, he's taken it all upon himself to find more kills. You mentioned that Chico was able to find one on that shock dart, and now Dick Stacy's also been seen taken low, and that is going to be a 4K to come through from Noisia.
There we go. Very well done from Noisia on the Omen. 4 big kills to defend. And yeah, that's the momentum that maybe Notick are going to be needing, because now look at the money on the side of Order. It's not exactly the best looking. I mean, some of these players are going to be able to pick up the Vandals to the point where they at least will have some sort of comfort. No, in the end, okay, never mind. We're going to see a full buy come through. Don't blame them. Maybe just a Spectre for Tux. He doesn't quite have the Blade Storm. But check out Noisia here. The Intel replay. Cheeky little 3K, which is certainly nothing to laugh at. And then obviously picking up the 4th onto Dick Stacy as well. Excellent stuff to come out. But goal line 3-5. Breathing room now for Notick, as very important as they did get lucky enough to start on the defending side of Ascent. Let's see if they can continue to bring through a couple more rounds.
The last time these two teams did play, it was actually Order starting off on the defensive side, so a little bit of a change up right now. And remember, that one did go into that overtime. It went out 13-15 over towards Order, so they were capable of finding stuff on this offensive side, but they were only able to find 5 rounds, I do believe it last time. So this is where it was. It was a 7-5 halftime scoreline. So maybe this is where we see Notick, you know, start to streamline a couple of rounds in a row, although they have lost already a member in this round, and that was the one who clutched out the previous.
Yeah, pretty rough there, and obviously the Blade Storm now does come up, but in the end, he's only got 7 points of HP, so Pixel starting to tap away. There is going to be no resurrection for him either, but ultimately they do look to march towards the A site slowly, so Pixel now might have to start to find this rotate infrequent. Is he going to be able to find anything with his position now up inside Heaven? The wall has been broken. 30 seconds remain. They need to get moving now. And if they're going to head towards B, they need to do it now.
Now, indeed, 20 seconds and the Stampede will be heard as well. All we need to see come out from that Cypher is just a little bit of the lockdown. Look to play the patient line. Just look to peek out your head when you spot anything. Kamzi is going to be eating a paranoia, but the split to come on through. Any distractions that Notick are able to find will add insult to injury for Order. Trying to get on down. Kamzi, the spike isn't actually being planted at his location. So whilst he is finding these kills, there is still a way that Order bring it back in. But there's 3 from Kamzi, absolutely destructive. And infrequent to close it out into Dick Stacy, mate. Kamzi MVP in that round, for sure.
God damn, that was a massive play there from Kamzi hiding inside the boat shed and does manage to get the job done on that Cypher. Very, very nicely found for the 3K. Ultimately, as you mentioned, you know, planting on the other side of the box, but it's okay because he gets the job done. And now that puts Notick into a position where they are in a good spot. But yeah, looking frequent on the intel replay, getting the frag and then the dash out immediately. But Kamzi, so well done here to be able to defend from the back of the site. Super important for those sort of clutch situations and just the fact that he was so patient throughout the course of the round.
Patience is a virtue, and when you do exercise it in these games, you know, you can really reap the reward of it. So really well placed out for Kamzi to try and bring something back for his team on this defensive side. Of course, they are still chasing against Order's scoreline at the current juncture, but they slip the slow pace round to come out from Order Army, looking to get these ultimate orbs, looking to get one step closer, able to utilize those ultimates and steer things back in towards their favorable direction.
Take flight.
Al Jones to go out, checking each other out. Chico is going to be spotted, and he has to try and find that shot. Now he will reposition over towards the generators, try and sort of sell some fake information. Infrequent still inside the dark cover, waiting for Tux to walk up towards that short position. Autumn's going to be joining him shortly as well. So it does look like it's going to be once again an A-site execute, but checking on the ultimates, there is only the neural theft, but Infrequent does have the Blade Storm. Let's see if they are still going to be heading towards that site, and if any opening frags are going to be able to be found by Notick.
One of the big things for Order is they need to be careful of the time. It was one of the things that did trip them up in the previous round. So now with 40 seconds to spare to go in towards this site, they will look to push Chico off, will put him into his grave and look to get that plant down, though. A great flashpoint to come out. Chico reaps rewards of 2, looking to absolutely find a third one right now as he can't quite manage it onto Texter. But time is starting to tick on through. Man advantage for the likes of Notick. The Blade Storm's being brought out. Pixel finds Texter. Resurrection nowhere near, so just challenging the angles. Pixel finding all the headshots, and it's on to Disco. Good for the first one, but he needs 3 more. Can he find it? Unfortunately not. Noisia will blindside him, and that is a well-placed retake from Notick.
Yeah, Chico very nicely defended there, of course, and a cheeky little camera to check out the handsome face of Ellen Page. I can't believe how much you look like Omen IRL Dion. It's actually insane.
Right now, if I hide my face and everything in my hoodie, I potentially could look like Omen. You know, one of the interesting things though in this game, I wonder if Riot will ever say like where Omen is from, because they have all of the agent. I think their names. I know they have their locations and their origins and everything, but Omen's kind of like an undefined. It's not actually said or anything, so we don't know if like it's a potential voice modulator, if he's male or female, if he's anything like that, if he's just a completely undefined character. It'd be really cool to have a proper storyline behind it, because we know that Riot love their storylines, right? Yeah,
I was about to say, Riot super interested in their lore, but I just still can't get over Sky, man. It's just like she's gonna sink like 12 VBs or something. Oh, g'day, mate. How you doing? Jesus.
Well, looking to sink some kills in through towards mid is going to be Infrequent, though down to 30 HP. We'll look for some health to come out from the likes of the Sage in Pixel. We'll look to grab it on out. So back toward the slow pace, but look at this. Look at this flank coming in through from Tux. He will be able to find the kill, technically stealing it away from his teammate in through towards B main. But all these ultimates start to come on through. Dick Stacy's Hunter's Fury has catch a little bit of information, but not able to catch any kills, unfortunately. Pixel, though, comes on through with a hop, skip, and a jump, able to find 3, looking to find more. However, in the 2 versus 2 will be put to rest, and it's all on to Chico playing at CT. Will get taken on through, and that is the 6th round for Order.
I am so tilted now, Dion, because after calling him Sicko for the last 2 days, someone has been like, yeah, it's Chico roll.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to bloody throw whoever that is off the bridge. But that's okay. We will get there. So just for everyone in the chat, we've been baited, by the way, just so you all know.
I'll just put my hands in some, you know, L'Oreal Men Expert Hydra Energetic face wash, and I'll rub it on their face. Tell me no lies.
No, that's a good thing.
Tell me truth.
That's a good thing. You're not allowed to do that.
Oh, maybe I'll make them pick who do we not? I'll make them pick an operator, right? On a Sage, because you know how I don't like that. Pixel.
Dude, I like that. That's the good stuff.
I know.
That's the good stuff right there. But speaking of good stuff, Infrequent, it's going to be able to open up onto Tuxia. A couple of members still heading up towards short. It looks like they will be splitting towards that A site, but still, we do have old mate Autumn lurking, trying to find some information. Sicko now walks away. The flashbang to come through, but that's a great shot there from Infrequent. Pixel still holding on to his operator as well. Does get blinded up, but I think he actually might live on for a little while longer. Unfortunately, Sicko does actually fall away there, but the fact that Pixel is still alive here is very, very critical, because this looks like now we could very, very well have a 6-6 scoreline, and the res comes through onto Sicko, so now he's going to be back into the server. And, oh my god!
a right click.
Jumping fadeaway onto old mate Disco.
Dude.
Now it's all on the Texter in the 1 versus 5. Under Fury to come out, does actually find him, and he should be dead. Or at least he's going to be limping through this one. 30 seconds to go. He might find one, but 30 points of HP does actually have the Rolling Thunder. He's going to send that one out. Is he going to be able to find anything further, though? Yeah, exactly. Well done from Infrequent. Big 3K to lock out a 6th round for Notick. We are all tied up at halftime, Dion.
I kind of like that right-click fadeaway from Sicko as well, trying to dunk a three-pointer, because you know the right-click, it shoots out 3 bullets, but they're spread. They're not contained at that sort of distance. So with one of them hitting on the head, it does ultimately finish out the kill. But I mean, you look at this halftime scoreline, it's kind of well placed, you know, 6-6 balanced as it is. Really, really well done for these teams.
Exactly right, Dion. But something that's also really well done is, of course, those 5 PCs going to the winning team alongside that juicy $6,000. And now those PCs, obviously powered by Intel, are supported and built for us by M-Wave, Centacom, Scorptech, PLE Computers, and of course, MSY. A massive, massive shout out and thank you to these companies for bringing us the goods to be able to reward the players putting in the hard yakka inside the Valorant scene early on.
Hard yakka indeed. Early scene looking to grow the region. As we know, we want to be able to send these boys overseas soon. We want to be able to give them the opportunity to battle against the best in the world in everything that would love to be seen in terms of LAN. But right now, we're on home soil. We are looking to see which team in this best of 3 is going to get into the grand final to play EXO Clan. Start off this pistol round, a couple of kills to be converted from both sides, but the B site, it has been left on over the ears by Notick.
No.
Water, we can get in and play with it. Or rather, wrong side.
Spike planted.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, spike planted. It's a 3 versus 4 here. Autumn looking to try and find that retake. Ellen Page down very, very low, but a great pick there from Pixel. Does get the information. 2 through the dark cover there. Excellently done. Because now he brings it back to a 3-on-2. Sicko to find one more. Disco now with the big task ahead. 1 versus 3. He's already picked up the first. Again, as we mentioned, Ellen Page very, very low. The paranoia doesn't quite connect, and now he has to try and move on in. Will he clear the right line? Ellen Page knows. He's going to go for the knife. Surely.
Oh, he could have.
Pressure was on there. I swear to God, if he whiffed and lost the round, that would have been too much for me.
I think it was to do with the fact that he only had 10 HP. Hey, he gets overlooked and he's like, oh, I might be able to get this kill. I might be able to pad my stats and find it. At least make sure that I take away a little bit of time on that defuse counter that Pixel would have been able to assist, you know, playing in through B main. Wasn't overextended by Disco in the 1 versus 2 endeavor. So well placed and well 4-4 for Notick to be able to claim this pistol round, as we do see that Order found the first one. So the real question is Notick going to be able to find the second round, where it is just these lesser pistols for Order, likewise, of the first half.
Revealing area.
Man, oh man. A good start here from Notick off a big round, but I'm just checking out the, obviously, the scoreboard right now. Ellen Page, Noisier, he is having an excellent, excellent series so far on the Omen on this map of Ascent to start us off. Very nicely done, Pixel. He's going to find his way up onto the wall here, just checking towards Pizza. Nothing will be found, though, as of yet. Sicko gets the owl drone up. We'll be able to spot out Dick Stacey, but still a minute 15 left on the clock. Plenty of time to work with as they do start to edge towards this A site.
Edging towards this A site, indeed. Pixel in a little bit of an auspicious position, however. It's not every day that you see a Sage trying to be boosted up on there. Usually, you know, you'd have your Jets trying to float up on through. But, anywho, we do look to brought ourselves in towards this B site, where if you look at it, there's not anyone here for the likes of Order. Nope, there's one. I can't quite see up on that radar as I am blind. But Pixel will find Disco as the plant does look to go down.
Dashing straight on in. Looks like Pixel will be able to at least find nothing, unfortunately. Infrequent does manage to get 1 for his troubles, but now it's a 3 versus 2. So all of a sudden, it's actually somewhat a winnable round. This is why I don't exactly rate the second round Ghost. I mean, look, I know you're always going to be at the advantage still regardless, as, you know, maybe the enemy team isn't going to be picking up the shields, but still very cringe. Go for the rifles, because this is when the opportunities can start to come back in, because Dick Stacey and Autumn are going to deny your ego purchase, and the 7th round is secured for Order.
That is some big energy to come on through with the lesser pistols. I think that's the second thrifty we've been able to see in this game so far. The first one, of course, was from Notick on the same site in B. So very, very well done from Order to be able to bite back in towards that round. And now, you know, they're kind of, I wouldn't say in the driver's seat, but they are definitely looked to just in front with the weaponry right now, courtesy again of the Intel replay. We can see how they've been able to get into this one, picking up the Spectre, of course, of Dick Stacy, being able to really just align himself for those 2 kills, clearing out the corners, and Autumn to find the final one. We are back tied up in the 7-7 piece, but, you know, it's looking to be a little bit of a downgraded round for the likes of Notick.
Stacy, he has just been, you know, probably my MVP throughout the course of this competition. You know, I know Plix has had a couple of incredible games as well, so there's been a lot to witness and work with during the course of this entire competition. And again, a massive shout out to, of course, L'Oreal Men Expert for putting this one on alongside the Chiefs, and Intel for making sure that the power is there to do so.
Well, speaking about power, we need to see if these players are going to have the power to be able to find this round. The passion and the power, Mr. Mitchell. But big shout out to Half Dog Roots on the observers, of course, and Swifty bringing out all of the other stuff to be able to, you know, make our jobs as commentators all the more smoother.
Trying to take that control, now heading up short. Are they going to be able to pick up anything with these Sheriffs? We know how sharp and frequent is, and unfortunately Autumn hasn't exactly been having the most stellar matchup, which is a little bit out of character for him. I feel like there's a potential restriction there though, you know, coming from being that jet operator player to now having to, you know, pick up the Cypher at points in time. I mean, when we see him on the Rays, it's still very, very handsome and healthy, but there is a great shot from Sicko. Oh my god, Pixel to get one more, and now Autumn, he is also stuck in an awkward situation, and now it's a 3 versus 1. These pistols, they've gotten the job done again. And that's all onto Texter, but you're never going to count a man like this out, as he does know where Pixel is, has to go for the swing. They're looking to all peek him at the same time. One, now he has to pick up the second, but he's been taken down very low. Does have the flashpoint to come out, but how does he play this now in the 1 versus 2?
I think he calls it. I think he goes and takes this weapon out. He knows that he's on 23 HP. If he did die, technically he'd have the Rolling Thunder, but the credit mark of Order isn't looking that too crash hot. So taking this weapon into the next round, I'm not sure if it's going to be that hero sort of play to come out from Texter, or if it does look like they're going to be able to purchase into the next one. But again, you know, the back and forth natured approach that we love to see in high stakes, high caliber at the top echelon teams in our region, you know, this is what we want to see. It's finals, it's BO3. The winner of this goes into that grand final, and if it's not a close game, I guess I would be disappointed.
Exactly. You know, if this was a whitewash, you know, it'd be a sad way for us to be exiting the competition. Because, of course, for everyone playing along at home, we do have the beautiful Mac and Avril that are going to be running the mill for the grand finals, which, of course, you know, EXO, the powerhouse of our region, they were moving into it is with the 1 map advantage. It's the best of 5. Of course, there is still the opportunity, but yeah, so EXO, you know, they've been basically the staple in our region. You know, they're well-known personalities as well. And they continue to succeed. Order now, obviously with their full roster, their new roster, they might be able to sort of continue to challenge them a little bit more. The matches were very close, 13-11, 13-10, 13-11. But still, time will tell as the region continues to improve.
Well, for right now, a bit of a reveal outside of A. Autumn will be losing the duel against Infrequent, and as you say, that is extremely rough. Not only has Order lost the round, lost the player, all the damage that was done over towards Infrequent can be healed up by the likes of Pixel. So he doesn't have the shields to be able to back it up, but 100 HP, you could still definitely play around and kick around and look for some goals. Pixel will find Texter, and things are starting to just crumble for Order. Something needs to be brought back, but now that Tux has lost his life, this is just looking like the real passive-natured approach from Notick, letting Order come in toward their crosshairs, and it's really just working for them.
Look, basically that round, in a nutshell, was pretty much just Order, like 3 members walking one-on-one into Notick, and ultimately the success now of the round has come through from the side of Notick. They're going to be able to get the spike planted, of course. Dick Stacy still waiting inside mid, might be able to at least spot something. Does have the Hunter's Fury as well, but Infrequent is just going to sit inside B Link. Does dash up, and oh, that is just disrespect to a T, but deserved. So yeah, Order looking a little bit shaken, not stirred in that round, as they pretty much give Notick the round, I guess. Unironically. I don't know.
Just thinking, you know, it technically is early in the day. I know that we had a big one last night. So for these players, you know, they get up early, they make sure they have their brekkie and everything. They make sure they revitalize themselves and they warm up for the game. So the early, you know, map, there's no chance for, I guess, a scrim last night or anything, or this morning. They just have to go into this one with... Okay, just he does get the kill in the end, but he was this time. I was gonna say, this is first shot. That's unfortunate, but yeah, this could be considered the warm-up game for these teams as well, right? They've got to be able to make sure that all their comms are right, all their movements are to a key. So maybe a little bit of you know, an unfortunate situation for Order that they are getting punished like this. But that's not to take credit away from Notick or anything, right? Because they're doing what they need to.
Exactly right, and all the people talking in the chat about lunch, please stop. I'm still very hungry. I would like KFC, but it is 9:40 a.m. Call time for me is 8 a.m. I think I went to bed at like 4, so, you know, powering on in Perth Town.
Let's move over to the better place, mate, honestly. Speaking about the better place, it looks like B is the better place right now, where Order need to try and defend. Unfortunately, Sicko has been able to find Disco, and Notick, they don't need to push in. They don't need to press on. They can look to just fall back, settle down, and then go at it again wherever they want to, because they are literally looking to be the powerhouse in this map right now. Like, after the first half, time and time again, it was really close, but the rifle rounds in this half, ignore the sort of pistol thrifty shenanigans. These rifles are where Notick are thriving.
Under Fury now does start to come out from Dick Stacy, can head it over towards B main, but unfortunately no shots will connect. And yeah, look, Notick, they're just sort of dismantling the Order defense. Autumn looking to get a pickup short, but he does miss the shot. Certainly hasn't had his wheat mix this morning, is infrequent now. Does find one and a second as well. The Rolling Thunder doesn't actually get anything done, unfortunately, for old mate Texter there. Dick Stacy now stuck alone.
30 seconds left.
Be able to break the window. Sicko looking to find him, but Dick Stacy is supreme in this position. Once again, the better Sova, but look, Sicko has actually been playing very, very well as well. Now Dick Stacy looking to wait, see if anything further will start to come through. Infrequent, he's hungry for more. He's already found, that's his third now in the round. And now Dick Stacy waiting towards heaven. Infrequent starts to power in. Will he get cleared? Yes, he will. And oh god, this Infrequent guy, someone pick him up. He's pretty good, hey.
What do you mean? Notick as a whole team are looking really good right now. Yes, you've got a little bit of an extension from Infrequent as opposed to Calmsy, but, you know, Calmsy, he's doing what he needs to do. He's come out with some clutches before. He's been able to lock down the B side, the A side when he was on the defense, and now that when they're on the offense, you know, looking to play a little bit of that lurking supportive role, making sure that if his teammates get in a duel, he'll be able to swing on behind it as well, set up his trapwires to make sure that no one on Order is really flanking. And I guess, you know, Order hasn't really had the opportunity to get out the flanks either, because they haven't really had the big rifle rounds. And when they have, they've been looking to get out the extension plays. They've been looking to press the issue and get aggressive, but Notick can punish them.
The 10 rounds already. Tux is going to be able to find the opener here. The Blade Storm to come up. Will he go for the dash over? You know he will, but unfortunately he does miss the shots. And there's the res to come out from Pixel. Now Texter will be spotted out by the recon bolt there. Now they have the information. They know that he's going to break it over there, as now they start to move over. Ellen Page repositioning in towards the B link position alongside Pixel. The rest of the members, they're going to wrap through CT, and that potentially not actually head towards that A side, as the Spike still lurking outside B, waiting to see if there's going to be any overextensions to come through from Order. But still 5 versus 5, 50 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, that reveal is going to tickle the fancy of two of these Notick members right now. But you do look at the likes of Order, you know, they're not trying to capitalize on that information. Once again, Pixel is going to boost himself up. He's going to see the head of old mate in Dick Stacy up at the back of the spawn. I would have been interested to see if this little thing in the way is like a fountain or something. Like, what actually is it? It's just
30 seconds left.
a thing in the middle of nowhere.
The Cloud burst ahead on up. 20 seconds left on the clock. They need to get moving. They need to get moving now. Autumn is in a good position to deny underneath the site, and already the tripwire to find one, and also a frag as well. Dick Stacy does find one, but Autumn might have just done enough here. Autumn might have just done enough here. He's had a quiet game, but apparently the man is now awake as Autumn from under the site. He denies 4, and that is an excellent round picked up for Autumn here for Order, as now they secure 8 on Ascent.
And that might open the eyes of a Notick Notick as well to make sure that they are being wary of the time, making sure that they have at least, you know, taken maybe a member or two off of the order squad before they look to enter in towards one of the sites. Because when you go into the site in a maybe 5 versus 5 scenario, the comms can be a little bit chaotic to keep track of everything. And when you get revealed by a recon bolt, by a camera or something, the penetration through walls is stellar, just like Dick Stacy there. But ultimately, in the end, it was Autumn finding out all those kills, 4 in the round. Big things to come out, and of course, courtesy of the Intel replay, we get to see it again.
The replay, very, very beautiful things to repeat the gorgeousness of that frag in the end. Yeah, it was indeed, and he does actually manage to find it. That was very, very naughty there, coming through from Sicko. Pixel to find one onto Dick Stacy. And now they start to march on out. Pixel's actually picked up another as well onto Autumn. Man, this is wild. You know, it was a huge round to come through for him in the previous with the 4K defending the site after the entries were found by Pixel. But now it's a 5 versus 2. And what can you really do in this situation if you order? You just got to save.
You got to save, and you got to think to yourselves, how do we win the next round to not be able to give Notick the chance at claiming this before overtime, right? Because it was a close endeavor last time, as we've already mentioned, 15-13 order. They want to try and claim this, I guess, cleanly in regulation, and Notick the same. You know, Notick, I believe, I would say they have a lot more to prove than Order have in this Invitational.
It's been an exciting competition though, Dion, right? That's just really what my mood is about this, and just the way that now, of course, the side of Notick are playing. They've got the confidence back that they seem to sort of lack when they were facing off against EXO only yesterday morning. But this has just been incredible to witness, you know, managing to clear everything together, moving as a unit. Pixel's fired up hard now. Let us see how we go.
Let's see how we go indeed. Dick Stacy light shields, but the operator's still in the hands of a Tux. At least in my mind, he needs to be the instigator in this round. He needs to make sure that he hits a shot with that op, and then they fall back, because the resurrection isn't available from Pixel just yet. He's 2 away from it. Don't give Pixel a kill, and don't give him the affordance of finding the ultimate orb. But, I mean, you look at him, you look at what he's been able to do in this game so far. He's been able to find the multi-kills. So I wouldn't put it past Pixel to be able to get a resurrection available in this round. If not, he'll definitely have it in the next one, you would expect, if he loses his life, if he catches one of those orbs and such. So we'll wait and see right now. But that operator for Tux is revealed over at this B site, and we're already going to see the rotations come through for Notick, just to extend and gain domain in mid.
Tux has gone for that control, but unfortunately all of the homies have left the premises now as they march towards mid. Dick Stacy sending the AR drone through. He might be able to get some information. Does know that there is a handful inside mid. Now they are moving on through. Look at this control from Tux. He will be able to drop the spike here as well. A massive play so far. Kamsi going to be able to get the camera in, but in the process, Infrequent's actually found Disco. And that's a big pick towards the A site. The rotation does start to come through, but 50 seconds left on the clock. They are going to move now. Infrequent heading towards the A long position, and looks like there is multiple of them. It's a 4 versus 4. Still time to get this job done. And Autumn, you know, he was able to defend the A site with Valor before. Is he going to be able to do it again? Dick Stacy's there with a recon bolt. Let's see if Notick have got what it takes to take the site again.
Well, they're going to wait out the recon bolt. They do get revealed. The blind is stellar as Dick Stacy does find Noisia, but still trying to go on through. 25 seconds, no time to rotate over towards B. They have to go in. The neural theft is going to come out as well. That reveals where everybody is playing for. It's unfortunate that the Blade Storm has been brought out by Infrequent right now. Remember that res isn't available. They need to get this plant down. They need to do it now. It is in the hands of a Pixel. 10 seconds to go. One-on-one trade coming on through. More blades. Jump shots coming out. Tux misses the shot. It's all onto Infrequent to defend this spike from going down. Pixel will be able to get it down. Extra cash, but he will lose his life in the process. 3 alive for Order. More importantly, the round in 9.
Very well played there in the end by Order to be able to retake. I felt like they certainly were able to apply more pressure in the round onto Notick, as they really didn't sort of know what they wanted to do and how they wanted to approach the site. And before we knew it, there was only 15 seconds left for them to get the round. And Infrequent, despite being able to hit the old jump Blade Storm onto one member in Heaven, there wasn't really much else to come through for him. But checking up on the scores again, everyone even. Of course, Autumn, he's woken up. He's been able to find a lot for his team in these last couple of rounds. But on the other side of Notick, it's Infrequent leading the charge, but everyone is doing very, very well. Dick Stacy topping the server on that Sova, and that is something I feel like I've been saying quite regularly. This man has been playing incredibly.
Yeah, I trying to remember for myself who's actually at the top of this tournament. I think it's Plix. maybe.
Yeah, Plick's pretty good.
Sure, but Dick Stacey's certainly up there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like top 3 with all of the damage that's coming through with the consistency and everything. It's definitely something to behold. But something to behold. Speaking of the man, Hunter's Fury comes out, but don't expect it to find anything.
I definitely think Plix is my favorite Fortnite player, dude. Just the way he can build, it's incredible to witness.
I wonder though, if you take it away from like the game and the community around it, I guess that gives it a little bit of a bad name for the likes of, you know, Valorant people and Counter-Strike and everything else like that. If you stick all of the capable CS and Valorant players and stuff in that game, in the BR stance, I wonder how it would fare. I think
they'd get crushed. They'd get crushed.
No,
yeah.
like all against each other, not against Fortnite people.
Oh, right. Yeah, Fortnite players, very, very sharp. But yeah, no, interesting to think about. But now we're going to think about what it's going to look like in regards to a site take, because Texter is sitting back, being able to find one. Not quite the second, though. Kamzi has traded it, but oh my god. Autumn doing exactly what his team needs him to do. Now Disco is going to be able to get the dark cover down. He does reposition over towards that boat shed, and yeah, chucking a few warning shots inside. He really has to try and get out here, but he will be spotted out by the recon drop bolt, and there we go. Dick Stacey drops Pixel, pressure alleviated slightly more. 10-11 is the scoreline now. And Order, they're certainly starting to run it back here off the back of a few really big rounds from Autumn. How does it speak about impact, though, right? You know, those rounds are 4K and a 3K, and basically he's been able to bring the team onto his own back from just those 2 rounds alone, from a point where I believe he was like 2-14 at one point.
Gee, I didn't actually. I can't remember that one, but yeah, if you say it, potentially, hey, it's it is one of those things though. Remember, like the individuality needs to come down sometimes, the prowess from a certain member to bring something back, but ultimately team game, you know, they're all going to be helping each other out, boosting each other up. If someone's not able to get a kill, they would look to support each other. But for right now, the kill that has been found is unfortunately nullified as the res comes through, and Infrequent will capitalize onto Tux. That's the operator down. And it's back onto Notick to try and find 12.
Just want to watch Pixel's demos or something, if that was even a thing inside this game. The guy's been playing incredibly. I've been loving watching all the, you know, the way he's been using the walls and obviously the res and everything like that. He's just been super impactful in this game, which has been good because there were a couple of matches where he was a little bit quiet. So he's obviously, you know, versatile, swapping between the Sage and the Raze. Now, as the side of Notick continue to march their way over towards B, we do have Pixel still lurking inside mid, but B has been completely sent away from. All the members of Order are actually over defending that A site. Autumn will join the party shortly. And if he can find the right amount of timing, which he may very well get something done. No, that was the big opportunity there for Autumn, but in the end, it will be Noisier to find it. But Dick Stacey spraying through. Dick Stacey, oh my god, what are they doing facing this man right now? They had the spike, they had the time, Dion. They had all of the opportunity to get that site and lock it down. So now, Pixel, he's going to be the man to keep an eye on. But already, he's made too much sound. And Notick, what are you guys doing?
Well, don't take them away from it to be able to defend. It's up to Noisia and Kamzi to lock it down. Kamzi's been stellar before. Can he find a 3K? They're all coming from the stairs, but he can't get anything. Unfortunately, Spectre will catch him through the corner, and that is going to be, Mitchell, a tied scoreline. All rounds of regulation are going to be played, but I ask you, give me it, a 50-50. Is it going to be regulation or OT?
Just still tilted from that round, man. That looked like something that would happen in... look, I can't be disrespectful. It's fine. These guys are better than me, and that's what I always have to remind myself. But the fact that they didn't go to the site and just tried to contest through the dark cover is just beyond me. And I feel like that is a round that potentially Notick have sort of thrown away and may very well put them in a position where they're unable to close out this match, which is kind of wild to think because they've looked really, really good. But as it stands, you know, Order, they've been able to bring it back. Dick Stacey, 24 frags. This guy is nuts, but every single player paying the way they need to go. Everyone has done their hustle right now, and it's looking like a really, really solid match. This is exactly what we wanted to witness in the lower bracket grand final.
Oh, a bit of a miss from Tux, which is quite unfortunate. It is going to be Pixel lurking in, looking for the battle sage, the entry sage in towards B. But the spike is trying to maneuver over towards A right now. Autumn to lock it down from the heavens as the Aldrone comes on through. The battle and the damage looks to be delivered on towards Infrequent as he will dash into the site as well. Just not being able to be caught out by Disco. He will still start to lock it through. Disco to find the first one will be pushed off by the Shog Dart. And Texter, I am noticing, does have the Rolling Thunder. Probably not even going to need to be utilized at this stance because it is the two-man advantage for Order. Spike not yet down. And it's in the entry in towards the site. It's in that archway.
Great pick there from Calmsy, but then the Neural Theft will come out from old mate Autumn. Now Dick Stacey looking to try and find something. The Rolling Thunder is used, but there we go. Dick Stacey, Disco, they find frags, and now it's all left onto Ellen Page. He has had a great game, but it's clearly lost a little bit of the source there as Texter to find him, and now that is going to be match point here for Order. It's 12-11. Will it go to overtime, or will they take it through? 13-11.
I think I might predict Order to take this next round just by the weaponry and by a little bit of that slip up that came through previously from Notick. It seems to have potentially rumbled them up, you know, shaken them a little bit. We see a little bit of sloppiness in trying to get around that A site. The openings in towards B as well, not really hitting out those headshots, and it feels a little bit loose from them where maybe we'd like to see a little bit more tight-knit and contained. But again, credit where credit's due. Order placing out those kills, using their abilities to the utmost potential, finding everything they need to. It definitely is on Notick now to try and find this round. It doesn't need to be clean because overtime, 5K in the bank, reset. They just need to make sure they find the round.
It does start to amount onto Order, but also Notick. If they want to win, they have to take it to overtime. And Order, they very much let this one get down to the wire. Of course, they are moving up now. They know there's the camera inside Pizza. Shocked Up might actually be able to destroy it, but no.
Oh my lord.
Start there from Texter. Very nice shot onto Sicko, and now he should have the information. Infrequent looking to swing around and find him. Dick Stacey again, man on a mission. Texas found two though. There is Tux. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Unless Calmsy can go nuclear, it looks like Dick Stacey is going to find the final frag of the match. No, Calmsy does get one more, but there is Texter rocking up to the plate and taking the final frag. 13-11 for Order, but I can't help but feel like Notick really did give it to them in the end in that round. 3 versus 5. They didn't take the site. Instead, they walk into the helping hands of Dick Stacey, who is your victor here for Order. Dick Stacey, 26 frags here.
Yeah. Can I just say, though, I think out of all of this, I'm not even looking at Dick Stacey right now, Mitch. I'm looking at Pixel. 16 kills, 17 deaths, 19 assists. That is actually, if you think about it, disgusting.
No, definitely. 19 assists. Support player, team player, but also running that battle stage a little bit. You know, the amount of times we actually saw him on those entries, able to really run it and gun it. And then obviously, you know, very, very impactful reses that he was able to use during the course of the match. But nah, man, look, you know, I'm certainly feeling it a little bit for Notick because now that puts Order in the pole position. They only need one more map to be able to take it through to that grand final where they obviously will again be facing off against EXO. But this time EXO, they're going to have that one map advantage. So let us see what we're going to be witnessing on the next one. It shouldn't be too far away. Once again, my name is Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me is Dion Komodo Perrotta. This is the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational, powered by, of course, the Chiefs and Intel. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after the break.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Welcome back to the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational, brought to you by the Chiefs and, of course, powered by Intel. Guys, my name is Mitch Conky Cannon. Alongside me, as always, is the better part of Komodo, Dion Komodo Parada. Dion, we have just seen Notick basically sort of trip at the finish line and Order take the lead back, winning out the first map of Ascent and sort of diminishing Notick's win rate on that map very much so. Now we're going to be moving to Haven. Obviously, that was the map that they did manage to take off EXO. I mean, speaking about Notick, 13-11. What do you think we're going to be seeing here in the second map?
I wouldn't say if I'm the better part of Komodo. I mean, you can't really stack up to the handsomeness that I'm seeing over here. But back over onto the Haven game right now. I think, it should look to be close and everything, but I think we need to see no slip-ups from Notick. I think we need to just see the resilience come through from them time and time again. And if anyone is wondering about if my camera's lagging to my audio, that's my internet. Everybody should know this by now. Yeah, that's my fault.
It is what it is. Unfortunately, when Fortnite is being played in the house, the internet does go slow. Make sure the family doesn't use the microwave because that might send you packing as well. But going back to the actual game, what we're thinking about, thinking about a map like Haven, what sort of champion selections are we going to sort of expect? I think very well we might see Pixel back onto that stage. Obviously, I think the only real map that he's been picking up the Rays was like on Split kind of thing. So maybe Bind too. But even then, I feel like Sage is such a versatile pick on all of these maps, really, obviously being used much less ever since the nerfs, but still, being able to be workable. I didn't quite expect it on Ascent, but then I remember the amount of different locations that you can actually use the wall to your advantage. So, it's beautiful to be witnessing what we have so far.
Yeah, beautiful to be witnessed indeed. You're not wrong about that one. It kind of leads into the Haven. It's like, where do you put a Jet, a Sage? Do you lead it in towards just the lockdown in B? Do you lead it to, put down that wall and just fortitude it up? Do you look to have it over towards A and C? I wonder if it is going to be there. I wonder what stretch is going to be able to be seen and everything. But it kind of leads into some other things as well. It's like Jet, right? You've got those little niche kind of ultimate dashes to be brought on through outside of A long. If you get it up in the beginning of the round, tell yourself up, and then you can look over long. It'll be interesting to sort of just see the team dynamics of these teams, because I haven't done a Haven in this tournament just yet, right? We've done the Bind, the Split, and now the Ascent and everything, but we haven't touched Haven. So it's going to be really interesting for me to be able to break into this, and I guess more importantly to see what Notick have to showcase on Haven as well.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And Haven was really, really exciting in that matchup against EXO because they were able to really sort of work it. In the words of Dizzy, we just suck is what he said when we spoke about them actually losing out Haven. But I don't think that's the case at all. I think Notick played it really well. And just looking at their map selection, Split is their pretty firm ban. They've actually only got one map along it, and it's Ascent and Haven that is much more played. So it's 86% that they had their win rate on for prior to losing out that map. And Haven is 67. Bind is going to be their worst, which is obviously, I believe, the last map that we'll be looking at in this best of three if it does go there. But yeah, so look, champion compositions, what I think we're going to be seeing, it actually might be the Sage missing out. It should very well be the Rays getting picked up. That's what I was remembering. So Rays for Pixel potentially, and then just the usuals, your Breach, Omen, Cypher. And then I'm going to be looking to go over back towards the Order side because they might be a little bit more interesting, as again, we do know that, Autumn and Disco coming into the fray. Disco's going to be marching along surely with just the Omen again, but whether or not we're actually going to see a little bit different, because the one cool thing about this Order side is their champion pool does seem to be very diverse.
Yeah, being able to change it up in, I guess, not so much as for each map or anything, but maybe against your opponents as well. Like, if you have set structures against different team comp setups as well, you might be able to trip them up. You might be going into this with a little bit of the counter information and try to not just play your own game, which is what we'll be expecting these teams to do, but play it in a little bit to your counter, to counter your opponent. So it'll be interesting to see, if we have those hard counters be coming on through. I say hard counters, it's still too early in Valorant to really have the full-on hard counter kind of style to come on through. But we'll be waiting to see what we get into. But I guess if we see the explosiveness from Order, if we see them be fighting back really early on in this one and say, hey, all right, it nearly went to overtime in map number one. We knew it possibly could, but going into Haven, Order, they're going to be fired up. They've got this map under their belt right now. They're going to really want to claim this one 2-0.
You know, exactly right. You know, they need to march on really, really solidly to be able to go and face against the Giants in EXO. Obviously, EXO, you know, I'm sure they're going to be watching this map. I've already seen a few of them in the chat talking up, you know, seeing what their potential opponent is going to have in store. So Order, you know, again, even if they are successful here, they had it so close of a run to actually, you know, beating EXO to find their way into that best of 5 with a 1 map advantage for the grand final, and obviously edging closer to the prizes that we do have. Remember that, of course, $6,000 Australian to get picked up, and then of course the 5 PCs as well that goes along with it. At the end of the day, you know, the winner of this map, they will secure themselves 3,000 and the loser 1,000. So you can't exactly be laughing at all that. You know, at the end of the day, it means that everyone has had a real chance of an opportunity to not only show their worth, but also walking away with something as a little bonus at the end.
Now, bonuses indeed. Everybody does love those. Of course, for those at home, make sure you guys do check out the Chiefs ESC Twitter page to get in for that spicy giveaway. Thanks to Tag Mods as well for that PC. And remember, Mitch, the players, that Omen PC. Oh,
God damn, make sure everyone, you do check out the Chiefs ESC Twitter and enter that Gleam giveaway. Of course, Tag Mods putting on the good stuff for us. They've done so much work. I think there's a Glitch Pop PC that I've seen, an Omen PC, as you do mention. You know, so many exciting things that can be coming along from these brands. But yeah, look, you know, it's amazing to have an event run. You know, massive shout out to, of course, the Chiefs putting this one on. And then, of course, you know, our team that we do have, obviously Mac and Avril, they're going to be bringing you the grand final very, very soon. But myself and Komodo, obviously, you know, we've been able to bring through a fair few of these matches as well. And then the production team too, a huge shout out to Swifty. And then, of course, Huffdog and Roots, the observers. We've got a dual observer setup. Obviously, Roots remote, both Swifty and Huffdog in Swifty's place, and just getting the job done, basically. You know, the production setup that they've got is incredible. So a massive, massive thank you for them to making our jobs very, very easy. But Dion, as we move in to Haven, we're very, very close now. I can hear the sound ticking in my ears. Do you think that Notick have what it takes to bring it to map number 3?
I'm going to stick with my prediction and what I said in the very beginning. I'm going to say that Notick are going to be able to find this and we go into the final map. But I think, you know, from what we've seen from Order and the likes of this one, it could still be extremely close. So without further ado, let's just get right into it.
Let's run into Haven right now. Of course, this map, there is 3 sites, A, B, C. Certainly don't know which right employee decided that one was a good idea, but it certainly makes for exciting Valorant. And now checking up on the weaponry, it looks like Order have actually gone for the 5 Ghost setup, which is something you haven't really seen since the opening, but it's going to be sicko and infrequent to pick up the classics with the shield, and obviously a little bit of utility to go along with that. Now, Order looking to get his way out of the other side of the doors, and he's actually spotted out the other cipher of Kamzi, but nothing will trade on the exchange just yet. Looks like they're going to be waiting as B site executed upon quickly to blinded, but Kamzi, he's going to find Tux.
And Kamzi will be able to find Texter as well, really just locking this one down. Dick Stacy trying to return for a little bit of damage, down to 40 HP. No Sages in the game right now, so nobody going to be afforded that. Infrequent to come down from the heavens, as he will eliminate Disco. So really looking to be a little bit flawless from Notick right now. Not dropping a single member. There are 3 in the red, however. Pixel going to get overwhelmed by the force of Autumn, but it's only good for 1 as the trade comes through. And Dick Stacy, I already mentioned that he is quite low. They know exactly where his position is. Infrequent could go for the knife, which he's going to try and do, but they will get timed, and Dick Stacy will reposition at the back of a Link. So looking to just see maybe if anyone will walk his way, catch out an exit kill. The pistol round should be claimed by Notick.
Trying to hold it down, nothing in heaven. Dick Stacy's going to sort of sit and lay wait. But in the end, it looks like all 4 members of Notick should be able to live on here, which is a very, very stellar start into the opening pistol, where they will find the first here. Obviously, Haven is the map that they need to win. It's do or die. And all of them, again, should be able to live on here. Yes, they will. Kamzi's looking for Dick Stacy. Will they find the jewel? No, they will not. So Dick Stacy, he's going to live on. And Notick find their first.
And I'm going to be interested to see if Order are going to repurchase into it. Usually when you drop the pistol on the defensive side, don't look to, because, you know, you get that plant on that offensive side. You technically could if you lose it. Go in for a little bit of that force. You know, your opponents are in a bit of a weakened state. But, yeah, this round, Order, they'll just be relying on the little downgraded pistols. Although I am seeing Dick Stacy purchase quite heavily into this one. The Ghost has come out. He's brought just a little bit of his abilities as well. You know, those shock darts, those Owl Drone potentially to catch a little bit of info, because they are looking for this stack over towards the C site and through Garage, though Autumn is going to lose his life. 100 damage done by the Boombot. Yeah, you kind of hate to see that.
Infrequent. Looking to tap away. Texas going to be able to find that opening, though, here, which is obviously a big factor to get their way back in. Tux has already taken that control towards Long as well, but I suppose with the gamble that they have made is that everyone has pulled away from the B and A sites, whereas it looks like now the members of Notick are going to be marching towards A, and already 3 members of Order should be able to join them very quickly.
Yeah, but it's going to be down to these pistols to see if they can catch Notick off guard, to see if all that damage can be collected on the same players, because one player can get us some nice damage with the pistols. Imagine what 2 can do. The reveal from that bolt does catch Infrequent. All of the locations being known. Infrequent completely blinded on through. Can't get anything done, but it ultimately is Calmsy to lock it down. And now Dick Stacy peeking out through CT, looking for a kill. Can catch Calmsy because he brings out the camera. He doesn't know exactly where the last remaining member is. So onto the Spectre, bullets to use, our drone to reveal, but 1v1, don't use that util, go for the pick. Sicko started to peek out, gives Dick Stacy a chance, but he can't quite capitalize on the kill just yet. But now he does, in the headshot, second round defended. But I gotta say, Mitch, it wasn't an easy one.
Yeah, very lucky there for Notick to actually be able to secure that one in the end. It was a very nice play from Order, and now that should mean that they can go into this one with a full purchase, getting the job done. Whereas this side of Notick, sure, they're going to also have a purchase, but it's definitely not going to be the prettiest looking one. So let's see if they have what it takes to, kick back a third, or if Order can start to really run it back very quickly into this matchup.
And we'll look at the purchase right now. All that impact damage delivered. Notick, whilst ultimately winning out that previous round, they are going to be onto the lesser weaponry right now. I guess that they know that the big buy is going to be here for Order, so it kind of feels like that they just want to give it a little bit of a save to get the better purchase in the next round. Almost just slap yourselves on the wrist in this one because of that damage that was delivered by Order. So first pick has been found at least. Give them a little bit of an interest into the round. But yeah, like ghosts and pistols and a Spectre and stuff is kind of not what you want to see after winning a round.
Also, just want to make a quick note here, guys. Everyone who is watching along at home, I've just seen that GG Easy Bar is going to be opening on the 11th of November. Massive congratulations on the team for staying vigilant and keeping the time for them to be able to bring it back and get the business back open. It's awesome. You love to see it. But now something that has opened is the C site and Order. They're at least going to be able to defend with 1, but now Autumn, he's marching on in with 4 here. Incredible round to come out from the big man on the Cypher. And now it's all on a pixel down towards C Long. He does get a few warning shots off, but that was an absolutely chaotic and alpha brain play to come out from Autumn.
Problem now for Pixel in this 1 versus 3 is that he doesn't have the spike on his back and he's being extremely cautious of a flank to come on through. Disco will catch him in the end, and that is going to be the first round for Order. But, a great play to come out, as you do say there, Mitch. But it wasn't only that safe from Notick. They were kind of expecting to lose that round, and now getting into their big purchase one. I'm seeing that Noisia only has those light shells. A little bit of an unfortunate situation, but he'll be looking for them headshots. Right now, we start to get started into the beginnings of this game, into the second map. Our engines have been turned on. We're ready to roar. Let's race.
The Blade Storm to come out from Infrequent. He's going to be taking advantage of that one, and it looks like it will be some relatively quick movement towards this A site. This time, Autumn, he's going to be over towards the A site, though. Does have his trips down and available. 1 on the site, 1 towards Long, and does actually spot out the member in heaven. Disco's going to be able to punish Infrequent. Now, settling. What are they going to do with this one? How are they going to approach it? Disco looking to send the old bait and switch up with the teleport, but nothing does come of it. Now, Autumn, is he going to be able to pick up anything here? The flashes start to come out. The paranoia does go through. He's going to reposition just onto the opposing side, and it certainly looks like they are going to be heading up towards here, but Noisia, he's been caught out, and they certainly start to slow this one down and actually pull away for the exit.
Yeah, but there's got 50 seconds on that clock to be able to play with as well. There's still a way in which Notick are able to bring this one back. They are retreating from that A site. They have, however, Left a little bit of a lurking member in through the sewers. If the timing permits it, there might be a kill over towards that area, but Autumn will manage to catch out Pixel, and now that Cypher Neural Theft will come through. That's the information revealed at this point in time. You maybe think that Notick could even go for a save to retry in the next round. They've got 3 weapons. If they lose another, then they won't look to retry. But for now, we're trying to break in towards the B site. It's been put down. Touch the peek up through Gary. He will be able to find one onto Sicko. Will he be able to catch another one? Unfortunately not, but there's no way Notick win this round. They look for a save.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just got to wait and play the round out. Ultimately, Kamsi will at least be able to drop Texter, but now he just needs to make sure that he actually does live on. They aren't going to be hunting. Order are going to give them the respect to save the weapons into the next round, but, you know, with a second picked up, of course, here for Order, it's looking really, really good for them to continue to march towards victory. But, of course, you know, this is still anyone's game. This is still anyone's series. Never wanting to count anything out. But yeah, man, look, you know, I think that Order are certainly equipped to do this, and I know that they're going to have the confidence in them to really send it to Notick so they can be prepared, I guess you could say, for the Giants of EXO into the grand final.
Giants indeed looking to defend titles, looking to claim victory, and looking to get Bob a PC to stream. So let's wait for that one. But in all seriousness, 2-2 right now. We're tied up. Time to get into this new round. I want to see some aggression from Order. Tex is going to look to do so to really catch some timing onto Pixel, who has been able to get in towards Garage, that the camera will push him back. Pixel to overextend, try to catch the kill. It's going to be the spread defense to come out from Order. The operator from Tux, however, to steer things in toward their favor. Outro now through long, though, could catch some hefty information. And they're going to be able to see one, though. They will be able to get that ultimate orb one step closer towards one of those ults. But you look at it right now. Neural Theft's available. You got the rocket here for Pixel as well. Definitely impacts to be delivered from those, but it kind of does feel like Order are really being the instigators in this map right now.
Yeah, definitely. But look at this from Autumn. He's already walked up. That is so unfortunate there, as Kamsi does get the big brain peek on and finding the frag. Autumn was on for like 3 frags there if he did manage to hold it, but there we go. Oh my god, Noisia, another great pick there. Dick Stacy is at least able to trade on the Kamsi, but he's so low, he will be blinded. Sicko to find it, and now Infrequent dropping Texter up inside Heaven, will be the final member of Tucson. How does he choose to approach this one? Shots are being fired up, but already moving in towards CT. Pixel is going to get that paint shell up, and also finding the frag. Notick, they are here to party as they pick up their 3rd round.
And surviving with 4 is really good for them as well. They can look to get a little bit okay betterment in their credits. You can see that Kamsi's on 4,300 for us right now. But look at this position from Autumn. If if Kamsi didn't clear it out, could have absolutely reaped reward. But I think in a situation like that, that would have been a setup from Notick to be like trying to bait out that location, trying to see if anyone would be going for more of a multi-frag, and leading it on to Noisia to kind of be the bait, lose his life if they need to. Really well thought out from Notick, if that is the decision that had been made. But you know, as a support player, you always need to make sure you're clearing the corners, because you know that your entries aren't gonna.
So how does Order play this with their pistols? Of course, the Blade Storm up for Tux. Is he going to be able to find anything with it? Time will tell. Our drone to send out for some information. Nothing, though, to come through. As it stands, it's going to be waiting. Infrequent. Just seeing if anyone is going to get aggressive and push on up, and sort of giving his extra space for the team. Sicko firing a couple of warning flashes as well. But still, they're basically just trying to, you know, sort of pull out some information, see if Order are going to make any oversteps, but it looks like that is not going to be the case for the time being. Pixel now looking to join, moving in towards Garden, and yeah, look, still nothing really to be shown for just yet, but they may head towards the C side, where the big boy here, Autumn, he's been having a great game, and he's actually got a Phantom in hands.
The C site is without Order members, so it should be free reign and control that Notick are able to find. Here comes a of abilities, however. The Rocket is going to miss Autumn, so allowed to survive. The Rolling Thunder can come out from Texter. They can look to push everybody, make them vulnerable on that Notick side. The first kill has been claimed by Kamsi on a Tux. That was a Blade Storm, and now it's down. More kills to be collected upon. This retake is looking to be mounted, but it's not really working out too hard. Dick Stacy, 1 versus 2. Shotgate not going to merit anything, as Infrequent locks it on with the operator. Notick won't be seeing an equal scoreline, as they do just narrowly inch in front.
Man, Infrequent is actually looking to be one of my MVPs inside the whole of the competition. Hey, the man is so consistent, hitting the shots, and I'm actually interested to sort of look through the stats after this one to see who is sitting upon that top, because I think it's going to be, you know, sort of the members of your Dick Stacey's, of your Infrequents, and obviously Plix and stuff as well. So yeah, look, time will tell. Obviously, I'm very, very keen to recheck the scores and the stats at the end of the competition once we crown our victors, obviously. But for the time being, as we spoke about, it is going to be Notick finding their 4th round, and unfortunately, the money isn't exactly the greatest now for the side of Order.
Do like that Notick are playing quite reserved, making sure that they're not leading anything to chances from a big rush, a big stack from these pistols on the back of Texter. You know, you could get a couple of flashes out. He could even Rolling Thunder to look if they could get their some rifles in their hands. But for this round, it is one of those rounds that Order will probably have to concede on over if the sights are contended nicely. They'll want to, of course, if the spike does go down, look to lose their lives because of that new change toward the credits that you get 1,000 if you survive after the spike explosion and stuff. So we will now wait and see what is going to be the ultimate conclusion to this round. Kills try and be collected out by these pistols, going in towards one of the hardest sites in you know, all of Valorant to be able to retake in towards this B site right now. It can be really well for a Raze with all of those abilities. Shock darts as well can do some detrimental damage, but with all these kills starting to be collected, it still does favor Notick. It's all on the last remaining soldier in Disco to see if he can get out this retake, but the camera tags him up. Down to 62 HP. It's going to be the 5th round for Notick. But now, it kind of does weigh on my mind, Mitch. Order, you know, if they do get punished again, how far forward are Notick going to be able to waltz?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Notick, they need to really continue to establish their round lead as best as they can, because we have seen it a couple of times in this competition where they do start off strong, but then ultimately, you know, that's where the enemy team has been able to sort of get a rise out of them. I still remember, obviously, when Notick did fall to EXO after winning Haven, they actually started off so strong with 4 really, really solid rounds and then lost 13-4, sorry. So it's just like, oh, okay.
Yes, all okay indeed. But the rifles are going to be picked up by Order in this around the operator in the safe hands of a Tux to hold out through a main. The clear to come through, the bait of the shoulder, the peak as well. Tux does get baited out from it, so a bit of a cross afforded. Now they'll try to punish him. A missed shot. He'll have to dash away, and all on the back of that is just some info.
Looking now, Plix has 180 ADR in 192 rounds. That is just like otherworldly. Now the utility, the set will start to come out, the flashpoint up onto the breach, and now it's going to be Texter to see if he can find Sicko. Will be rewarded for his troubles. Texter's picked up another, looking good here on this breach as he's going to be able to secure a little bit of site control and keeping these members out. But Autumn is on the flank, and he's going to be able to drop both Infrequent and Noisier. Very nicely played there from Autumn as Order. They get a flawless in their way back into this match. 3 rounds now for them to the difference. And they continue to march forward. Again, all Order need is that one map here, and they'll be marching over towards facing off against the grudge match, the clutch match, if you want to call it, as they have to reface, of course, EXO. But here's the intel replay to come out. Very nicely done from Autumn to close up as the pincer comes in.
His bullets through wall can still get kill paper thin in this game, but now is the time for Order to try and align themselves up to, I guess, more than 6 rounds potentially. We do already see a bit of a leg up over towards Tux on that Jet. He will be taken down now by the likes of Infrequent, but here comes that neural theft out by Autumn. That'll catch some early information that there is a little bit of control from Notick in through mid right now, but there's so much time on the clock, you know, they can go wherever to their heart's desire.
Creeping away though, obviously Kamzi is going to be able to start to creep back up. Looks like Autumn has repositioned completely, making his way back into the garage, and now getting the aggressive control again, you know. Huge, really, in these games like Valorant to be able to have the confidence to, you know, overextend and take control of the areas of the map that aren't yours, you know, establish that dominance where required. But now it looks like we are going to see Notick head their way towards this C site. And are the boys at Order going to be able to defend it?
Defend indeed. Texas is going to be good for 2. 1 away from the ultimate as well in the cage. However, time ticking away. 30 seconds as you hear from the announcer. But Sicko's only going to be good for 1. 3K on the board for Autumn. Really well placed out. And I guess in the death of Texter, he will be getting out the Rolling Thunder available now to contain Notick, to blow them out of the waters. It is going to be a pistol round for them. Do we see a rush? Do we see a more spread out round, a thoughtful round to see if they can catch any Order players? Maybe overextending, maybe being a little bit too ambitious. We'll wait and see for it. But of course, you know, leading out that charge, Mitch. 14 kills for Autumn. The closest to him on his team is 6.
Yeah, geez, this Autumn doing all the heavy lifting right now, whereas the I guess it's a similar sort of story on the side of Notick. You know, nobody really hard carrying. It is Calmsy with a fair few on that Cypher. Great shot there from Tux to open up. Now moving on up. The flashpoint is going to keep them at bay for a little while longer. Texter holding onto that line. The paint shells, unfortunately, don't go too deep. But now they do have the dark cover to work with. It looks like Tux is going to go for the aggressive peek, and he'll get the leg shot onto Ellen Page, missing out onto the frag of Infrequent as taking advantage of the Blaze Storm. We'll be able to find something. But again, man, Autumn on the flank. He's going to be able to pick up 2. And this guy is having a stellar match right now.
Absolutely having a ripper, but that's what you really want to see, you know, individual performances. If you can shine on through, you can elevate the spirits of your whole team. You can really look to drive that force. And I guess Order's big thing that they're going to be fighting for right now is that grudge match, is that rematch against EXO Clan. You know, we heard from the likes of Iron yesterday. We asked him, who would you rather be seeing in that grand final? And he said Order, because they feel like Order will give more of a game to EXO Clans. So if it is in fact Order winning this one, then I guess Iron will be able to have his faith in that match. Hopefully for him, he won't be able to, well, you won't want to see him lose it. But if they do in fact go up against Notick, if the reverse sweep is found from them, I still think it's going to be a really cool match, because look at what Notick have been able to showcase through this tournament already. You know, big close matches, being able to take maps off top teams.
Once again, Order taking that aggressive map control and may very well be rewarded for it. Disco is inside the Pixel. Oh man, Order getting the job done again. Just being able to waltz in towards the grass area, take the frag, and be not even punished for it in any way, shape, or form, despite the fact that Pixel actually was ready and waiting for it now. They head up towards the A site. Once more, Tux. Is he going to be able to find any shots here? Just on the other side of the Cypher cage, and now the Rolling Thunder to come out, but it is actually from the opposing side. Texter with that defense. Now Dick Stacy looking to get a couple of shots down. Texter to find one more, and a sick over there is the Dick again to find 2 in the round, and all on to just Calmsy as Autumn will find it. 2 big frags for him again in the round. Mr. Consistent here on Haven as Order. I'm kind of surprised I'm saying this, but taking the lead in the first half.
I mean, surprised is definitely a word that you could contain into that. But you look at the last 4 rounds that they've been able to find, right? It's been on the big bolstered hits that they're able to just capitalize on the kills that really force Notick out of the round. You look at what Dick Stacy was able to do here from the heavens. You know, it's just a bit of a firing range for him. 1 and 2. Autumn to swing over towards short and stuff. It just looks like it's, I guess, Order in a comfortable ground that they're able to just frolic in. Blinding.
So now taking the site control. What are they going to be able to do here? Aldrone does head up in towards Heaven. The Omen sitting there. Let's get spotted out, but in the end, it's going to be Infrequent, at least finding one. Disco does get the frag back. Ellen Page, good rid the trade. Now Dick Stacy sitting there, laying wait. If he's going to be able to pick up anything further, but trying to hold that control. Pixel can swing in, finding one. Tux with a great quick scope to find it back, though. And that's all on the Calmsy. And Disco's going to send him packing, unfortunately. So there we have it. Order, they're going to be able to pick up the 7th round, and they've won out the half in quite a solid fashion now.
And you think about one of the things when it comes to Haven as well, a defensive side is ultimately
Switching
more
sides.
split out than the other maps, right? Because there's an extra site that you have to be wary of. You have to look to defend as well. So that's usually where you would see on this map, you know, the offense being able to thrive. If they're able to force those single duels, force all of those battles, it would look really well for the offensive team. So now with Order going onto that side, are they going to be able to split those differences and catch them kills?
Sorry about that, guys. I just had a sound complaint from a neighbor at 10:30 in the morning. Definitely going to be giving him a piece of my mind after this. But after a piece of my mind is delivered, of course, through the amazing sponsors here that we've got that are picking up those 5 PCs, of course, for the victor of the competition. Now, not only will they be walking away with 6K, 5 beautiful PCs, of course, M-Wave and Scorptech, Centacom, MSY, PLE Computers. Beautiful, beautiful people getting the job done for us all. But now back into this round, Ellen Page is actually going to be getting very, very aggressive here to find Texter holding the control, but he is paranoid now as Kale makes his way through to find it. 4 versus 4 as it stands. Are they going to be able to pick up anything more?
Don't worry, we've had this conversation, Mitch. You can call him Kale because it's technically the in-game name. We're all good with it.
True.
But, pistol round, mate. 1-on-1 trades so far. Order, if they find this, they'd really be able to look to run at home. But we know that Notick are very capable of being able to find out these rounds. We do have a little bit of the 2 players stacking around the A site for the Notick squad right now. 2 technically over towards B, where it's like 1 on B and 1 in towards Garage. So it is just onto Order to see where they want to be able to take it. Smoke's going to go up towards that B site. We could potentially see the dash in from Tux as they will take a duel in the smoke. Right clicks out. He will win that engagement. So now it's kind of in the favorable stance for Order. Everybody's going to be trying to align themselves to just find Tux to a little bit of the directional plays to be found, a little bit of the fakeness to be seen as Autumn will find Calmsy, you know, directing attention and keeping in a little bit of mystery in this round. But ultimately, the jack in the box is going to be that that plan is down, and it's not a no-take for the retake.
How do they approach this now? 2 versus 4. Autumn, another stellar round here, has been playing incredibly. Pixel has to try and find something as he does start to creep around, but Autumn, again, you know how good he's been in this one. Let's find the 4th. Autumn, 8 rounds, big 4 kills, and can we get a little scoreboard update? Because this man, he's above 20 now for sure, right?
30?
23 and 6? Are you joking?
Hey, you'd think about that though. We literally had the discussion of someone doing something huge on a Cypher in you know the outer regional world. Brax on the Cypher, he just absolutely, you know, ripped out all those kills. Now look at this man. Autumn's looking to do it too. Like, Cypher killers, they are ones to be trifled with. Also,
I still can't get my head around Autumn.
The noise complaint.
That too. Like, that's just, oh, I can't believe it.
It's literally working hours. Like, it's after 9 a.m. Like, grow up.
Screw me for having my door open on a Sunday, right? You know, it's a beautiful day outside and I'm in here working. So, you know, I guess that's kind of cringe, right? Anyway, 8-5 is the scoreline. And just, again, you know, the most important thing for me here is Autumn. He had such a slow start, of course, coming out on the opening map being Ascent, of course. And now I think, literally, I think he was like 2-12 at some point in the opening. And then he had those massive, we had that really big 4K on the defense. And now he's just continually rolling on here. So now getting aggressive, Order finding their way up towards the side. It's Autumn again to open up here. And you might be finding more, but it will be Texan to drop in frequent. Now getting the aftershock out to keep them away from CT. Ellen Page is going to be putting the start cover down, but in the end he only has the shorty. So patience now as he moves up into heaven.
Yeah, this situation, you technically could see an Order member go up in towards the heavens if they wanted to. You know, Tux could dash on up. He could also see a TP come through from the likes of Disco. But Sicker's going to do well to find Autumn, put him to rest as the trade does come out from Texter. There comes out that shorty as Noisa will claim a Spectre. But he will also now claim his grave 6 feet under. As Order are now 1 away from double digits. You take it for what it is, the first 2 rounds over towards that offensive crew. That change-up still gets me now that the teams stay in their colors. It's not offense is red, defense is green. I'm going to have to find my groove in that. But the groove has been found by Order. Look how many rounds they've gotten in a row. They've continued on that momentum.
So moving on in with this purchase, obviously, I guess you'd consider this the bonus round on the side of on the side of Order. Obviously got a little bit of money to work with into the next round if they are unsuccessful, of course. Notick need to put themselves in a prime position to kick on, but Infrequent does exactly that, getting the opening pick on a Texter. Now Tux going to walk up on towards the site as well. He's already got so much control. I don't think he's been spotted, but in the end, he will. Pixel finding a very good bit of timing there. Infrequent getting another, and this has been a very clean round to come out from Notick on the defense.
Looking to be clean as the dink does go over towards Tux. No, sorry, that's Infrequent. The colors every time they get me, I swear. Autumn trying to see for something, but it is a flawless kind of bonus round they come on through from Notick. Quite nice, but they do get these rifles to come out from the likes of Order. Now, one of the big things that's going to interest me now, Mitch, is now that the rifle rounds are out for Order, how are they actually going to tackle out this offensive side? Are they going to be relying on big entries to come through from Tux on the operator, from the likes of, I would even say Autumn on the Cypher, just from how many kills he's been able to find and run around in this map. Technically, it is a little bit more difficult for a Cypher on the offensive side. So we'll wait and see what he's going to be able to do, but definitely potent as ever.
Little missed shot there from Tux, unable to find the opening on the connection with the operator. Dark cover to block off the window there, but Infrequent. He's tried to get a little bit of aggressive up in towards mid. Nothing, though, will be found, but he does continue to live on. At least he's afforded with that for the time being. Autumn just on the other side of the smokes inside mid. Waiting patiently, wanting to get up and aggressive inside the B site. Of course, it is one of the most attentive locations on this map of Haven. 3 sites. Very, very interesting beast.
Interesting beast indeed. But are we going to be able to shackle them on up? Or are they going to have some free roam right now? Love a bit of free roam for myself. Tux needs to be very careful. He doesn't need to be over antsy through the dark cover, as I'm expecting an explosion now in through the wall, the likes of B. The extra dark cover is going to go down over towards that A link. No flanks to be seen just yet to come on through, but Noisia is going to find a text to start off. Awesome making his entry in the round as well. He's definitely trying to claim a 30 bomb in this game. I can't remember the last time I've seen someone gain 30 kills in a match of Valorant in the regulation stance. Infrequent now to find 2 good shots on out as Disco returns to 1. The plant needs to go down, though, and it's vulnerability because it's only the last member in Autumn. And there you go, Kamzi, because Disco's on the spike, is able to find him relatively easily. Notick, they win the rifle round. This is where you would love to see things get close.
Yeah, now very, very well done from Notick now to at least sort of bring some momentum back. Yeah, as he mentioned, you know, closing the gap on the match, and 9-7 is the scoreline, and we knew that this was going to be a close series. It has been for most of these games. You know, we really haven't seen super dominant one-sided results because, sure, even though EXO were able to take down Notick in a 2-1 fashion, there was 13-4, 13-5 in some of the maps, but 13-11, which was where Notick did take down Haven. So if they're able to take that order here, that could be absolutely huge. But now Kamzi, he's going to drop the top fragger of Autumn very, very early on. Dick Stacey is able to at least get one back, but Infrequent, he's been looking good as well. Now can Kamzi defend any longer? We'll have to see. But already taking down the members as necessary. Dick Stacey does get the owl drone through and not going to be able to spot at anything just yet. I don't think Infrequent has been spotted, and he will be able to farm up 4. Infrequent is looking excellent in this competition again. MVP in my eyes next to Plix. But maybe it'll be Autumn that continues to catch up shortly, as he is definitely doing all the heavy lifting, whereas it's been previously Dick Stacey.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a quiet one for Dick Stacey. Hey, you know, so potent, and the potential to come out from him on the other maps that we've seen in this series has been something to behold. But I guess if one member on your team is taking away all the kills, then maybe there's not much you can do. But a good little two-piece to come out from Infrequent there, of course, courtesy of the Intel replay. But in this one-round advantage now for Order, they will be purchasing into it. Tux has brought out the blades. Going to be helped by the Spectre in case he does miss out on some kills. But this is definitely aligning for a quick A hit. You got the Rolling Thunder that could come in through. This could catch to Notick off guard.
Could very well, and they've already got the paranoia up towards Heaven, which has given the information, and Tux, he's already found his way under Heaven as well, so Calmsy up inside that position. We'll have to wait. Texas going to be able to plant the spike here. Now infrequent. Again, he's been so good in this map of Haven. Is he going to be able to find anything more? Cloudburst to go down, giving themselves a bit more space, but there's Autumn opening up with one. These Neural Theft to come out as well. So into a 4 and 5 here.
Now the Aftershock is going to be left with nobody home, but 5 alive, as you say, there for Order is something that is really impactful and hurtful for the likes of Notick. Although Tux will get decapitated by Pixel with more kills to come through from Texter. Rolling Thunder was already used, so he can't rely on the stuns to come out from that. As Stacy misses a shot uncharacteristic. Good for Sicko to find it, but that spike has ticked too far. And now it is a round that'll be found by Order, but they're going to be met with losing a couple of their members around the side as well. Texter will find 4 kills. Technically 5 if you consider a bit of a death by the spike, but you know, it's double digits for Order now, and there is a purchase at least for Notick to come on through.
Now, well played from Texter there to do a very big thing in 4 big frags to close out the round. Of course, though, it was just the opening aggression that came through. You know, he was able to utilize the Rolling Thunder, force them away. Of course, the paranoia was great up into Heaven as well, keeping it Calmsy at bait. So very excellently played by the side of Order here to find double digits. Now they're only 3 rounds away from success here, and that will be us done, Dion, if we are able to continue to go this one further. Like, done, aside from a cheeky little podcast, which we'll get to shortly, but...
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate.
Very nicely done. Ooh, and we will have a winner's interview.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Who do you think it would be with?
I actually don't know. Maybe like Dick Stacy or someone. I'm just trying to think of who. Oh, maybe Tux. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of personalities here. No real quiet members.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever spoken to any of any of the members on the Order side, so that would be quite nice to behold. No tick for that matter as well. But as we do get into it, Tux is gonna a little Calmsy into his grave, and now it is all on to the likes of Noisia. 1 versus 4 engagement, a flank to come out from none other than Autumn, and the timing, it doesn't permit him the vision just yet, but that recon bot will be destroyed, and now he knows he'll take the kill away from Tux, as you do see that operator echo through. That's 11 for Order, 1 away from at least guaranteeing overtime, and 1 after the fact from claiming it out 2-0, where, I mean, technically it wouldn't mirror my prediction, but I guess, you know, you can still see that Notick has put up a good fight if they do lose it.
Here.
They definitely have.
Thanks.
You know, frequent 17 and 13, looking really good here, but man, Autumn still edging closer to 30 now, as he continues to charge on up. But yeah, only needing 2 more rounds Order, but I definitely don't think Notick can be super disappointed with the result. Sure, there was a couple of rounds that I definitely think they had in the bag there on Ascent, but unfortunately did let it sort of slip away. Pixel obviously went huge on that map, and there we go. Infrequent to open up and deny the big man on campus, which has been Autumn. And Tux, he's going to get up close and personal, but Ellen Page is just on the other side. And he will get the dark cover down to give him some extra space as well. Tux looking for a potential peek, but he walks on through, and cheeky little boy there as he does dash away.
Dash away indeed. The affordance to the first kill is quite good for Notick right now. If they can find the second one as well, it would definitely be a round that they'll be able to capitalize and maybe look to bring it back into this game to at least try and send it into that overtime stature. There is the Hunter's Fury I was going to mention, but it's already going to be brought out. Pixel is going to get tagged by it as well. Is he going to get finished though? Doesn't look like it, so at least still alive. Pixel though will get swung on by Disco. Great shots from Noisia to claim 2. This is a bit of carnage to be collected around the B site, but the spike is down. Sicko with Rolling Thunder doesn't need to use it just yet. A bit early, a bit presumptuous potentially, but he will take the shock dart into his body.
30 seconds left.
The advantage is here for Notick.
And Notick having that control now, you know, of the spike, and obviously so much work needs to be done here. It is a 3 versus 2, but how do they sort of approach this now? Ellen Page holding it. Texter does find the additional frag though, but now they have the information. Still needing to find that spike. Dick Stacy is in the position, but they've dropped him down. And Dick Stacy, I'm sure he was confident that old mate was going to be able to find that. Oh my God, almost the trade across. But in the end, no, it will be, of course, Sicko to lock it down for Notick. Very nicely done here as Notick. They are still in it to win it.
Still in it to win it as well, Mitch. I guess for a lower bracket, you know, what could be classed as I guess a semi-final, hey, before you get into that grand final, what's it called? Consolidation final, that's the one. You'd love to see all 3 maps be played out. So I'm definitely hoping to see all 3 to extend it, to give to both teams the big old chance. But if you're able to take it as a 2-0, you know, you're able to assert your dominance. And I guess if order to do that, you know, it'll make them right and ready, hot under the collar. I guess maybe not too to be seen there against EXO Clan, who you would expect to be warming up in the piece, to be maybe even watching this game, see if Order are leading in tendencies, leaking any of the strats that they might be able to counter-strat towards. So we will wait and see maybe when we get in towards the Mac and Avril show, when they look to take us through the grand final a little bit later. But for now, it is Kongmodo infrequent to start off onto Autumn. That is a big player taken out early.
Autumn has unfortunately given a couple of those opening picks, so now it is time for his teammates to shine and try and support him through into this position. They are looking to peek around, and the information now will be gathered. Tux is up all on his lonesome, but it is a 4 versus 4. Fault line will put him into an awkward situation. That box is very wall bangable as well, but infrequent. He's been forced away in this position. Sicko's going to be able to find the frag on a Tux, and Texter good to take it on too. Oh my god, oh my god. So many things are occurring back and forth here, because now look at the positioning from Pixel. Dick Stacy, he's already found 2, but how is he going to be able to go for this plant? Surely he is aware of the prospect that there might be a flank, and he absolutely is. Gets the plant for hell, and now where does he choose to walk this round out? He might even be able to get his way into heaven here.
It's going to be a bit of a hard one to come in for the retake, unfortunately. Dick Stacy, even with that recon bolt, if he shot it through, you know, vulnerability stance, never bring out Util in the 1 versus 1 unless you're safeguarded, unless you know where they are. To buy big time to push the issue. He will get a Hunter's Fury regardless of kill or death right now. Paint shells out, the defuse from Pixel. He's going to get shouldered. He's going to get bodied by Dick Stacy. Very well played from Order. Resilience showcased as best as possible. And now, Mitch, that means any slip-ups, any falterings from Notick will, I think, we'll see them depart, which is, you know, I guess ultimately for them to be able to get into this, you know, double elimination bracket, they'll be pleased with themselves, and to push this far, to get this close against one of the, you know, maybe, what would you say, first, second team in the region is really, really well.
Yeah, now for sure. I'm excited to see, though, now that Autumn is fired up, what they might actually be able to do against EXO if they're successful in this round, of course. But, you know, never gonna count them out, as they still do have that one more opportunity here, or Notick, if they win the next 3, they can take it to overtime, but already up on the site, that's going to be Tux. The Aftershock's going to put him into an awkward situation, but now he can move up and clear. Disco's found 1, but there we go, another. Tux does get 1 more, and now there is Autumn looking to pick up his 30, if so possible, but what does he end up with? I think that's 29, but very, very nicely done. Autumn to go huge and to secure your victory for Order here. That is an excellent play, 2-0 in the series, and of course that is a 13-9 score line. Man, Order putting on a show for us this morning.
I think the only maybe thing that would be the disappointment scenario for Order Army right now is that the 30 bomb wasn't actually seen out by Autumn. Regardless, though, a 2-0 victory will be very well fought for them, and a big effort to be seen from the likes of Notick as well. 13-11 and now 13-9. Close games. Absolutely love it. But man, you just look at this scoreboard right now, you know, infrequent up on 20 there. No one in double digits on that assistive mark like we saw in the previous one from the likes of Pixel. But yeah, there is one player in this matchup, this best of 3 here, which stood above and beyond in this map, and that is Autumn, man. Like, he's 1 away from doubling out the closest person on his team. That is just nuts.
Yeah, pretty incredible. And to have so many of those frags found in the first half as well, where his team basically needed him. So we are going to show to a very, very short break, guys, before we do prepare, of course, for... Oh, never mind. No, we're actually not having a break. Sorry. It's usually take the short break and then we go for the interview. But I have been told in my ears that we do have texts that come in very, very soon. I'm actually excited to ask this guy a couple of questions, because it's been really, really cool to see him on that breach. Obviously, you know, he moved away from the stage a little while ago, started to play sort of the duelist line with Phoenix, but then now given really, really good on that one. And, you know, keen to hear how he feels the new roster is going as well. So, yeah, look, massive shouts to Order. Big success from them to be able to move and face off against, of course, the boys at EXO in the grand final again. But EXO, they've got that 1 map advantage, Dion. What do you think that means to them?
I think that for EXO, it will mean a lot. I think that Order, they can't say that it means nothing because we've seen in the previous history that EXO have been able to topple over Order and launch for that matter as well. So it definitely is going to be that advantage for EXO, but they need to not get too up themselves. I think they still need to be really reserved and they still need to be giving it their all because Order is one of those teams that they get struggled against. It gives them a good competition.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think it's the main thing as well. You say exactly that, right? EXO, I don't exactly think they have too much of an ego, but it's definitely something that they need to keep down because they know they're the best team in the region, right? They have been for so long. But I think it's very, very important for them to again, as you mentioned, keep reserved. But now that we have got Texter available, let's bring him in and ask him a couple of questions to the big fella who has, of course, been looking very, very good inside this competition. Do we have Texter on the line? Now we do. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Yeah, no, very, very
well,
good,
man.
my man. Yeah, no, awesome. Look, hey, I just want to say, man, congratulations so far. It's been awesome to watch you guys in the competition. Your game against EXO yesterday was super, super close and probably one of the best best matches we've seen in this region so far. How you guys been feeling with the new roster and adding Autumn and Disco?
I think just to give a little bit of credit and history to why we made the changes in the first place. Obviously, Trav Wizard, he came out. He was dealing with a lot of health issues, so he couldn't continue. So obviously that forced their hand, and we saw the opportunity to potentially get a bit more firepower. And so we thought Ferg liked a bit on the firepower department. So then we picked up Kayla and Cam, and they've been absolutely wonderful for us. They've been doing really well individually, as you guys have seen. Like they've been popping off throughout the event, which is really good to see. And yeah, we're just happy. We're just trying to progress at a steady rate with our strategic game. So yeah.
Yeah, the individuality, as you say, just there. Cal was able to get 29 kills in that second map there to close it out 2-0 for you guys. Absolutely insane. A personal note for you've come from the Sage onto the Breach now. In seeing that Pixel has brought out that Sage, are you maybe thinking that you want to go back, or are you set in stone on this sort of Breach?
Nah, I don't think Sage is really competitive in the pool at the moment, just because of what they did to her. Like, it's just like obviously she's still strong on certain maps, but Breach or whoever you want to play else, like out of all the other agents, is just a stronger character compared to Sage. So yeah, I don't think you guys will see me on Sage, even though I'd fucking love to play. Oh, sorry, swearing. I'd love to play. I'd love to play Sage.
Sage is so much fun, man. It's brutal what they did to her, nerfed her into the ground. Sucks to see it. But, nah, man. Look, on the other back of it, like, how does it feel to have to be dropping into this lower bracket? Like, are you guys changing anything in the shift up? Because obviously EXO, sure, they do have that one map advantage, but we were talking about it before. They can't hold any sort of higher ego because I definitely reckon you guys have got the chance to bring it back. Are you guys prepared to go into that with the one map disadvantage?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure how the veto works, but I assume that they just get to quote unquote pick / ban the map that they want, like to get the one map advantage. So then the other 4 maps it'll probably be the exact same veto, I think, from what we just saw. And yeah, I think we've made adjustments. Like we've obviously looked at the games and saw like just these little micro errors where we made mistakes, and we'll be looking to catch them off on those rounds. But yeah, we're very confident moving into that matchup.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it because there's only 4 maps that we can use. It'll probably be like one team picks and the other team gets the side or something like that. So, we'll be able to see some really good games to come through. I want to bring it back to this one before we close it on. Did you feel like Notick were going to be able to potentially take it at any chance? Because we did see in the past, that overtime that they pushed you through to already, it was looking really close on Ascent. Did it feel like at any point that it may have been taken away from you?
At least individually, no. Like I really focus on working with our performance coach Jazz. We've only had one session with him so far because we're such a brand new team, but he's always tried to instill just playing in the moment and things like that, just focusing on things that we can control. So those are things we don't really look at, to be honest. We just try to focus on the things that we can control. So awesome. At least at that point in the game, I was very confident in our ability and our practice and everything that we've put forward. And I was very confident we could close it out, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Matt, mate, before I send you off, dude, it's been really, really nice to see the plant-based gamer hitting the screen and, making a big name for himself. But is there anything that you want to say to your community or the public or before we wrap up and go into this grand final?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks for all the support everyone's been giving me individually towards my stream or with the new team now with Order. Just excited to see where we can all go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, man. It's a pleasure, and we'll see you in the grand final. Take care, buddy.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, well, that is awesome to be able to hear from Texter, the big fella right now. He's, an incredible player, and it's been sick to see his resilience, moving through from CS into Valorant, taking a chance on that new opportunity, and obviously coming under the Order banner. But look, Dion, any final sort of thoughts before we do wrap it up? There is going to be some extra stuff on the show shortly before we do move through. We're going to bring up the bracket to see again what we have actually witnessed during the course of the weekend. But Dion, run us through.
I guess, EXO Clan as dominant as ever, though they do drop a map in their upper bracket run to Notick and to Order to get them into the grand final. But it is that map advantage now going to battle against the big dogs in Order. I guess you could say, Mitch, that expected grand final to come through. We were lucky enough to, play the grand final yesterday in that best of 3 status that we'll see. But of course, it's going to be the warm welcome into Mac and Avril eventually. It's going to be a ripper of a series. Make sure everyone does get ready and tune in to watch that one.
No, exactly right. Well, thank you guys again for watching us. That is effectively, from a competition standpoint, myself, Konkmoto, signing out. So it has been the the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational. We will have the podcast shortly. Thank you again to the Chiefs, and of course, being powered by Intel. My name has been Mitch Conky Con Cannon. Alongside me, as always, the ever handsome Dion Komodo Perrotta. We'll see you guys back very, very shortly.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes. If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1 month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Hello, everyone. Edition of Run It Back presented by Snowball. We're slotted in for the Chiefs tournament. How awesome is that? That's really awesome. Glad to be here. Ducky, I'm sure you're glad to be here as well. And two wonderful guests. It's not like they're not even guests. I mean, they've been running the show for half the day already. Konki and Komodo.
We're the guests.
Welcome, guys. Yeah, we're the guests. How you
We're
going,
intruding
fellas?
on this.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling okay. I'm a little bit tired. I ended up because I had a really interesting day. I went out Friday, got Korean barbecue, got too drunk, then slept badly, then got up at 8 to cast all day, napped for 2 hours between 5 and 7, slept badly again, and now I'm here kind of just running on adrenaline. But hey, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, I did the Friday and the Saturday stuff with Mitch as well. We had a little bit of a gaming night last night. Ultimately, I just kind of kept it quiet, contained. I'm still technically locked down in Melbourne right now, so there's not much that I can do in my area. But yeah, get through that final there. You see order into EXO and just kind of rolling with it.
You guys have done a fantastic job with casting. Now, before I get into the nitty gritty with stuff, just in case some of you fakes may not be aware of the Run It Back podcast, we are live every Tuesday at Wednesday, right at 8, which we've changed that over time. So live every Wednesday at 8, where we talk about anything in the Valorant Oceanic scene. We do global news as well. We talk about new agent changes, maps, etc. A bunch of stuff. We do a variety of different stuff at Run It Back, and one of the sole reasons why we decided to do it as well, to get some of the players in, to get some of the talent in. We've had Konki on there before as well, of course. So yeah, if you are really interested into that stuff, Wednesday we'll be there.
Come check us out at Snowball Esports on Twitter and snowballesports.com. You can see the lovely little jersey behind Racket representing the Snowball brand. You got the little presented sign down the other way because I can't point on camera. But that's enough about us. We're here obviously to talk about the L'Oreal Men Expert Invitational, brought to you by the Chiefs and powered by Intel. It's been an absolutely amazing tournament so far. Well, I really just want to cap this off so far with Konki Komodo. Looking back at the tournament so far, what has been the best match so far?
Oh, damn, best match. The series that we had between EXO and Order was really, really cool. Like, I felt like that was one of the games where we really got to see EXO tested. And I felt like even to a point where Order kind of let the chokehold slip a little bit. Same could be said. I think we had a really, really close game just before between Order and Notick as well. Most exciting game, though, probably was like really like an awakening, I feel like, when Notick took Haven off of EXO. That was such a good game. Infrequent was going insane, and everything was really, really wild. But I think just overall, we've had a lot of consistently solid results, and I think a lot of upsets in the group stage. Obviously, Legacy beat EXO, and then got knocked out of the tournament somehow. And then Rip and Tear was tied up as the first seed. So lots of crazy things happened, and I'm just so stoked that the Chiefs managed to put this event on.
Yeah, yeah. What about you, Komodo? Actually.
Mitch has commentated more of the games because he slotted in with Mac, of course, yesterday. So I was like kind of watching all that I could for all the games that have been broadcasted. Shout out to Two Tap Tony as well for being able to do those other games on the on his own channel with Massey there. Big props to them. I think for me, it was that EXO versus Order game yesterday. Like, it was an absolute ripper of a series with just all the clutches to come on through, all those individual stellar plays, and just the team dynamics and strategies and stuff. Like an early grand final, which was, I guess, what we were expecting and stuff. So that would have been my highlight play. But that's not to take anything away from any of the other games that I did, right? Like, they were really cool to witness as well. Like, Notick in this one gave Order a really good fight.
Definitely. And speaking of, actually, we can talk a little bit about that since you guys are fresh straight out of that match. What did you guys particularly think of that match overall? Did it go as expected in terms of the scoreline? Were there some surprises there?
It's hard because I never want to ever say that a team like threw a lead, but basically that's what happened, man. It's like the second that they were attacking the B side of Ascent, it was, I think, 11-10, where they were just about to secure the 12th round. And then for some reason they had the spike. It was a 5 versus 3. And then they just start like running towards the smoke that Dick Stacey was just blindly spraying through, back to a 3-on-3. And then somehow they retook it in that 3-on-3 situation. So look, obviously a lot of exciting things came out from that one. The result was, I guess, what you would say expected, but it was really nice to see. And I think, Pixel, he he had an incredible series. Obviously, on the first map is Sage, a little bit quieter on the Raze than the next map, but my eyes were on Autumn. Man, that guy went huge. Obviously, I think he had like 24 kills in the first half.
Yeah,
I think it was like 23, and I think it was really truly the tale of two Order players, and Auden stepped up. I can't think you can forget about Dick Stacy's heroic in map 1. Like, he also dropped 26 frags in the first map.
He did.
Had something like 300 ACS, which is one of the highest for the tournament so far. Like, he was absolutely on fire from round 1, and it really showed, and that was enough to obviously get Order over the line in that close map, because that went all the way through regulation. But I feel like this was like almost an extension of the series that we saw against Notick and Order in the group stage, where that went to overtime when they played on Ascent. It was 15-13. That was the series that I think put Notick on notice for a lot of people. I know that the community opinion on them was a bit divided heading into this series, but like after making it this far into the Invitational, like all eyes are going to be on them, looking forward to the future events.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Like, Notick is one of those teams that I would say in this one could have been seen as an underdog story. You know, a lot of teams are not really knowing of the names on this roster. Me and Mitch, of course, and maybe you guys as well, with a couple of the names being in the CSGO era of things. So we knew them. But definitely, you know, I predicted a 2-1 for Order in that one, you know, by the history from what we've seen from Notick, by the consistency and that team actually looking, you know, really capable together and being able to rely on those individual players as opposed to like the whole team dynamic every single round stuff was really good to be able to witness. So I guess a little bit of a heartfelt defeat for them in the end because it nearly got into overtime in map number 1. As Mitch touched upon, that like that's a slip up quote, you know, giving away the rounds and everything. But yeah, map 2, I guess, you know, the back and forth approach as well over on Haven was looking really kind of nice, but Order, they just cross over the line where they need to and they're able to take victory.
and it's certainly very interesting, isn't it? Because one of like the championship qualities, especially of Valorant, is to, you know, seal the deal on these maps. And as you mentioned, Conky, like a few mistakes coming out from the side of Notick in Order, they're very quick to seize that up.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that's a really, really good thing for Order to be able to do, you know, like capitalize on mistakes, because that's something that you pretty much have to do if you want to take out some of these maps successfully. But, you know, look, I think everyone really showed up to the plate, because by the time that Autumn was, you know, having his really, really dominant first half, he did start to slow down a little bit onto the second half. And that's where, you know, you saw your obviously Dick Stacy's, your Tucks and everything catch up and really sort of start to put some dominant results through. I was super impressed by Texter. Seeing him on the breach is really, really nice and refreshing. You know, we spoke to him obviously in the interview just before coming into the show, and yeah, look, he's an excellent personality in the scene. I think we're blessed to have him, and you know, pumping out the streams and everything. I'm sure Dick Stacy will be back on the streams too. So Order looking really, really good. I also, cheeky little pointer that I'm sure you probably did pick up on, Dion, as well, but mentioned Jez, a mental coach for Order. So that's clearly a new addition, which I think is really cool.
I actually wanted to ask him about that one as well, but, you know, kind of limited by the time for them to get ready to the grand final and for us to come on to this as well. But like, yeah, to get on Jez, you know, everybody I think might know who Jez is. Of course, Jez's list, you don't want to be on that one, but nah, really, really cool to see.
I'm wondering if it's a different Jez. I'm sure that he would be the mental coach.
I mean, if it is that one, that'd be hilarious, but I actually don't know, hey. Because, like, a world in which it is that Jez, I mean, he's got a lot of experience, right? He's, like, top-level player. Yeah.
I'll just see in the chat. I'll butt in for one thing, but Avril's gone. Question for Conky: how were you loud enough for a neighbor to pick up? And so basically, the scenario is, so if you guys, so just like literally just there, I think you can see the fence. That's the neighbor's house. And normally I'll have this door always closed, just out of habit. I'm like kind. I understand that I'm loud, but I've been thought today, you know, it's a Sunday, it's a nice day, want to get some fresh air in, and I haven't been swearing or anything, so it's not like a normal stream where I'm just loud and obnoxious. It's been doing my job, right? So then I just see this head poking over, like I heard some sound. I was like, hang on a second, and my mic was still hot, so I've just seen his head like peer over the fence and just yell at me, and I stared him in the eyes like with fire, and just closed the door slowly and came back and sat down. So, yeah. Anyway, whether that'll be resolved, I'm moving out soon. I'm actually looking forward to moving out because I'll have an office. God bless.
I was actually going to say, like, when are you doing that? Because I know, like, me and you, we obviously talk a lot, and this is the 4th day we've been commentating together in a row this week, which is dude, pretty good. I'm not sick of your voice, surprisingly, which is kind of weird, I guess. But I was going to wonder, like, yeah, when is the move coming up? Is anything set?
There's a place that like asked us for all this extra stuff that I reckon we'll get approved for, but there's like one in Leaderville which is sick, and it's like a boys' house, I guess you'd think, like, or a lad's house kind of place. So potentially that'll pop up shortly. And there's another one that's a little bit sort of closer to my place, but that one has like this massive downstairs area that's awesome. That's like this big ass rumpus room, like pool table kind of space. But we'll see what comes up. But nah, man, I'm really excited to get into a new space and have a friend with me again. But look, with the cat, I think it's pretty hard to get a spot that's like that everywhere says like no pets. So anyway, we'll get there eventually. But back to the show.
Yeah, a nice little detour there, talking about life, and apparently the chat has cleared up. That it is a different Jez,
I thought
so it's a different one.
So. I was like, there is no way it's that Jez dude.
Needs to clear up a lot.
Yeah, but it's a good move by Order. Like, we're seeing it a lot more across a lot of teams across the world, and obviously Pantsdown is probably the most notable example here in Australia with Michelle Payne. They've obviously got the esports psych there, so it's a great thing to pick up. And I think that, you know, as there's only so far that player skill can take you, and it's really in these big tournaments that you see the way the mental fortitude of players really gets tested, and, you know, sticking together, being able to keep your composure, and that's the kind of thing that maybe edged out Order a round or two to finally get back to this rematch against EXO.
I mean, one of the examples you can use as well, I'm pretty sure this happened in the Rip and Tear match as well, right? Where Rip and Tear had a little bit of an advantage coming on it. It might have been on Ascent. My memory will come back to me. I'm pretty sure it was on Ascent, but a similar sort of fashion was what happened today there with Notick. It's just maybe that little bit of extra will help them in the end. Of course, in the future match that will happen for the grand final, which we'll talk about a little bit later on with the map advantage, that is going to be something to play into the match as well. But something to talk about as well is the storylines throughout this tournament. There are a bunch of really cool ones. You know, Rip and Tear is a good example of a team that, you know, was seeded last, I believe, and them doing quite well. What do you guys think? What's like the most interesting storyline coming into this tournament, or what you've witnessed so far?
I think I'm really excited to see the legacy timeline. And I know obviously there's been a couple of bigger rosters that didn't get into this one as well. So like, you know, the Akatsuki got picked up by Direwolves. I think they're a really good sniff. And also Gravitas, you know, that roster has the capacity to look pretty good too. So obviously those guys were out of the comp. But I think the other rest, you know, really sort of does start to settle that top 8. Legacy, you know, obviously beating EXO and then losing out in the comp is a pretty crazy prospect, really, to think about. And they definitely, I know that when they continue to work on what they've got going, you know, they've only had like a week or two to prac. That'll be really cool. I think Rip and Tear is a great story as well, because obviously they are the same 5 that they were when they first came into Valorant. Obviously, they're all, if anyone remembers along the time, they were Pork, I think they used to go by in CS back in the day. They actually played WesG in China by playing some like random qualifier that they managed to get over to that competition to, which is really, really funny. So for them to be able to go toe to toe with EXO and actually make it into that spot, taking Order to, or was it Notick? It must have been Order to overtime, right? In that first match, I think it was. On Ascent, 14-12, I think the scoreline was. But yeah, man, like that's huge. They're for a group of young players still as well. Like they haven't got a whole lot of worldly experience, but you know, Void's obviously amazing. He's played international CS and that kind of stuff. So I think they're great. And I'm just trying to think on the other side, I guess Notick, you know, they're a really, really incredible team. And I've been watching them play a fair bit. It didn't even register who they sort of were for a second, because Infrequent, he's obviously been around on my radar for a very, very long time. I used to love his aggressive AWPing style on Counter-Strike. So nice to see that he's settled into the jet operator position, and he was really, really good finding those opening picks with the Blade Storms and all that kind of stuff. And so they're an excellent team to watch too. But I think the real cool one that really settles at the top for me is Order. You know, taking a bit of a gamble. Obviously, we got the insight from Texter in the sense that Wizard had to step down due to some health issues, and then obviously it was kind of a trade out because look, Ferg, you know, he's an incredible brain for the game, and I think that is the one thing. Like, he's always been a great player, but it was kind of, you know, a quote unquote upgrade to be able to pick up a Disco and an Autumn, and then, you know, it's clear that obviously how good Disco was in regards to being consistent on that Omen, and then for Autumn to just have these crazy results on the Cypher, that's pretty nuts for me.
It's interesting that you bring up Infrequent as well, because looking at the stats from this tournament so far, he's the second highest rated player based on ACS. He's got like a 258 ACS, which is very, very good when you're looking across a tournament where he's played like 10 maps keeping up that high performance. You know, he's been that fragging star Notick have needed, because I feel like Notick, they have a good strat book. Like, I really enjoy Notick's strat book with the Sage. They've got really interesting things that you might not see as much in Oceanic Valorant. It's more of an Asian style of Valorant when you watch someone like Vision Strikers play.
Yeah.
You know, that's the kind of style Notick play. And I think they've got it down to a T. They're one of the better teams in Oceania that can actually pull off that style of play. But just being able to have that fragging power, those guys behind that can really not only bring the strategies to life, but when things kind of get a little bit shaky, they can bring it back on the frags themselves. And we've seen that with him frequent. And even Pixel deserves a shout out this tournament so far. I think he's 6th when it comes to ACS. And, you know, if you're a Sage player and you're getting 6 in ACS, you're doing something right.
I think one of the biggest things as well is that a lot of teams in the region, like, people might know who their names are and everything, but they need to separate themselves, and they need to be, you know, finding some sort of niche in the region, because you've always got those teams that'll pick out, you know, the same agent pool, you know, on the maps, right? We're seeing time and time again the same 5 agents be brought over on the same maps, and for teams to be able to change it up, like your Notick and stuff, they are trying to diversify themselves in our region, and in picking up, you know, other regions, I guess, strategies, and you know, trying to be reminiscent of that, like your Vision Strikers, like your Jupiter and stuff. It can really lead you in tune to find your own sort of pathway in our region, and not necessarily like be an extremely top of the top team for that, but if you're able to make that work and catch up those upper teams, you can climb the ranks, and you're doing it of your own volition, right? You're trying to find your own pathway as opposed to just following in everybody else's footsteps, which is really good. And that's why coming into this, you know, I said that I want to track Notick. I see big potential in them, and I think you know, the experience that the likes of Noisia and Frequent can bring to that roster is really good, and it'll look for the big containment on the rest of the team to just make sure that they are a well-oiled machine. They can go far.
And this is, I think, one of the really important things too, is for players in the region that are still developing. Obviously, the game still so new. I think there's going to be metas that shift up hard. Obviously, Riot, they're very active in their nerfing and buffing of characters and agents and that kind of stuff. And there'll be map changes too, I'm sure. So I think, you know, if you're a budding Valorant player that's going to be developing and improving over time, I definitely recommend watching, you know, like some of the games that are, of course, happening in the other regions. Definitely watch those competitions. There is so much Valorant going on right now with the First Strike stuff and all that kind of things. And also watching the individual pro players that are streaming too. You know, like you think of all the big names like your Brax, your Wardells and stuff like that. Then even in our region, you've got your Plixes, Dizzy, Textile, all those guys that you can actually watch and understand and learn the way that they play the game, both in and out of competition, is a really cool thing to me that we've got that capacity to do so now. Because one of the biggest downfalls, I always, you know, tie things back to CS due to my roots there, but people being lazy and just thinking that they can rock up to the game under practiced and still do okay just based off their aim.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Also adding on to that, sort of with this conversation sort of about agents as well, we do have some stats. Omen, I believe, ended up at 100% pick rate throughout this whole tournament. I think, Ducky, you might have the updated spreadsheet there available, so you're the statistician that maybe can lead us through some of this stuff.
Look, these are from stats from, I did this up last night, so it's not actually reflecting what's happened in this series, but it's pretty much, Omen's been picked by everyone. He's a must pick, but I feel like there's a few things that we do really need to highlight. The first of them we've already talked about is Pixel Sage on Notick. Obviously, he's the only guy to pick it this entire tournament so far, and he's played it 6 times. Yeah, and we've seen the Viper as well, and that was picked by Iron twice for EXO. And I guess the other surprising one for me as well is that Killjoy, which is something that you might see picked, especially if you've been watching the NSG tournament over in NA for First Strike, where it has about a 15% pick rate, and even in like LPL Challenger and Evo, it's picked. In so far, hasn't been picked once.
It was an interesting one, hey, because when Killjoy came out, I still remember it was at the time where I was actually practicing for Rise of Valor, I think it was. And, you know, we had a pretty decent little team together and getting it all done, and we played some scrims. And I remember hearing the first time that the Nano Swarm popped, I almost died, like lost my mind. Hey, like if you can go 100-0 when they could pop something on the other side of the map, whereas now you see a Killjoy and it's like, doesn't even make you mad. You're kind of like, oh yeah, whatever, it's Killjoy. Whereas initially, like when people didn't understand how to go up against her, and obviously she was, as classic Riot fashion, released something extremely broken, then nerf it into the ground about a month later. So the classic, right? But so like I actually appreciate that Cypher still stays relatively in the meta, you know, used as that sentinel around the utility. I definitely think his kit is better than Killjoy's, because Killjoy did sort of focus around like damage as opposed to utility. So yeah, I think that's cool. But I am happy that Killjoy's not as regularly used.
It's one of those things though, right? It's like agents will come out and they need the sort of grace period to be balanced. That's why you don't see them get put into tournaments straight away. So like when Sky comes in, if we don't see a balance to her, that's going to be quite brutal. I feel like teams are going to opt for big flashes. But it's like, you derive it back to all of that cool stuff. Like we've seen the changes. I think the changes for Cypher now, where when Cypher dies, you can see all of the utility and stuff cool. It's interesting because it's like the trap wires could be still played from beyond the grave. Now they kind of can't because you see them. But I mean, if you're not like pride-eyed to it, I guess you could still get tripped out by them. So ever so changing. I can't wait for a day though that we'll have more maps, like a 7-kit pool that you can get proper veto systems and agent bans. I think we're maybe say like two years away from maybe having bans of agents come through. But when that happens, like then we'll really start to get into where the scene of Valorant will grow, hopefully continue to grow before then, because it's like it's in a weird state, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of all the anxiety that came out from Sky. Like, sorry, Ducky, just to finish that part on. Like, I was lucky enough to have the Sky on my team, and the second I heard it go, "One's blinded" or whatever, I just literally like wanted to take my headset off and just walk away. I'm like, why are we playing this game? This is just absurd, man. But so hoping that she will be at least have that part nerfed soon. But anyway, we'll see.
And it's interesting because we're talking about in a post-patch 111 world right now, which like majorly shook up the Sentinels that we're seeing in Cypher and Killjoy, where like Dion mentioned the change with the Cypher traps being visible and disabled when after he dies, and there was even more changes where like he can't pick up his pennies now after the round ends, and it's the same with Sage's alarm bot, and when Sky comes into the meta, she can't take her heal into the next round. So, you know, when we're looking at Sentinels in the meta right now, when we used to see like a double Sentinel, or even on Killjoy's release a triple Sentinel meta, now it's like one, if any. Like in the future, there is potential where Cypher's just not picked, and you know, in this tournament, like he's had a decent pick rate. You know, it's not the 100% that he once was, where he was over Omen. But you know, other teams are now experimenting comps without Cypher, and that could be the future.
It's a weird one, isn't it? Because it feels like there's a little bit of lacking in the Sentinel class, because you've got what? Your Cypher, your Killjoy, and your Sage. So you can technically have like two, like would be brought out from Notick, for instance, to bring them out again. Pixel on that Sage, and then the Cypher to be brought out from Calmsy. It is still definitely a thing that can be plausible and everything. I do wonder though, like, are we going to see teams that will build comps around like those three? Because that could be like just lockdown, right? Like you think about it, you got, because once upon a time we did see that, right? We saw the Killjoy and the Cypher come out, not as opposed with the Sage, but it was like sights locked down. But post 1.1, Killjoy's now radius of her abilities and stuff that changes it. So they have to stay at the sides, because you could literally leave B, for instance, on Ascent with all the utility of Killjoy and Cypher everywhere, and you could just focus on mid and A and then play retake. It was like disgusting.
Yeah, and now that's a 40 meter radius where everything just disables. It's just huge. It forces her to stay onto the site, and it really takes away the potential to just play retake with her.
Yeah, they're changing it to sort of like a more anchor type style, I suppose. Like that's what Riot wants Sentinels to be as well, right? But I'm going to skip ahead. MVP question has been raised. You know, this is what the people want to know, fellas. You know, you guys are experts of the scene, of course. You know, so who could potentially, you know, be up for that prize?
So
what do you reckon, Dion?
In my mind, I'd be tossing up between Infrequent, Plix, and Dick Stacy. The kill carrying to come out from Infrequent, the resilience and just the repetitiveness to come out from him is really good. Plix is always a player that will shine through no matter what game he touches. You know, his history in Counter-Strike, in Overwatch, he's played high level in both of those games. Like now coming into Valorant, absolutely extreme. Like if people want to go follow a history, a storyline from a player in OCE, go look at Plix. It's amazing. And Dick Stacy, like to come on through, like yes, his second game was a little bit quieter in that best of 3 that we just witnessed, but his first one, like everything coming through from that exactly right. Like the whole team of Order, you can have one player that is lackluster, but they'll still be able to pick each other up, because it's like they're a full team that is really solid. So for Dick Stacy on map number 1, like it was just fragging up a storm. His arrows revealing was stellar. The multi frags to come out from him, I would say for me it's between those 3 players.
I'm the exact same on the 3 players. I suppose though, like Plix always shines out a little bit more to me. I'm not usually a person that likes to just like blatantly look at stats and be like, this is the reason the guy's the best, because it always doesn't paint the picture. It's just like I remember RWS in ESEA. It basically just it made you play like a moron to like push and aggress for kills and only kills, because that's where your rating went high. And it's just so ridiculous because you could still like lose a round but have played good, and just be like, overpowered or something like that. But now I think the Plix is definitely the one who I've got my eye on for the competition. Infrequent's had an excellent game. Autumn obviously did pretty well as well. He's been a guy that's been on my radar for a very, very long time, as in games in general. But I'm definitely going to put my money on Plix for sure, unless he completely throws the grand final. I definitely think he's in it, because like looking at the stats right now, 263 ACS, 1.35 KD, 180 ADR, like that's incredible, man. Like thinking about that is 1.8 kills, almost 2 kills per round in 192 rounds of Valorant. That is just like unspoken and unheard of. And for him to also have a relatively deep map pool, because I saw him bring out the bloody Sova. Like I was, what? That's Bob's role. Like, what are you doing with that character?
Yeah, change ups is always good to see. Got a message in the chat though. Of course, RDW should be MVP for that 1 versus 5 with the Marshall. That was kind of fun. Did you guys?
That was clean.
I know Dapty would have caught that. Did you catch it, Rack?
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Like, whoa, I can't believe that just happened.
Oh my god! Midway through the day for that to happen, I just lost my mind. It was yeah.
It's interesting that you bring up Plix as well, because as much as we talk about him being a fragging presence, you brought up that he played Slover. He's the only player in the top 3 teams that we saw who have to have played more than 3 agents in this tournament. So he's played Raze, Reyna, and Sova. Everyone else has played 1 or 2. And so like that really shows that he's got the flexibility, and he's always had that flexibility. Like he made a name for himself on Reyna when the I guess the full title launched, but he's always been able to flex onto basically any pick, duelist or otherwise, and absolutely prove up a storm. I feel like this is the first tournament in a while though that we haven't had Crunchy in the MVP discussion, because it like amazing player, and he still had a really good tournament when you look at it. Like it's just not the Crunchy that has absolutely popped off every single time. And I think it's because we've seen these players like Pix, we've seen these players on EXO like Dizzy, who have absolutely done the heavy, like not necessarily the heavy lifting, but they've really, really shone bright. And even if we're looking at Crunchy's stats right now, he's still positive KD. He might be performing below what his typical average is, but it's still been a really good tournament for EXO as a whole. And I feel like it's really hard to look past Plix as MVP as a whole.
One of the biggest interesting one for me, because it's simply like for Crunchy, I think him not being at the top is actually really good for him, because over the last couple of months, like I still remember watching him obviously become like, he was very outspoken about how he was going to be the best and how he's going to be, taking everyone to victory. He was going to be moving internationally. And I think he's kind of been humbled a little bit recently. I've noticed a bit of a change in personality with him, which is really, really good, because he's obviously a massive advocate of, all aim, who cares, everything else will come with it. But recently watching him pick up the Omen, it's actually encouraged him to play like less of a moron. And I am so proud of him, because he's come along as a player so far. And I feel like it's almost sort of like subtly, you won't see it because his ego's still there, but subtle. It's like a proud dad almost, like watching him, because putting in the supporting ability that Omen still brings, like for him as a character, like as an agent, he's still got fragging power, but he doesn't need to do it. So I think exactly like seeing it in the chat, people like Bob and also Plix actually set up, and Crunchy, set up for Plix and Dizzy. Like, so they are the ones that are probably like the MVPs in their own right. Which is why EXO have become such a good team, because it's not about 5 ridiculously good aimers. It's now about like, Plix and Dizzy sort of at the forefront, and then I and Crunchy and Bob being the glue that keeps the team together. And that's why they're going to succeed internationally.
To back that up as well, it's like if you do stick, let's take those 3 for instance, Dizzy, Plix, and Crunchy. If you put those 3 players on duelist roles and everything, and they're always looking for the kills, looking to top the scoreboard, that team will crumble, right? Yeah. You can't have 3 like instigators in all of those duels. You have to have those sort of formalities set. Yes, you can have 2 players look to do for that because you've got the assistance of all those trades, but you can't have all of them looking for kills every time of the day. So I think for Crunchy, I back it up. He's got to be humbled in the fact that he's gone onto the Omen, which is, by all means, quite a supportive player in the game, But Omens can still come out with huge plays, you know, those paranoias to come on through, the smokes to divert attention and everything. So for him to pick that up, you know, once upon a time from Bubble Boys with Deoxide having, you know, the Omen and Crunchy was that frag, to be moving into this roster, you know, there is a point in time where in tournaments, in matches, you'll see Plix on the top, you'll see Dizzy on the top, you'll see Crunchy. It can change, and that's really against like who's going to be feeling it and who's going to be allowed the room to roam.
Those are some names for you fellas. And moving on, I suppose, to the final sort of topic of this discussion is the grand final. Fellas, predictions, who is the most likely to take out this championship?
It's a hard one because I know that obviously Order are going to have the you know, hype and power to actually push through from the one map disadvantage. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, it will likely be EXO. I think it'll probably be maybe a 3-1 or a 3-2. Like, I don't think, you know, they're going to have an easy run by any means. And I definitely think they can't get caught sleeping in any way, shape or form. But I know the good thing about EXO is they watch the games, they prepare accordingly, and they're going to be ready for it. Whereas Order, I think they're all going to have to firing on all cylinders to make sure they can actually get there. So my tip of the day, I'm going to say 3-1, but that's only because they have the one map advantage.
That's what I was going to say as well. I was going to say 3-1. I think it'll be Order to claim the second map, as opposed to the first, whatever it may be. I think the EXO are going to come into it guns a blazing, even though the Order would carry momentum from that first one. There's been a little bit of an hour to settle down to do what they need to. But yeah, I think it's going to be 3-1 to EXO, and I think that like one of the maps, I think it'll be a landslide. Honestly, I think one of them there'll be a slip up from someone, and someone will have to fight back. Bind will be weird. Bind will be very weird. I think that if you're Order, you want to have Bind as that final fourth map potentially to try and claim it early, or first to try to get it out of the way and then run back.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I hope we get the full 5 maps. Like, this is the one thing that we've missed from the EXO versus Order rivalry, is a full 5 map slugfest. Like, when you look back at ROV, that was a pretty quick 3-0 demolition, well 2-0 by the time that you account that they had the. So like, you know, that's the one thing that I look to is I'm like, I hope the storyline continues no matter what, and I think the storyline will continue between these two teams. They've been at the top of Oceanic Valorant since the very beginning. And now that we've seen Order with Autumn and Disco on the roster, they look refreshed. They look like a different team. And whether that's actually a strictly better team is potentially still yet to be seen. But they look like a completely revitalized team, and that's been really exciting to watch. Do I think this game can go to 5? Absolutely. I feel like when you look at the series that they played earlier, it was a little bit of a stumble from Order. And that was a really close series where every map basically went the full distance of regulation. So why wouldn't this change here? You know, maybe the Bind is the bogey pick. Maybe that is the pick that perhaps, you know, EXO can get ahead on. But if you look at the other 3 maps, it's gonna be super tight.
Yeah, I want to know. Are we going to see something in this grand final that these teams haven't brought out yet? Because of course, Iron has brought out the Viper in this tournament. That was a surprise, right? I want to see if they've been containing and holding something, because like if they are and it comes out and it works, man, props to them. But if it brings it out and it's like something that's unexpected but doesn't work, it'll kind of be like, well, yeah, a bit disappointing. So it's always got to have that gamble.
I bet.
I mean, when you look at it, I feel like Order like has more to gain from this. Like they've got the redemption arc kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps they pull out something that they haven't pulled out yet. Order's been a pretty strict team in their team comp so far throughout this tournament. And so, you know, maybe they do pull out something that we haven't seen yet and really take the region by surprise at quite possibly the perfect time, because first strike's just around the corner.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, it's time to wrap it up. Wait, actually, Ducky, you didn't make a prediction, mate. You said you wanted it to go long, but I need your prediction.
I sat on the fence. All right, I'm going EXO.
I want whoever has
I'm going EXO 3-2. I'm going EXO 3-2.
All right, EXO 3-1. Yeah, it's been a wonderful podcast. Thank you for allowing us to do this throughout the Chiefs Invitational. Been a great tournament so far. Everyone, thank you, Conky. Thank you, Komodo. You lads are wonderful. Ducky, of course, my co-host as well. And let's hope the grand final's good. So thank you very much, everyone, and take care.
Yeah, and if you liked what you saw with us and Rack, and we do this every Wednesday, 8:30 on the Snowball Esports Twitch channel. We also have Ravel, who is Avril coming right up, who's casting the grand final. He also joins us most weeks. So yeah, and obviously Konki, Komodo, you guys are now wrapped up for the broadcast. You know, you can now get some well-deserved rest. You know, how are you going to spend the rest of your Sunday?
My KFC is on the way, and then I'm going to go to sleep. I will have a quick nap, and then I think I'm going to catch up with my parents for a barbecue in the afternoon. So that should be really, really nice. I've got to put my washing out at some point, but I'll do that. That's eventually. Adult stuff is cringe, dude, but that's fine. But look, you know, I wanted to say a massive thank you to the Chiefs for putting on this event. Obviously, L'Oreal Men Expert for supporting it. The companies that are putting through the PCs as well for the giveaway. If my memory serves me correctly, M-Wave, Scorptech, Centacom, MSY, and PLE. Very well done to them, obviously, and obviously Tag Mods as well for giving us that amazing PC to give away to the community. And a massive shout out to obviously you guys, the Snowball team, production, Swifty, still got him in my ear, which is beautiful. Roots, who joined us, Huff Dog, man, everyone who has been a part of this event has done excellently. Casters, myself, Komodo, and obviously Mac and Avril, Two Tap Tony, Matsy. I can go on forever. But look, for me,
leave me some words.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it, dude. Look, for me, you know, if anyone wants to, I guess, plug myself, like, you know who I am, just stupid little bad gamer, but likes to cast and watch anime and stuff. So, you know, if you want to support me and check out my stuff, it's just pretty much Konki across the board for all that sort of thing. But no, again, thank you for supporting me and allowing me to do what I do, because I absolutely love it.
Yeah, just to back him up, you know, thank you to everyone that Mitch just said there. If you want to follow my journey and stuff, as well as the Konkmodo journey, you know, we're a pair these days, so we kind of, you know, I get sick of his voice a little bit, but it is what it is. We have some fun shenanigans. Follow us there. You know, my stuff is over this way. I can't even point. To credit, you know, Konki's gonna go.
The only one.
What? Konki's gonna do what he's gonna do. I'm gonna go chat to my brother because he's actually just won some sort of like Fortnite competition or something. So I'm gonna go congratulate him and see how he's done there. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Everyone, thanks for tuning in for us, Konki and I will say farewell. Ducky, Racket, thank you for putting us on. This has been great. My first time to be brought on the Snowball Runnerback show. But yeah, guys, enjoy that damn grand final. It's gonna be a big one.
Oh yeah.
Keep watching.
Keep watching. So yeah, thank you everyone. Take care. Avril and Mac will be your casters for the grand final. EXO Clan versus Order.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the grand finals of the L'Oreal Men Expert VALORANT Invitational. And of course, it is myself, Mac, and Avril, the big man over to my left, bringing you all the action for, the final game, the final matchup, the big best of 5, technically best of 4. It's going to have that one map advantage for the best of 5 for EXO. And of course, it is going to be EXO taking on Order for the grand final.
Absolutely. It's the one we've been waiting for, the rematch as well, coming through the two teams that I think most people had on their list in terms of who's number 1, who's number 2. Well, I mean, EXO come in as kind of defending champions from the Initiation Series era. Order themselves coming through as, previous champions coming through from OVO. This used to be Team Launch, and now on their new roster into the grand finals to face up versus EXO Clan again after they went down to EXO in the upper bracket final 1-2. But this time, it's going to be best of 5.
Yeah, so chance for redemption for Order, it seems. And it was a little bit scary earlier on. We did see Order almost lose that first map against Notick in the lower bracket final, but they managed to bring it back and end up winning 2-0 in the end. So relatively clean, but just got a little bit scary. Notick, obviously, a bit of a sleeper in terms of a team coming into the tournament. We didn't expect them to make it so far, but they got that 3rd position, and I think they're taking home a grand as well in terms of the prizing. So big congrats to them. But moving forward, of course, Order, they are looking to get this redemption. EXO, very happy with that win yesterday. Got the mornings to themselves to prepare for this matchup. I assume they were expecting to play Order in the grand final here, and I'm sure they are going to be ready to give us a very entertaining match indeed.
EXO have beaten both teams 2-1, so no matter who EXO go up against, they have a little bit of prior experience in this tournament alone in terms of facing up against that team, so the preparation will certainly have been there. Iron, I'm sure, would have been straight down into the books in terms of trying to counter strat, coming up with the strats as well to try and take down their opposition. Order as well, I think, want to come in with a sense of revenge on the table here. Again, these two teams have a bit of a rivalry in the OCE region, and that rivalry today will once again be shown.
Of course. And look, as you can have a quick look here, you can see the path that all these teams took in terms of in the finals. The group stage was a bit of a different story, which was only 2 days ago. This weekend's gone nice and quickly, hasn't it? Just a quick old 3-dayer. Of course, Rip and Tear not taking a map at all in the grand final, so going out in that 4th place. Notick, we were happy with them. We already mentioned that. And EXO, they've only dropped 2 maps so far, 1 to Notick, 1 to Order. And let's see if they drop any here in the finals. They need only 2 of the maps here in this best of 5 to close it out, because they do have that 1 map advantage. And the good thing is we get to see potentially all of the 4 maps today. So I think there's been a couple which we haven't seen these teams play on. I'm not sure if they've gone head-to-head on Ascent yet. Maybe they did last night, actually.
Yeah, Order and EXO did play Ascent already. 13-11 ended up being the scoreline there, so EXO kind of just squeezing that one through. And that entire series, if we want to dig into it a little bit, has been fairly close. 13-11 to Order on split. It was 13-10 to EXO on buy. Then, of course, the 13-11 for EXO on Ascent. And very few rounds separating the two teams. That's been pretty much the story of the tournament, I would say. The biggest takeaway from me before we even get to the grand finals is how well most of the other teams have been playing in terms of the fact that if you look back to ROV, you look back to OVO, there has been a bit of a cutoff in terms of the skill level. You have kind of EXO and Launch at the time reasonably high up, and now we have a lot of teams coming on through that have been showing their chops. Rip and Tear, Notick being the top 2 there that have been really challenging the other teams.
Yeah, and look, going forward, I think we should start to move towards the veto. So if you had to have a little bit of a prediction, which way do you think this one's going to head first, Avril?
What, for veto or for like a result?
For the veto.
Should we just say it? I mean,
well, we actually know it. I was just trying to pretend we didn't know it.
I was going to say, are you? Do I just tell you?
I was playing dumb, so we could, act like we were really smart and got the veto nailed.
Hang on, it's got to be bind. I want to say, yeah. Look, it's a 25% chance to get it right.
Yep.
And it's got to be bind. No bans here. So, there is going to be, like you kind of touched up on this one, Mac, but there is a chance that if EXO clean it up here, we're not going to see a couple of maps because they only need the two wins to get the 1 map advantage. But there is a good chance. I don't expect that to happen. I'm not expecting the EXO 2-0 or 3-0, including the map advantage, and simply because Order have come so close to EXO in the previous matchup. Order have also looked phenomenal with their new lineup, and both teams, I think, are going to need to be really good on all the maps here, but especially buy and split Ascent, because those are the first 3, and the 3 we're most likely going to see. If this goes to a game 5,
Then we're going to go to Haven, and then that's where you have to show your chops because every single team needs to be super prepared on every single map.
And knowing that Bind is the first map of the series, Order only have a 44% win rate on it. The other day we saw them play it, and they're still looking pretty good on it. But EXO, 100% win rate on Bind. So they've chosen this for a reason. I guess the silver lining is that Order will get to start on the defensive side, which I'm guessing they are preferring. And they've gone, we heard in the winners interview before with Texter, he said that they've gone back, made sure that they've essentially like tightened up all the holes, made sure there's minimal issues going into the grand final and going into a map like Bind, which they do have a lot of reps on. I think Order have played it 9 times. Previously, EXO, however, 15. So, in terms of reps, EXO have that advantage. In terms of, having the time to study, getting ready, maybe Order have done a little bit more homework. But I guess we'll see once we do get into the game. And in terms of team comps, I dare say we're going to be seeing something or pretty regular. Order has, they're all over the shop with a couple of the picks. Obviously, Omen, almost a mainstay. I think there's like one time where they haven't picked it, but that was back in the Sage meta. So I don't think that comp really counts. And then for EXO, it looks like they're probably just going to be going for the Cypher Jet, Omen, Raze, and Sova. Whereas Order, I'm thinking it's looking like they're probably going to go for the Breach, Jet, Omen, Raze, Sova, unless they want to change something up and, maybe feel more confident on another agent.
I don't expect them to. At this point in time, Order have been very clear about the fact that on this particular map in general, they're not going to be looking towards the Cypher at all. We talk about the 1.11 changes. Cypher and Killjoy both got nerfed quite heavily in that one. So teams, and not just Order here, but teams in general on this patch are slowly moving away from, playing some of those more hard Sentinels on this map. Iron, of course, is one of the biggest Cypher mains in the entire region. In fact, he is just like the Cypher player, really. So he's going to be sticking to his guns for this one. And with EXO on a 100% win rate on recorded bind matches anyway, I mean, can't argue with that one.
So hopefully we get to see something from him. He's usually over on that B site, right? Like I feel like he's just soloing that half the time. EXO, from what we've seen, at least this tournament, they're very prone to going for those sort of like 4-player stacks on one side and then just letting Iron do what he wants with the other side of the map. And somehow it always works, regardless if he gets a pick or two while holding or falls back and just opts to play for the retake. It's a very effective strategy because the coordination on EXO, from what we've seen, is beautiful. I haven't seen enough of Order yet, personally. And I'm very excited to see what they can bring into the final, especially with this new lineup. I haven't seen Autumn play yet either. So I'm want to be pleasantly surprised because I've heard good things.
So the thing about Order to expect here, and Autumn will be playing under the name Kale today. That's also his real name in real life, and he's coming on the Raze now. This is really good for a team like Order because personally, I think he's underutilized on the Cypher. This guy is, before this team anyway, when he was on Ground Zero playing mainly Jet, he was a duelist player for the most part. So coming onto Order, someone's going to have to, go towards the more support type of agents over here. Tux already plays the Jet. Now, you could argue maybe Tux and Autumn should make a swap happen, but Tux was kind of there first. Order they're looking towards the team lineup and team composition. I think that they've got it kind of figured out for now. And personally, I do think, and this is just my opinion, that Autumn playing something like a Raze on the duelist instead of playing a Sentinel like the Cypher is going to work out much better for them than the other way around.
And look, for everyone that is getting a little bit antsy in chat, of course, we will get to the game when we get to the game. But for now, we're still just waiting on everyone to
and we
get
do
in the server,
decide, by
get
the way.
here.
It's us that decide when the game starts, obviously. So I don't feel like it yet, personally. So I might just drag this one out. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we just want to have a chat. We're here. It's a good Sunday afternoon. It's like 24 degrees, nice and sunny out the back. And I'm sitting here with my blinds closed, with my lights on, trying to make the room look pretty. So I'm going to do and take as much time as I want. All right. No, but look, seriously, getting into the brass tacks of things, I feel like Bind, it's going to be very hard for Order to take as that initial map, which really puts them on the ropes, because if EXO rather, they do manage to get that 2-0 up straight away, then it has to be reverse sweep territory for Order, and they've got to do it on Split, Ascent, and then Haven. And I feel like all those maps are maps where we know EXO can perform. Maybe Ascent, not as much. They did get upset by Legacy on that the other day, but we certainly know on Split and on Haven that what they are capable of.
I mean, let's put it this way. The one map that Order did get over EXO in the upper bracket final was Split. So if we lose this one, we go to Split. That's actually one that I think Order can be quite confident in winning, and that's even if we do lose the first one. I'm expecting this one to get quite a bit of distance. Should be 3 maps, I think, minimum being played here, and the potential for all 5 to be played. The nature of a double elimination always should be that if a team loses the upper bracket, they win the lower bracket, they come back in the grand final, get their rematch. I do expect that team that comes back through the lower bracket to be stronger, to be better prepared, and to come in with a bit more hunger and a bit of vengeance in the drive as well to try and take down, the team that kind of put them in the first place, and sort of what EXO have been doing. And we can maybe have a little bit of debate whether EXO sitting out early was good for them. They got to watch the game, but are they as warmed up? There's always that kind of thing going on. I'm not going to read into it too hard, but what I can see from the lower bracket final, where Order came in, looked pretty phenomenal overall. I think Notick had a really good run there, so not going to downplay their accomplishments on that particular series. 13-11, 13-9 is a good showing from Notick, but Order coming in, looking strong. Autumn in particular, Kale dropping 29, nearly the 30 bomb. Now coming up to buy most likely as the Rays, up against Plix on the other end, who is the other player coming in terms of being an MVP candidate. We've talked about the stats for Plix already. He's going to be an absolute dynamite player. So I'm looking forward to Kale versus Plix in the Rays 1v1. It's not going to be a direct 1v1, but a comparison between the two players on the same role.
It's just going to be a banger matchup head-to-head in all of the roles. And I'm very excited to get there. But before we do, I do have some information. Apparently, Bob is actually out in the paddock feeding some cows. So he's not at his PC, and we are going to have to go to a short break. So, look, the cows need to be fed. The livestock need to be healthy, all right? So we'll be right back after the cows are fed with the grand final. Don't go too far.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes. If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Loyal Men Expert Valorant Invitational, where we are about to finally get into the grand final in a very short amount of time, not jump straight in. But all the players, they have turned up, so obviously the cows are fed, the livestock is healthy, and everything on the farm is okay for Farmer Bob. So hopefully, with that in the back of his mind, he can have a stellar performance this evening for EXO. And speaking of EXO, let's have a quick look at the lineup here as well. You guys know them, you guys love them, and here they are. You've got Iron, Plix, Crunchy, Dizzy Life, and Bob. And look, all of them are very, very talented in their own right. But who do you think, Avril, is our player to watch this evening?
It's been said before, and I'm going to say it again. It has to be Plix right now. You look at the stats. I know it's not all about the stats, but it is very peculiar and very interesting when one player dominates pretty much every single stat category across the board. I've been keeping up to date on Twitter. If you see my Twitter, you know I've been doing top fives for every single day so far. One thing that's quite interesting about Plix, just to dig into a little bit, if you only look at the playoff stats, if you don't look at either group stats, he's actually 289 ACS, 1.58 KD, 191 ADR, and nearly 1 kill per round as well, at 0.99. So Plix on EXO. The rest of the team is absolutely stacked as well. I'm expecting Dizzy to come through excellently on the Jet Operator when that is available.
And now let's have a quick look at the opposition at the team 2, Group B, seed number 2. It is going to be order coming through, and that's Tux, Autumn, Dick Stacy, Texter, and Disco, and they're going to be looking to steal the title right back. Well, technically, last time they went head-to-head in a big high-stakes competition. EXO won last time, didn't they? So
yeah, they did,
it's order looking to sort of get a bit of revenge for last time.
Absolutely. And Dick Stacy putting up the biggest numbers there for his team as well, pretty high in the stats. Again, not all about the stats. In fact, we want to talk about kills here. It's actually in the most recent times, Autumn, otherwise known as Kale, that really showed a big time versus Notick. I think Texter on the breach role has been a really interesting change, probably quite a positive change as well. We heard Texter on the interviews not feeling the Sage anymore for obvious reasons, was playing the Phoenix for a while on the team, but as the meta has progressed, Phoenix has somewhat been phased out of the middle, at least in OCE, predominantly in favor of Breach. And Breach is quite a heavily picked character in the OCE region, so not a surprise that Texter's picked that one up. And between them, I think that should be a very strong frag-heavy duo. I know that Texter mentioned that for this specific lineup, when they, had Wizard retire, when they had Ferg move on to another team as well, they wanted more firepower, and I think they're not missing firepower at all with this new lineup.
Not going into Do you think that there is any chance we see? Actually, we can see. You guys can't. What the lineups are? Do you want to go through them? Do you want to give them the goss before we jump into the server?
Everyone playing everything as expected. We're about to head into game pretty soon, fellas. But, you know, we did mention it very likely for the Razors to come on through. Team of Order to not really be going towards the Cypher. But here we go, fellas. The L'Oreal Men Expert VALORANT Invitational Grand Finals map number 1 is underway. Bind up first. Let's get on in.
And Bind is the perfect map to set the tone as well. Let's see how Order can deal with the punishment from EXO. 100% win rate for EXO, which is a crazy statistic. And Order, they are here to try and change that, and here to try and get some revenge for the previous grand final, which they couldn't edge out. EXO just way too strong after coming back from the first Ignition series, which Team Launch did win. So it's certainly a very big rivalry here we have for us today.
Yeah, you got players that have a bit of rivalry internally as well. You have the fact that, I mean, Autumn at one stage, Kale, was actually on this roster of EXO before they became EXO. So players have a lot of history here. And straight away over towards Long B. Early action. Push down. Coming through from the Order fellas.
Just using that dart as well to gain the info. Gets on the line. And it's still a battle of aim at the moment. 2-2. And just with the info, Order decide to fall back and take the ult orb. Giving up some map control. But still with a world of information.
A challenge coming through as well from the EXO side of things. 4-stack over towards B. Checking over Long. Clear now. Iron responsible for ferrying over the spike as he comes through the market side of things. Less than 1 minute to go here. A few players have been tagged up. Texter on 63, so he'll be a couple of shots away from death. We'll need to be very careful about where he stands. And so far as well, Dick Stacey on the way over, and this will be the hit.
On the way in they go. Dizzy straight up to the high ground, looking down. Texter wants to come through. Looks like he's going to hit him with the fault line, keeping them off site for the moment. Bob, he's got a lot of damage in the middle, just making sure the aftershock doesn't quite hit him. Dizzy still just holding from above. The spike will be planted there by Iron only just as the smoke fades. Texter gets the first blood. Now in come the retake. Man advantage not going to be held for too long as Bob hits straight back. Plix just wanting to dance around here in the cloud burst, waiting for it as well. Flash comes through. And Plix, he's going to be forced back. And Dick Stacey still just holding it down from CT, making sure no one can push in this direction. And it's such an awkward situation. Another 1-for-1 trade. Back to the 2-on-2 we go. Plix as well. Ghost in hand. Can't quite find the headshot. It is going to be Plix to take it. 1-on-1. Him versus Dick Stacey. The big guns, and Plix is just that little bit sharper.
And there you go. Talk about Plix early on. The bags come out early as well. Pistol goes the way of EXO, but barely. Just by the one member. Bob comes up big. 3 kills that round. Plix as well, finishing off the other 2. And talking about Disco on the back end, making the long rotation all the way through market, all the way into Long B as well. Gets the opening kills, makes it a 2 versus 2, but unfortunately for the side of Order, it is going to be them copping the early loss. Just the 1 round, though, as we look towards the buys. Nothing too peculiar here. Interesting to note that there's not going to be any pistol saves. Every single member of EXO are going to purchase up.
Just making sure they lock down as many rounds as they possibly can, not too focused on the economy. As you see Bob just droning in to toilets. All 5 players from EXO looking to go for this A split. Just Crunchy solo up short now. They're about to send it in. Oh, beautiful shot from Dizzy. Man is here to win. Out on the site, they start ahead.
3 alive.
Oh, and Bobby just holds it down there over towards the bathrooms. That's going to be a good amount of control, but the flank starts to come through. Texter not staying silent there, and now it's all Tux in a 1-on-4, but I dare say there's not too much work that he can do.
You notice, by the way, that was a bit of a walk down coming through from B. Rams takes the walk down with, I believe, Tux. So early info there. You knew that this stage forward, Order was going to have to stack over towards A fairly heavily. They couldn't quite get enough kills. Plix down. One of the important members of EXO on that previous run of the pistol. Gone early. We'll give him over an ult point regardless. So 2-0. That's kind of what you'd expect after the pistol. The anti-eco secured. Bob, by the way, has Hunter's Fury available. So that's 4 kills, 1 death, and, you know, a plant and an orb in there somewhere. And that early Hunter's Fury now will need to be potentially used this particular round to get an advantage over Order, who will be full purchasing up a very important round for Order on that number 3.
Very early to get that ultimate on the board. And look, Hunter's Fury, is he going to use it straight away? That's the question. Looks like he's just going to hold on to it. Solo over towards that B site now, as we do see the aggressive play coming out, and Crunchy not going to be able to do too much. Bob as well, it's only one for him, but these Phantoms just a little bit too strong in terms of the firepower. Now we do see the rotation from EXO back over towards that B site.
All played coming through from Order to secure a few early frags. They do lose one early themselves as well, so Kale's down. Texan out to follow. Plix is so sharp on that Sheriff and making things quite competitive in the 3v3 situation. Spike will be planted. Plix is 2 away from Showstopper. Hunter's Fury is obviously off the table. Bob going down nice and early as well. Dizzy to follow from Dick Stacy, and now we're going to 2v3.
They are here to hit some shots. Dick Stacy looking sharp this afternoon as Tux comes out through hookah. It's all up to Iron to try to close this one out, and he's got a big job to do, but Dick Stacy is just that little bit bigger. He's got another one in the first round for Order.
And I gotta say, again, props to Order here for coming in very confident on this third round. Pinch around the showers and also a market, a short. Get Crunchy and Iron down nice and early. Force yourself into a 5v3 situation. They did lose a few players, and unfortunately we didn't get to see Bob throw in the Hunter's Fury again. That would have been a really important tool to try and get advantage, but they lost so many members early. Really puts them in a difficult spot. Dick Stacy came up for 3 kills that round. Will be able to be 1 away from his own Hunter's Fury. Now Texter as well, 1 away from Rolling Thunder, and Ultimates are going to be a big factor for round number 4, especially now that Dizzy is going to come in with the early Operator Rush. Typically, you don't see it on 3 anymore, so 4 is going to be the earliest round for most players. Let's see where he posts up early.
Looks like he's just waiting for some over-aggression over towards B long there, but no one in that direction for Order. It's going to be the 2-man push, 2-man hold rather here at Hookah. Solid crossfire, but Bob has the drone to deal with, or at least get the info. Spots 1, not the second. Let's see if they are on the money. Oh, Hunter's Fury is going to tag the first man, but they're not ready for Dick Stacy in the corner. And Hunter's Fury, it might find 1, but Dick Stacy's found 2, and he's looking for more as well. Can't find it. Sober on Sober action, but Bob comes out the victor there.
Iron, by the way, is fairly deep over towards a short. Might have a timing here to get a kill onto, who's that, Kale. Trying to rotate over now, and there's still time left for EXO to decide where they want to go. So they have now repositioned. Great job coming through from Texter to destroy the Owl drone early. You notice that for Bob, didn't check over towards the left, doesn't see Dick Stacy. Here we go, Kale, up for a potential 2, but gets fragged mid-paint shells, doesn't pull it out in time. Will still get dropped on the floor. Plat will come through now, 2 versus 3. And it comes down to Order for the retake, and they got to do this one fairly dry. There is going to be 1 Paranoia available for Disco, and that has to connect big.
Oh, and Dizzy, unfortunately, was moving. You could see that shot going straight onto the ground. And let's let Order to bring it back to that 2-on-2, trying to take full control of Lamps. Now, Bob can't hold. It's Iron in the 1-on-2, and hiding in the corner still has yet to be found. He's going to double back through Lamps. Let's see if he can catch himself the time, and he can. Finds the first man. Second is going to be on site. Is that Tux sticking it? The man is just holding. There it is from behind. Iron gets the final kill. 3K for himself, and a 3rd for EXO.
And Tux used his Cloudburst early, so didn't have enough left in the tank there. Doesn't know exactly where Iron is. Could be coming through from the front of Lamps, could be coming through from the backs. It ends up being a 50-50. And Iron up on heads, so 3-1 now. But that round could have gone either way. Super tight between the 2 teams here. And you even saw Dizzy missing that initial shot. If he hits the initial shot, maybe it's a much cleaner round for the side of EXO. But Iron is going to be there to clean up for the 1v2.
Looking to find a bit of early action. We again are going to see Bob send that drone through over towards Lamps. Let's see if it can last. It does, but Tux, he's going to be spotted with the Blade Storm here over towards the A side. That's not going to stop Crunchy from going straight in as well behind the Boombot. And that's site control now, but let's see if they can get this spike planted before all the smokes do fade.
Well, the jet smokes are going to fade pretty soon. And EXO had been cut off as well, coming through from Disco, dropping in a very long-range cover. Iron for some potential attention over towards Showers, a 1v1 opportunity. Spots the shoulder of Kale, can't confirm enough damage. The paint shells are going to push Iron off for now. They want to aggress into him. The flash goes in. Rolling Thunder is now being followed in. Texter wants to get aggressive. Crunchy has to get out alive. Crunchy's been implicated. Crunchy could be in trouble. The dart cover will save him for now. Looking for the 1v1. Aftershock to put in a little bit of extra pain. He gets the kill onto Texter through the smoke, in the gap as well. And Crunchy is still alive.
last 2 bullets, and he somehow is still alive after everything's been thrown at him. Rolling Thunder included. The man should not have survived that engagement. And after all this, the B site completely left open. It's retake for Order, and they're going to have to do as much now. As you can see, Crunchy still another kill. That's going to be the 2-man advantage. And with 16 seconds, they found that B site for free. Dick Stacy not going to get that Hunter Fury off in time. Oh, if he shoots in the right direction, might find Iron, but just barely misses. And now it looks like from here, that's going to be the save called, and we see Order just carry that rifle, couple of pistols across into the next.
I think the pistol players might want to actually go for this one again. This is 111. We are looking towards the new economy system. And that does mean, look, if you save on the defense when the spike has been planted, you're only going to get the 1K. So if you have a gun, financially, that still is worth it. But if you're Disco right now, I think you got to run in and die, because only getting 1K, he won't be able to buy anything. He's only got 300 in the bank. This is going to be really rough. Disco's going to walk away with his life, but no gun for the next round. Number 4 is going to go the way of EXO. And it's going to be Order sitting down in a -4 position, -3 rather, early on in the opening 5 rounds.
Well, where to from here? Order. They did almost everything right in that scenario. They just couldn't find Crunchy in sight. You know, they knew they lost that the bomb site area, or at least that pit area on the A site, and then decided to push back into bathrooms. They got the flashpoint. They went in with the jet. They went in with the rays. They had full control of bathrooms. But I think it was Dizzy there. He managed to escape into it. Might have been Iron, actually. Iron's usually there on his own. Falling back, managed to survive, and then just found that B site for free. So well played, well read by EXO to somehow come out of that one with 5 alive.
They might be able to get 5 on the board as well in terms of round score, because it's going to be basically full rifles here, minus Bob on the SMG, versus only 2 rifles between Dick Stacy and Tux. Again, Disco can't afford, Kale can't afford either. Texter's got an SMG, and Kale's down nice and early, so 5v4. Plant's going to go in. Bob sticks it straight away, and we're now into the post-plant. We're now into the retake, and we're running out of Order members.
Oh, and look at that. Iron, he was switched on, but overextended a tiny tad. Looks like Tux is going to continue to wreak some havoc here. 78 HP, no armor remaining. It looks like he wants to get some more damage done. Thinking about maybe even going for this one. No, Crunchy at the ready for the smoke push. And that one is going to be locked down by EXO. 3 alive in the end and 5 on the board.
It's going to cost EXO a few rebuys here, and I'm looking over towards the economy for Order now. Can they finally get some guns on board? The answer is going to be a resounding yes. Even Tux, who went down there, had enough in the bank. Just, by the way, as he buys down to 0. Not full armor for most of the squad. Kale also does have Showstopper in hand, which is going to be an important tool now, because we need to see Order pick up a few more rounds. They need to get a bit of momentum going, because it's the lost bonuses. They're not doing them any favors right now. They need to start winning rounds. They need to start defusing as well. They're at a 1 in 5 deficit right now, Mac, and it's not looking pretty to start things out.
Well, it looks like we are going to see some early B aggression this time. Good flashpoints to keep Dizzy zoned, but even so, couldn't see a thing there, as we did see Tux peeking over towards the fountain. Giving that one up might just send one of the players back over towards A. It looks like that could be the call, but it's 2 that go into Hookah instead.
Bob, by the way, 1 away from Hunter's Fury again. It's going to be Plex first up. Double aggression from Order down ramps. They don't check it yet. There should be Plex for 2. Should be Plex coming in big time.
Oh,
gets the opening headshot. Needs to try and land the second, but Texter's ready for it. And the return trade has been awarded over towards Order, as now EXO move towards A. And it will be an early 4v2 until Dick Stacy arrives.
Oh, Kale gets that paint shells off in time and finds one through the cage as well. So, you know, relatively decent situation. Still man advantage now for Order, as they managed to find that kick. Oh, that ultimate does more than he gives. Unfortunate, but Dick Stacy tries to pick up the scraps. Dizzy is going to find one from the bathrooms now, but the defense still all over in this position. They've spotted that spike in the middle of nowhere. That's going to be so hard to retrieve for EXO. Bob tried to find a pick, and now it's all up to Dizzy. They spot him at the bathrooms. He's gone for this rotation, and now he's spotted. 13 seconds. Minimal chances to really do anything. His only option was to get a couple of kills, maybe plant on site. Even through the TP, I don't know if he'd have enough time to get that rotation off and get the plant down. And there it is, Order finding themselves a second round.
Kale thankful that his teammates picked up a couple of kills there. He also got the final kill to Dizzy as well for missing the showstopper a little bit early on, just misjudges the hitbox maybe of the wall, of the rocket itself, and it would have probably had been a connection on towards the kill. Does still come through as a round for Order nonetheless, so 2-5 now on the board. Guns retained as well. The few members that did die do have to kind of repurchase this one. Tux doesn't have Blaze Storm ready yet, which is a bit of a shame because that could have been quite useful. As Dick Stacy putting in quite a few shots from the bow over towards A Showers. It's another Showers pinch coming through from Order, but this time Crunchy and Iron are not there.
Ooh, Dicky Boy going to be spotting the push through window early, but Bob sends his drone straight back too. And look, the two-man early rotation through Telly, that might just be a point of contention. Plix drops the paint shells there, but door shut, no damage to be done. Looking for some wall bangs. Smoke out to try to allow it's Order coming out of TP. And then all the rest of the boys are coming in through CT as well. And Plix, he's just trying to wait and buy so much time here. But Order, they are going to come out on top, at least in terms of finding hookah control. Still, the dark cover over towards Elbow is stopping Dick Stacy from going through. Oh, wallbang almost connects there for Autumn, trying to make his way through. Finally, deals with Iron. It is going to be one player alive. That's going to be Crunchy. Needs to hit some heads now, but he just barely misses on the Tux. And there's the cover. Second man on the line. Disco. He goes down, but the defuse. Oh, he's off it. Dick Stacy. He's got the half tick, and I think he's just got plenty of time to secure the defuse as well. There it is, Dicky Boy getting off the spike in the nick of time, making sure he locked that round down, and that's going to be a third for Order.
That was nearly a 1v4 clutch coming through from Crunchy. 3 kills, but couldn't quite find the shots onto Dick Stacy. Maybe a little bit of impatience towards the end there. The last 1v1 situation, Dick Stacy, ice cold veins, will be able to prevent Crunchy from securing that clutch on through and put another one on the board in terms of rounds here for Order. 3 and 5, but it does not come easy.
And look, having a look at the Intel replay, you can see how the start of the round did unfold and everything that was going on there early on. But here we go. Aggression coming out from Order. Autumn is just flexing his aim here. Just has that Peekers advantage, catching EXO with their pants down, and already with the two-man advantage, Order happy to go passive.
And it's another really early Showers pinch coming through from Order twice in a row now. Last round, nothing came of it. No one was home. So they feel the confidence to try it again because obviously EXO wouldn't be expecting it. They didn't even know it happened last round. And this time there are going to be 2 players waiting for Order to be able to be picked up in an instant 5v3. So this Showers pinch, when it has happened and Order have found members waiting towards the Showers side, they have gotten those kills. And they happen to have to convert those kills into a pretty decent advantage as well. They'll need to try and win this round off the 5v3. Now Iron gets tagged up, so is Texter on the other end, and it does seem like a mostly A stack over here. You also do see, by the way, Kale walking down B ramp, so Order have confirmed it will be A.
Just waiting for this Blade Storm to have some big impact. Tux, man, wants to hit some knives here. Dick Stacy, Hunter's Fury, just to keep the zoning good and try to force EXO back while the timer ticks down low. But Crunchy, he's all the way out on the side, but it's going to be a 1-for-1. There's the knives. 2 kills for Tux. And in the 1-on-2, Iron needs to try to clutch, but he's only got 16 seconds to do so. There it is. The pulse from the dart is going to be a little bit too much. Iron, he gets that spike down, but has no idea that Autumn's coming in on that flank from short. And it's another for Order. But good job from EXO to at least go for that 3-for-3 trade.
And I think at the end there as well, the fact that EXO even get the number of kills they do get is a pretty big comeback, considering that they were at a 3-5 deficit in terms of numbers there. It took Kale a while to get his way over towards A, and eventually Iron in a 1v2 had the potential 1v1 versus Dick Stacy, needed to go for the plant, was running out of time. No idea where Kale was, like you mentioned, and he just comes in from the back, and Iron taken down super easily. And that is going to be a bit of a catch-up now for Order as we look towards 4 and 5 on the scoreboard. And what ended up being a 5-1 start for EXO Clan starting to dwindle a little bit. They still do have a lead for now. Dizzy has Blaze Storm available, so can afford to not go for a gun this round, as Tux will finally pick up the operator.
Well, historically as well, EXO are stronger on this attacking side, so it's a battle of 2 halves, and I'm interested to see what they can do on the defense and what Order's changed up on their attacking side. But for now, it is them again looking to do some attacking. Tux on the line is just going to hit that drone. Hunter's Fury baited out, and oh, the read is there, but Bob can't quite finish off Tux. Couldn't quite tag him, just barely missing there. It is going to be a faster approach. Dizzy looking to lead the charge here with the Blade Storm all the way out, just clearing window. He's gone all the way in. So they've gone around through site, back into window, and I'm confused as to how this has all gone, but it's happened, and EXO, they hit the brakes.
Well, that's the thing, right? They've kind of baited out the util now. They baited out the Rolling Thunder. EXO hadn't committed yet. They're so close to the teleport. I'm thinking that Bob is also thinking about the same thing. Bob and Iron can make their way over towards A. Dizzy's already scouting it out. And as this progresses, Order has pulled 2 members off of B over towards A because they've realized, okay, we dropped in a bunch of util, we've committed the ultimate, and nothing's really happened here. EXO just taking their time now. They could TP if they wanted to, but all 5 are currently still over towards B, including 2 in hookah, and they're going to go for it.
30 seconds left.
It's like the re-execution is starting to come through. Dark cover, almost enough. Dizzy can't hit that final knife, goes for the Sheriff instead, and it's actually just Plix and Iron opening up the site. Texter hits back himself and deals with Plix. Aftershock not going to be shot into the perfect spot, so Spike will go down, and it's back to the 1-on-2 now. Iron left last alive, has to fight from elbow. Spike planted for him, but has that head glitch, which isn't going to help him at all, and Disco goes for the repeat, connects appropriately, and we have a tied scoreline at 5 apiece.
You can tell as well this time for EXO, they were definitely under a bit of a time crunch. It was technically planted for him, but not in the best plant position. Typically, you want to be putting it a little bit further up in the open of the outside of the container, not kind of in that little cutout area on the side, which is a safer plant, but not open for a better post-plant situation for Iron. And once again, it does come down to Iron as a sole survivor. He's been in plenty of 1v2s. Did win one of them over towards A not that long ago. Lost another one when Kale came through on the long flank on A short, and this time around, just no HP. And a really nice retake situation for Order, despite using a lot of util early. They've evened things up now, 5-5.
Let's see. Again, we are going to see some early aggression coming out from Order. This time, Texter, he's going to play in the corner over towards the TP. He's looking to keep some control there at Garden. 3-man stack over towards the A site this time, although Raze is thinking about going forward this rotation. Dick Stacy, there's the info. And that will allow this rotate to come the whole way through. But now Dick Stacy needs to draw the attention to allow Texter to just stand here and, job done. There it is, Texter. 2 freebies, beautifully played. But the paranoia comes through from Hookah, which slows down the fallback to site. So they've got guarded control. And yes, the site control still there as well as Autumn's come across.
Bob coming in to save the day, maybe. Texter down. So ends up being a 1v2, 1-4-2. Kale's going to swing things further in advantage of Order, and a 4v2 will now resume. Showstopper still available. Bob may have the spike in hand, but this is the kind of situation where Tux will eventually wrap through Hookah. Don't expect Plix to be able to save himself in this position. Has no idea that Tux is here, and now that Bob will soon be on by himself in just a second here. I don't know if Bob's going to be able to do it.
It looks like Plix is dusted, and now wide swing from Autumn just off the back of the reload. That is going to be a relatively clean round for Order going into the final. They have so much money for days. They'll have everything they need to try to make this a 7-5 half. And on the other side of things, the economy not looking too great for EXO here.
And how things have turned around so quickly as well. As we take a look at the Intel replay, Texter getting 2 very early on as well, trying to relieve a bit of pressure coming through from Hookah, puts the flash in. Texter does get traded, as we remember, but trades end up favoring the Order side of things as Kale picks up extra kills. And as we head towards the last round now, you mentioned the economy not great for EXO. That's certainly true. If EXO want to try and get a 6-6, they need to find an advantage somewhere. Showstopper comes in, does fly through. Kale misses, but Crunchy does not.
TP's off to the other side as well, just so he doesn't get hit by the wallbang. And there it is. Bob finds another through the wall. Hunter's Fury too strong. Crunchy as well works the timing and somehow dodges that shot from Tux. It's disgusting, but it's working out. And now EXO, they had not a whole lot going into the round, but all of a sudden they've got a 3-man advantage.
Which is huge, considering how far ahead economy-wise Order were. Planet will obviously come on through. Plenty of util for Texter. Now, I can see a position for Texter to actually win this one. He would need to get a kill. He has the Rolling Thunder available now. This is the opportunity. Throws it in. Dick Stacy needs to follow this up.
Oh, and he does certainly run straight in. Flashpoint to allow him as much space as possible. Another, and he's all the way on site. But it's going to be the 3-man stack over towards Lamps. Big flank coming around from Iron at Heaven as well. So could be all over Red Row, but there it is. Fault line comes through. Dick Stacey good for one. The second man is going to be heard and now spotted. It's looking like it's all over for Texter here. This should be an even Stevens half, but there it is. The securing kill clicks doing God's work, and it is going to be completely even at halftime.
Yeah, and I don't know who I feel bad for here either, because you consider the fact that EXO came in with a nice 5-1 lead to then drop 5 rounds in a row feels pretty bad, but then the opposite side of that is also true. Order come back really strong, 5 rounds in a row. But they end up not quite getting that last one in there.
And all 5 players on the winning team of the L'Oreal Men Expert Invitational will receive a brand new gaming PC powered by Intel 10th Gen, thanks to M-Wave, MSY, Scorptech, PLE Computers, and Centacom for providing those computers. Absolute champions. And look, the champions as well will be taking home a PC each. So couldn't ask for too much more other than, the prize money that they're going to be getting. So very, very high stakes here for all players in the server.
And the MVP will get an Omen-themed PC, and obviously all the talent will be voting on the MVP at the end of the grand finals. You yourself can also win a Glitch Pop-themed PC. Head to Chiefs ESC on Twitter, the pinned tweet, into the Gleam.io link, and you'll be in to win as we head into the first round of the second half. Dizzy flashed up early, and instantly EXO are on site.
Yeah, and EXO, they are looking to try to make their way back in order. Taking some control of Elbow as well for the post plant. They have so much map control here with this. 4 players. They've realized that Dizzy is just looking for this elbow control, but Order don't want to be giving it up. Paranoia going to be blinding everyone. Dizzy, a couple of right clicks. He's only found one. Tux hits back and now has to get that reload off. It's going to be Crunchy just edging around the corner. They know exactly where they are. Plix manages to turn this into a sandwich eventually, and with the Ghost has to go for the spam, but it is going to be Order taking the lead and the second pistol.
Really strong early aggression coming through straight away over towards B. Not a lot of EXO defenders. Rotation does come on end, but the challenge into Elbow, again, massive display of confidence coming through from Order to be able to go for that one, win the jewels as well, get the necessary damage in there through the smokes. The plant to come on through, and the following round win as well. Pistol confirmed that into anti-Eco, taking no chances here. Full buys, 4 SMGs, 1 Bulldog, 1 Sheriff for Bob at the other end, but that's all EXO have to work with.
Revealing area.
Or early dart as well, going to show Dick Stacey over towards the back of toilets, and
Take flight.
2 more to follow. It is going to be Texter looking to go in with the drone, who has cleared at least all the angles in bathrooms. Paranoia comes in, and I think at least 1 player was spotted. Dick Stacey with the cover. Shock dart to follow onto the corner as well, and that's enough to at least try to zone EXO away, but that's not going to stop Crunchy from peeking. Man is hungry for a kill.
See if Order can really punish this one. They do lose 1 member, but it is a play advantage regardless. Texter on the other end over short. Oh, this is the cleanup we're looking for if you're Order right now. 1 player alive, Crunchy on minimal HP. Playing inside the dark cover will try and swing successfully as well. 34 HP, Spectre in the hand, but the big job is still ahead. We'll try and gear up as much as possible. 1 smoke available and 2 teleports. Straight through the teleporter now in terms of the one on bind. And Disco is there to meet him to collect that final kill. Order, they lose a couple, but they still get the round.
Absolute classic shot coming out from Crunchy with the classic. Just swinging through the smoke, finding himself a cheeky little 1-tap to finish off the kill. Got that Sheriff in play, but unfortunately it was just downhill from there. And Order, they put 1 and 1 together to make 2 here in the second half and try to get some momentum early on the attacking side, which I believe is their stronger side as well. So let's see what EXO can do now. They do have a couple of rifles in play. 4 Phantoms, 1 Vandal, the choice of weapons here for EXO.
Bob and Iron on light armor, though. We'll see if that one ends up costing them a little bit. We'll give the SMG players some wiggle room to work with in terms of required shots to get the kill, especially on the body. Order, though, massive stack over towards B. It'll come down to Dizzy and Iron again. They need reinforcements. They instantly give up the site, and it will be a full retake.
Oh, and again, though, looks like Order are interested in taking that elbow control. Tux goes straight through with the Spectre, finds one of the Dizzy. That's a rifle retrievable. Second man as well, Disco, gets that upgrade from the Bulldog. We're going to see a couple of Phantoms picked up. Crunchy finds one through the smoke onto Tux. Tux was not going to be expecting that one at all. So the spam works out. He does have a dark cover to put over towards Garden there, forcing Order to maybe make an aggressive play through. And there's going to be Bob to find one onto Autumn. 3v3 Plix, just edging around the elbow. Disco doesn't want to be giving this one up. There's still, a good 20 seconds to get on that spike, get that defuse going. Disco maintains control of elbow with that kill. And this is going to go back to the 2-on-2. Just has to play the clock now. It's, okay. There is time, and EXO have plenty of time to get this defuse off. So 3 quick kills in succession at the end. Win that one and secure their first round for the half.
Bob and Crunchy saving the day here. Crunchy now leading the pack in terms of kills. Definitely wants to enter the conversation for MVP candidate. I know Ducky brought him up in the podcast a little bit earlier on between the lower bracket finals and also this grand final. 16 and 11 from the Shadows available. And now EXO are back into action for the second half here. Notice, by the way, I did see a potential here for a bit of vulnerability. Personally, for me, I think Iron and Dizzy holding towards B as a 2-stack between a Jet and a Cypher. I'm not too sure that's a strong enough default. So you're going to have Crunchy coming over towards B this time around. If you have both your Raze and your Omen on the same side, that's going to be a better hold than it is on the other end. And I think Order noticed, Order have noticed the compromised capabilities of that big defense, and they have been exploiting that one. An early 1-for-1 trade over for Long, and then the handshake to follow as both teams now in 4-on-4.
And for Order, it's where to from here. Looks like they are going to start to gravitate back towards that long area, making sure that EXO aren't doing what EXO can do best, which is just push the whole way through if they find an opening. There's no opening this time. Fully cleared. And then the rest of the boys to follow. Looks like it is just going to be Dick Stacy trying to create a bit of fuss towards the A site, try to hold these rotations. And Dizzy,
Max,
single-handedly has to hold the B site.
They're doing a 3-1 split. I mean, surely if you're EXO right now, you go for a 2-2. It's not really happening currently. Dizzy's hearing a lot of stuff coming through. The Rolling Thunder committed as well. Barely dashes away. And what's more, you just have to give up the side. Dizzy's happy to be alive for now, eating all of that utility, and the rest of the squad do arrive in time. However, another full retake. They just can't get an early kill when Order coming on site.
That's it, Plix. He is going in no holds barred. Man's got a judge and a couple of blast packs to close the distance as well. Flanking onto Autumn here. Just needs to go for the jump shot. There it is. Beautifully played. And it's all up to Dick Stacy and Tex to try to clutch. Beautiful paint shells and shots from Crunchy. And there it is. The perfect retake. It was a 4-on-4 and 3 EXO players remain. That was just hyper aggression and some great coordination to really filter out all the nooks and crannies of the site, get those kills, and tie us up again at 8 apiece.
And that's what we're talking about for a player like Plix as well. He was the only player on EXO in that last round to not have purchased up a rifle. Couldn't afford it. Goes for the next best thing for a Raze play, which typically will be the judge. I mean, you could go for the SMG, but showing you right then and there what Plix can do with that judge. 2 kills. Paint Shells collects a 3rd one. And with the 4v4 comes into bear, it is EXO who still have 3 alive. And now that we're tied up 8 and 8, EXO want to walk away with the advantage again. Should be 9 and 8 fairly soon, as EXO have all the guns and Order just have the Blaze Storm and a few pistols.
Well, I don't know. This was spotted there, shouldering the line, but a big flash and an early push from Order straight into the halls might just work out. However, Plix stops them in their tracks for now. Autumn wants to trade with the Sheriff, but gives up the control instead. They hear this one coming out from Plix, and he's looking for more. Finds the triple there. Absolutely huge showstopper. Ace in a matter of seconds, and Plix is on one for the Eco Ace.
Celebratory paint shells in the air as well. Plix was flashed, by the way, right away in lamps. He was flashed out by Texter. They rush him down. Tux goes in with the Blaze Storm, the only real weapon being brought into that round for Order. Goes for the right click, misses. Magnabrain super disappointed by that play. And Order cannot get anything else done. Ends up being a showstopper to collect the other 3. And then Plix for the ace. Easy kills. And we're out of here. That's the round gone.
And having a look at it again on the Intel replay, just flicking around for that final kill as well. It was even impressive that Dick Stacy couldn't get the trade. Well, didn't even get given any time to. Anyway, new round, new us. Let's see where to from here. EXO with all the momentum in the world.
Guns have been repurchased for the side of Order though. And Tux is down once again very early on. Tries to dash the lamps. Unsuccessful. Dick Stacy wants to open things up via the showstopper on the other end. I say via showstopper. I meant Hunter's Fury. Showstopper from Kale does kill Plix though. Not a 3K, but it will work anyway. Speaking of 3s, it is a 3v3. Dick Stacy wants it to go in the favor of Order though. And now the two alive, Iron and Crunchy, have to try and clutch this one through.
There's already the full rotation, and Iron starting to follow in through Lamps. Is this covered? It is, but Autumn cannot hold it off in time. And oh, lovely shots from Iron on the retake. The spike wasn't even down, but the sight was gone. And look, that fast rotation was more than enough. The early push from Order looked pretty good for the moment. They had full control of sight, but just couldn't get that spike down.
And again, it comes down to, losing Tux early. You do see the trade coming on through via ultimates. Bob trying to throw in the Hunter's Fury, or rather, no, that was Dick Stacy throwing in the Hunter's Fury. Plix being responded to by Kale dropping in the Showstopper. Let's take a look at the intel replay as well. And you can just see Iron coming up big time. 3 kills, stops the plant. And EXO now up 10-8. It is still doable by the side of Order. We've seen them come back on that first half, but now they're struggling for guns. 2 players with Sheriffs, 3 players have buys, and Dick Stacy only has an SMG.
See if there's any early action this time. Not an aggressive play from EXO. They're just happily giving up a whole lot of control, relying on those trap wires to do some work and provide that info. Just Dizzy on the line. But Order, they back away and start to send it back towards the A side.
Well, about a minute left now. 3 ultimates still available for the side of EXO. Waiting for some early info. Plix will give that info. Sees one early on. There's a 3-stack here. That's going to be the flash in. And Dick Stacy takes advantage. Crunchy trying to rescue the situation. Doesn't want to challenge towards Shell, so 1 gun will be gifted away to Order.
Rotates over towards Lamps just in the right moment, though, as we don't see Autumn making their way up short just yet. Autumn on the line. It's a bink for bink situation, but both survive with minimal HP. And now you can see the spike starting to make its way up short. Still, there's Lamps control.
Left.
Iron wants to make his way through. Autumn so low. Needs to be traded out here. He's going to be spotted on the elbow. Big damage regardless, as we do see the neural theft come in. So it's going to be a world of information all across the map. That helps out Bob to try and hit this Hunter's Fury, but he can't quite land it onto Dick Stacy in time. Now, there is going to be some control of sight to get this spike down as well.
10
You've got
seconds
Tux
left.
pushed forward under Hell, and he's not going to be cleared either. Crunchy, unaware that the aggression had come through. Bob is going to be the last alive. Brings it to the 1-on-1, almost wins it, but Disco trades it back, and that's another for Order, keeping this one as close as can be.
And how many rounds, Mac, do we go down to just a 1v1, maybe a 1v2 situation? Crunchy and Iron both on 10 HP after receiving a headshot from the opposite end via the Phantoms. Don't die at long range. Try to survive, try to do as much as possible, but the HP just isn't there. Bob couldn't get a kill via the Hunter's Fury. And in the final 1v1, Bob does the best that Bob can do, but not enough, unfortunately, to get that 1v1 win. Keeping things now nice and tight in terms of the scoreline. Texter with another Rolling Thunder available to play into this round as we head into round number 20 now, and Order with the opportunity to tie things up 10-10 again.
Something that I need to point out is just how crisp and slow and sharp Dick Stacy's aim has been. The man has just been tapping heads left, right, and center. Doing a very good job so far for Order. Iron misses the dart, but that's going to be the early entry from Tux over towards this B site. Full control of elbow already. And this could just be the round right here and now, but Iron comes in through the smoke to find the map control back. As we are back in a 4-on-4, Autumn lies around the corner, but he's pre-aimed up top, expecting someone to be up on the high ground. Autumn finds the timing there, as now Bob's drone tries to get some info, knows that Dick Stacy's going to be playing there from the hookah position. Plix and Crunchy already out on site. They just need to filter out all of the post plants now. Autumn down, may not expect the second man. It's going to be Texter playing from the elbow. No, he's dealt with by Bob. Okay, everything going A-okay so far. On the retake, back to the 2-on-2, Disco hiding in the corner. Spike is going to be tapped. Then we see the half tick come through. Lineups there. They know that no one's on the spike, and they are going to push him as he goes for the reload. Bob out in no man's land, had nothing to fight with, and there it is. 10 on the board. Order are back in the game.
Order with the post-plant advantage there as well. 4 versus 3. They get a member over towards hookah. Another person in towards long B as well in octagon, and 2 in elbow. So difficult for EXO to flush out. You saw the difficulty there. Plix goes for the 1v1 versus Kale. We'll get the kill, but instantly traded out there. Just too many members alive for Order to deal with. For EXO to still get that defuse in. Gets it to halfway, and then the 2v2. Post-plant positioning a little bit too strong coming through from Order, and now going into the next round. It's not a very good buy for EXO at all. So it's topsy-turvy land, a bit of a roller coaster of a half so far for both teams as we're vying for control to get to that first map win.
But in saying that, I did see Plix choosing that judge again, and he's going to be playing at Lamp. So let's see if that has some impact eventually. But for now, it's Bathrooms Control that Order have opted for, looking to go for the A split, certainly set up for it. But on the back of that, you have got the two-man push over towards Belong. That's a lot of control for EXO, a lot of information as well. But still, only 2 players here. Aftershock, perfectly placed, but the smoke as well just buys that little bit of extra time. Techstar, off the back of the flashpoint, gets that entry, and that should be the A site found already. It's just Plix here holding Lamps, needs this control to allow the rest of the boys to rotate and go for this retake. It's just around the corner. Autumn, it's waiting. The shotgun, it's aiming. Oh, and there it is. There's the impact it needed.
And Plix has Showstopper off that as well. We'll get a free gun upgrade. That can be the way EXO come back into this one. Into the post plot now. Here's Tux dash across, and here comes Plix straight in. Takes him down. Oh my god, that headshot was crisp. And that is going to be 4v2 now. Dick Stacy's still alive, the only one still alive. And Bob and Plix for all of the kills that round. Nearly another ace. And you said it at the start there, Mac, but it's the judge for Plix waiting for Kale. Gets the gun, gets the showstopper, gets 4 kills. Look, I feel bad for Crunchy. That is every player's worst nightmare, eating 3 flashes, an aftershock, and a raised paint shells, and having nowhere to go. But thankfully here for him, Plix coming through big time, 26 kills now.
As you look at the Intel replay, you just think, how does this man do it over and over and over? He got 4 kills, and again, as you mentioned, almost on for the ace. This time up against a full buy when he only came into it with a judge, so... Or Judge and the Showstopper, let's be real. Showstopper only landed 1 this time, but even so, that is a big performance as he's trying to put EXO on his back.
And just when you think Order are going to get the better here, in terms of coming in with the greater equipment value, losing to the Plix Judge again. If there's one player so far for at least this map, I'm not talking about the whole tournament just yet, although, to be fair, looking at stats, it could be Plix dropping 26 and 15, and possibly for more. Might see him put up the 30 before the map is over. Plix really trying to win 2 PCs today. It might be able to do so if he's Grand Champion and MVP at the same time. Needs to work for it. Kale coming in now. Here comes all the util. Crunchy pops in the paranoia and now has to wait for the reinforcements.
It's another dark cover out just at the right moment, but he cannot dodge the Blade Storm as Tux comes swinging. And this man is looking to get a bit of redemption for the previous Bob as well. Hunter's Fury will find one on the disco and maintains, tries to bring back that lost man advantage. But even so, it's a little bit too far gone. There's just so much map control there for Order, as it looks like we are going to see a tied game again. 11 apiece. Rounds just being traded left, right, and center.
Order don't think it's over. They're going for the chase here. You see Texas starting to roll up on Bob. Stomping through. Bob actually might be able to get a kill here. Texas will need to check corners. Texas has no util. Is going to come into this one dry. Will go down to Bob. Kale got dizzy, though. That will be 1 less weapon being saved. Bob has 3.1k, so I mean, saving here, we'll still have plenty of money. Dying here will not be great. It is going to go down to Tux, and no mercy, no prisoners. Order want to take the lead. They want to at least even things up. They won't get the lead until they can win 1 more, but they might be able to get the lead on the economy. We'll have to see where the buys come on through. There's still just enough here for EXO to purchase up again. Bob had, 3.1 in the bank by the end of that one. Dizzy Life now coming through on the operator, and would you look at that? Plix is feeling it. Judge comes back in.
Is today the day where the 100% win rate gets ruined forever? That's the question we need to be asking. And let's see if Order is the team to do it. Well, they'll have to be. They're as close as they can. And it looks like they're going to be putting their sights on the A site, at least early on.
Now that I think about it, it really is a pristine, clean record, isn't it? At least in terms of the recorded officials being played here, 15 of them. And all W's for EXO, 11 and 11. We knew it was going to be close. Look, Order versus EXO. All you got to do is look at the upper bracket final. You know it's going to be close. Rolling Thunder now. Here comes Texter and the squad. Where's the early damage? Iron has been really heavily stunned. He can't move. And Kel will pick him up. And now the showstopper to follow coming through as well. No additional kill, but the plant should follow.
Just creating so much space, and there it is. This time it's going to be planted over towards triple. So let's see how they defend as they've all gone over towards the short side, lamp side. Just making sure no one can cross their way through. But EXO still just trying to coordinate this push, trying to coordinate the retake. They've got plenty of util, a bit of dark cover. as well as a couple of cloud bursts here to get through, and in it comes. All right, Dizzy going to be caught with his knife out. What's going on there? Disco finds himself the 2K spray down as we go back to the 2-on-2. Big trades, Bob with another, and now it's all up to Plix to try to stop this one from happening. Oh, Autumn rather, over on the side of Order, and there it is. Plix reacts in time. The man, he's the savior, and that is going to be 12 on the board. So EXO maintained that lead just barely and need one more round before they close this point out.
Kale just gave that one to Plex for free.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to drop 30? There you go. I'll help you out. Here's another 2 kills. Judge picked up 1 kill, as expected. I mean, it's Plex on the Judge. And then Kale just whiffs all his shots from the exit of lamps. Plex takes his time to turn around and says, what's going on? I feel a little bit of tingle on my edge. This back of my neck just slaps everybody away again.
Avril,
easy kill to Kale.
Is grand final gameplay. It's where you separate the boys from the men. High pressure can break you. Well, let's see. We do currently have a quick old pause. Let's see if it's Dizzy slamming his thumb on the table again. Certainly could be a good reason for a tech pause.
Speaking of Dizzy, he's not really been showing up on the scoreboard at least. 6 and 17 is not the performance, but when Plix is going 28 and 16, I suppose things are okay. It is close, so again, I have to repeat myself, Mac. I mean, if this goes 13-11, if this goes into overtime, none of that would surprise me for either side. If Order won this one 13-11, wouldn't surprise me. We're looking at the situation now, and I can't even really read too far into the buys because the amount of rounds that we've seen where the team that had a lesser buy actually came on through fairly comfortably and won that one, whether that's EXO, with Plex on the Judge just doing all these shenanigans, whether that's going to be Order decisive on the offense, running over B. And I will say as well, B has been a bit of a compromising area for EXO so far. If there's one vulnerability, for the most part, it has been B. And I think EXO know it, which is why they're defaulting 3 towards it now, especially moving over one of their Omen or Razors. So Crunchy will stay over. Dizzy gets a kill. And 3 alive here still EXO. Plex is here as well, which is extra scary.
And that's just what you want to see if you're an EXO fan at home. The early man advantage for what could potentially be the map point here. Texter, trades it, finds the beautiful timing. Hit the head and you see Crunchy getting cheeky. That's a world of info, making sure it was no more than the 1 man. So no rotations will come through, as it is still going to be the 2-2 setup.
1 minute remaining here as well. A little bit of patience will need to be shown. This time, EXO are going to go for a 2-2 split. Dizzy is, of course, sniping with the operator. Trying to decide where to look. Dizzy's off the line just as Order come through towards Hookah. Dizzy will be spotting this soon. Iron saying, get back here. Please help me. Dizzy gets 1, but Iron falls. So it is a 3v3.
So neck and neck as the site's been found. EXO trying to position themselves for the retake. Looking to find control of Elbow. Dizzy. Does he just hold the line? He seems to be aware that Order could be in this position. Nice shot to find the 30s. Actually on for the ace at the moment. Big flashes, and Crunchy's there to cover. So it's traded through. Man advantage for EXO in this final round. It is going to be Texter on just 5 HP. He's spotted from the bolt. Needs to get this one through Fault Line to try to get them off as... it's just a spam. He's dodged all the bullets though. Crunchy with the cover. It's here. He needs to shoot. Texter finds the headshot. Nasty. Bob off the bomb. He knows it too. It's not even half ticked. So timing, a factor. Texter hears it, knows that it's the full defuse. Has to go for the swing. The half tick comes through and Texter takes us to overtime.
Rolling Thunder for the celebratory.
Switching sides.
Round 12 succeeded. Order. Oh my god. Texter will not go down easy. Order will not go down easy. And into the overtime we go. Like I said, you can never count anyone out. I cannot believe that. What a play on 5 HP. Crunchy doesn't get the kill. Has to be kicking himself. Intel replay now highlighting the final moments there. You saw how it came through. And Texter, the man of the hour for Order, will clutch it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to do exactly what Texter does, make sure you are on a plant-based diet as well. And you can maybe one day hit shots like that and clutch like a champion. Now, into OT we go. So where to from here? Plix, he's now going to be allowed to maybe drop that 30. 28 kills already, and now gifted a chance to get some more.
I was going to say, maybe the silver lining here for EXO is like, well, maybe Plix can drop that 30. You wouldn't want to be dropping 30 and losing. I'm sure you'd much rather have the map win and drop 28 than, drop 30 and lose. So, preferably for EXO, I'm sure in their camp right now, they're thinking, hopefully we can get both, but we'll see how things transpire. With Order playing the way they are right now, I mean, every single time you think, oh, Order's going to have this one, they're going to be able to take us to 12, maybe match point, yada yada. Nope, EXO coming in. Plix just not having a bar of that one. You think the other way around, and Tex is the one that swings it through. Now to the first round of OT. Ends up being EXO on the attack again. Order on the defense. Here comes early paranoia. A little bit of action over towards Showers. By the way, Tex is walking down B ramps and sees nothing.
Yeah, he has a whole lot of control there over towards short. He's literally got B on lockdown with this. And let's see if he finds this info. Let's see if Dizzy walks into his trap. But still Tux here. So towards the A site, 4-man stack. That's huge. But yeah, as you can see, Dizzy's actually going to be heard going for this rotation back to A. And that's more than enough for Order to maybe follow. He knows Dizzy's legged his way all the way across now. Silent approach from EXO.
Slow around.
It's just a matter of time.
Key player might be Tux here. He's tucked in fairly rough. Pun maybe intended. We'll have a couple of cloud bursts available. Recon bolts being thrown on either side. That recon actually connects with one player. Iron might go down here. There's Tux finally.
30
but
seconds
Dizzy does
left.
respond.
Tux looking to play straight from the pit, but he jumps across the elbow and somehow catches the timing onto Dizzy. This should be an Order round from here. 2-man advantage. Texter, he hears that teleportation across towards Hookah. And we are going to see Bob find that site for free, get the spike down. But with this position, the Tex is in, and he knows now that there's going to be someone coming through. Plix follows. He finds one of the Dick Stacy, and now Spike's down. There is a chance, but Bob has gone, and it's all up the Plix in the 1-on-3 to clutch, but he's not allowed to cross. Had no idea. Texter was laying in wait next to the boxes there, and there you have it. 13-12 now. Order with a 1-round lead.
Plix, by the way, waited a very long time. His only real hope, in my opinion, was to try and catch somebody on their way into the
Switching
teleporter, not
sides.
necessarily following through
Match
the teleporter,
point.
because that will give information over towards Order. He does eventually get the kill into Dick Stacy. A couple of shaky shots there. Takes too long to find the 1v1 versus Texter, and Bob instantly falls on the site itself. So Order end up winning on both ends of the battlegrounds there. The 2 skirmishes from teleporter and also B site. And that's after the fact that Order had the early lead in terms of numbers being available. So match point, or rather map point now being found by the side of Order. Dizzy's going to go all in on the operator. He's only got 5k to spend, and all 5k is going to go towards the gun.
It's worth it. Dizzy looking for anything over towards long, but again, it's just a slow approach from everyone. Dick Stacy sending the drone in to see what he can find. There's not a whole lot. No one playing close to bathrooms at least. They can edge their way forwards. Get that control. Dark cover from Crunchy to slow them.
Tux, by the way, doesn't have a sniper, so if Tux does decide to walk into the LOS of Dizzy, that should be a very one-sided battle going the way of EXO. So far, though, Tux is just holding up tight, sending a bit of util over towards the A side of things. Okay, opportunity maybe. Is Dizzy patient, though? Is he patient enough to wait for this one? Is Tux going to do it? Yes, he is!
Ooh.
And the shot goes wide. Dizzy has to dash away off the line now. And at 40 seconds, this is where the information gets scarce. Now EXO don't really know what's going on.
But as this happens, we do see the dark cover go all the way in and the
30
Exy on the
seconds left.
A site, but there is still already 4 players here from EXO. Crunchy finding 2 of the Order players and another as well. Triple 4 and 1 for Plix, and Bob chimes in as well to take us to OT number 2. Ladies and gents, we're not done just yet.
Switching
And
sides.
Plix drops the 30 here as well. So
Overtime.
one thing is going to be true about this particular matchup. 30-18, the bag is secured for the 3-0. The big 3-0 there. As we head into, how many rounds is it now? 27 on the board, going up next in this OT. It's getting pretty spicy. A lot more kills on the side of EXO than there is on the side of Order. And I think that goes to show how dire the circumstances have been for Order overall. So the fact that they're still keeping things up, 13-13, even being at map point, several points in this game as well. Very impressive stuff.
Oh, big flash early. No one pushing off the back of it. So Flick survives in the corner. Droning all the way through there. Again, that's going to be some early control for EXO, who may just commit straight away on this split. Oh, look at that. Tux, he's pushed through bathrooms. He's flanking short. He's flanking everywhere. They know that it's going to be a B hit, and the rotations are already coming through. But so is EXO. They might just beat them. Order. Texter from the window is going to be looking very strong indeed, but he does get dealt with. So it's 2-for-2 trade as we send it for the 3-on-3. The spike is yet to be planted. And look where Dick Stacy's standing right in the corner. Cover not quite there.
Not sticking it.
The spike plant not going to be committed to.
And Tux has timing now. Crunchy's on 0 HP here. Should surely go down. They have no idea that this is happening right now. Plix falls as well. I say as well, but there it is. Crunchy finally does go. And Tux from the back and the massive flank from Showers. You pointed that one out. As soon as Tux starts walking down, Showers, by the way, sees nobody on A. That's when Order rotate everybody from A to B, and they are ready to receive. And I think Texter was one that actually gets the ball rolling in hookah, gets a couple of kills, slows down EXO considerably. We talk about Order being on map point. Well, they're there again. Let's see if they can do it this time. Like I mentioned, Plixie gets his 30, but does he get his 30 and win the map at the same time? Can he have his cake and eat it too?
Well, that's it. Texter obviously being the role player there, playing the breach, and look, he hasn't been fragging up a storm this game, but he's been getting the ones that matter. It's all about those impact frags. And in overtime, every kill has a whole lot of impact. Now, what are we seeing for the start of the round? Looks like Order focusing on the B site. No one positioned towards A.
That's what you want to do. You want to check that one. You knew Dizzy was playing that line on the previous offense, and Tux is down. Okay.
And they're out on site.
Yeah, you're right. We're going to be planning fairly soon here. Again, it's going to come down to a full retake from EXO.
Well, much faster approach. Nice little lineups with the shock darts to get some free damage onto Autumn, as well as Texter there. Dick Stacy, nasty wall bang to find the first onto Dizzy. Brings back to the 3-on-3. Actually, it's going to be Plix's paint shells to bring us to the 3-on-3. He's going to be trying to jump in. He's a little bit caught with the headbanger there as Crunchy. Making a world of noise over towards Elbow, just drawing all the attention. They know that Order loves to stack this Elbow position. And Disco as well over towards Garden. So EXO making their way out onto side. And the post-plant positions, they look good. But it's now EXO with this man advantage. And the trades need to come through. Disco has that crossfire established. Dick Stacy as well at Elbow is a little bit too much. Crunchy, he's not going to have time to defuse. And there it is. Map number 1 being found by Order to keep us at a 1-map apiece scoreline. And it is looking very good for them going forward. Now, EXO, they are going to have a world ahead of them to try to close this one out because it's pretty much a best of 3 from here.
My God, what a banger of a map. And that's only map 1. Of course, we did see there it's a 1-on-1 scoreline because EXO have a 1-map advantage. Just to even things out nice and early on. Looking at the scoreboard here, 32 overall for Plix. And if I'm allowed a little bit of meme ability right now just to really get into the funny business, but how many tweets do you see out there where, you know, the typical rank stuff where it's like, I dropped 30 and my team doesn't win kind of deal coming on through here. It's obviously not that. It's EXO. They're a good team, but at the same time, man, you look how hard Plix had to carry this game. You really have to credit Order because the fact that Order, stat-wise, I mean, Texter's probably the prime example here. The guy goes, 17-25 or something. He goes fairly low in terms of KD. Yeah. But you mentioned this earlier, Mac. The impact kills are what really matters at the end of the day. And when it counted, Texter came up big time. That round 24, that one that Order felt like should have been theirs, that I think everyone felt like should have been theirs. 2v1, Texas on 5 HP, and he clutches. That is the incredibly memorable moment that's going to stick through. That's going to be something that people are going to go back to time and time again and says, that was the round that changed the course of the map, and I truly believe that to be the case.
Well, that's it as well. Just this game had so much entertainment value. We got a double overtime, and it's only map number 1 of the grand final. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have more maps to get to. And if you want more entertainment like this, don't go too far because we will be back after this break with map number 2 of the series.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it. With Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational, where we're about to get into map 2 of the series. Technically map 3 if you count the map advantage, but it's the second one we're going to be able to physically watch. But that first one, if that has set the tone for this series, Avril, I am so excited to get into some more action.
Yeah, unfortunately, rip the perfect 100% win rate for Bind on EXO's rap sheet over there. But they still get the one map advantage, as you sort of pointed out. So we are technically 2 deep currently. Look, if you missed this map, if you've just joined us, you may have missed one of, if not the best map ever in Oceanic Valorant. That was incredible. That was one of the most back and forth maps with plenty of clutches in there. Texter, massive plays. Plex drop in 32. Crunchy came up big at multiple points as well. There were other clutches. Iron had clutches in there. You know things are going good when Iron's clutching up and getting kills as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a meme, obviously. I love Iron. And yeah, Plex getting an ace in there. Massive judge kills, just eco wins. This map had everything.
It really did. And just even the amount of coordination, the reads from both teams, the early aggressions as well, just to make those info plays. It had everything, and it was just a really good textbook example of how you should be playing Bind if you are in the competitive scene. Obviously, some very crazy individual performances with some crazy plays, which worked very well. It was just completely crazy. And the fact that we went to double OT just shows how neck and neck both these two teams are. So it's really anyone's game from here. And look, heading towards the next map, it is going to be ORD's pick of Split, with EXO starting on the defense. So after a performance like that, going into Split, ORD, from what we've seen, they are a very strong team on it. But also the other day, we were pleasantly surprised with what we saw from EXO with the Viper. Not sure if we're going to see that again today, or if they're going to go with something a bit more textbook.
I think you maybe lean the Viper because, again, we are heading into the sort of meta. We're obviously on 111 right now, where Cypher and Killjoy have been nerfed. And I mean, Iron, of all players, being the Cypher man that he is, probably feels that pain. And Viper's been one of the experimental characters on a map like Split. Split right now is the Viper map, if you do want to go Viper at all. So I think they might want to go that based on preparation. But they did lose this map with the Viper versus ORD in the upper bracket final. So they do have to consider that.
Yeah, so maybe we see a bit of a swap back to that Cypher for Iron, because Iron really does love to play that Cypher. And of course, we all know that Cypher is a very strong agent to be playing over on that B site. And starting on the defense, you're going to be able to get that momentum in the first half. Obviously, in the second half, Cypher not as strong of an agent, but just having those Sentinels sometimes is just, a world of difference in, everything. But with the Viper, yeah, you can use that wall defensively and offensively. So maybe they're going to lean towards that. However, we are going to start to get towards the map, and we should very shortly be able to tell you exactly what agents are going to be played, what the team comps are, and what order have gone for as well. But I dare say we're going to see something similar from the other day. ORD probably going to be happy with the Raze, Omen, Jet, Cypher, and Breach, which is exactly what we saw in that last game as well. No, there's no Sova. So Sova instead of Cypher, but pretty much the same lineup there.
So the one consideration here is the fact that the last time these two teams played, Dick Stacy picked up the Cypher. So it's not going to be Autumn again. Autumn will be staying on the Raze. That's Kale, obviously, who we're talking about right now. And they're going to opt to put Dick Stacy on the Cypher instead. Now, I still think this is a plus for a team like ORD, where Texter mentioned he wanted to pick up some big fraggers. Autumn is one of those big fraggers, and putting him on something like the Raze is far more beneficial than staying on a Cypher. I think Dick Stacy suits the support role currently. Anyway, he's been doing really well in the support role, putting up the kills. So that's going to be the one interesting point for a team like ORD. Now, when we get through the series, when we get to the other maps, like, for example, Ascent and others, that's when we start thinking, okay, is Autumn going to go back on towards a Cypher? Probably, maybe. That's for a later map, though, as we start heading into Split. Will be map number 2 of the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational. Here we go, straight into action. Split coming up.
Let's get into map number 2 of the series, technically 3. It is going to be Split, and it looks like we have EXO starting on that defensive side. And for EXO, you have Crunchy on the Omen, Plix on the Raze, so still a bit more Raze action for Plix coming out. Dizzy on the Jet, Bob with the Breach, Iron on the Viper, and then over on ORD side of things, you've got Autumn playing Raze again. Tuck's on the Jet. You have an Omen there for Disco. Texter committing to the breach, and Dick Stacey playing Cypher this time.
And Bob plays plenty of breach as well. In fact, pre-EXO, before they all joined EXO, Bob was pretty much a breach main. So breach and server being the two big picks for Bob here as we head into split. Mostly an even matchup in terms of compositions, but it will be Iron, the X Factor on the Viper. Take a look again at where the preparation is. It ended up being a very close map the last time these two teams met. I believe the scoreline was, what was it? It is, you know what, we'll check that later. It doesn't matter. The point is, getting into action right now, 5-man from Order overwards A Heaven.
I believe it was 13-11, so maybe potential for another close series again today, as we do see Crunchy trying to defend here at the elbow. Iron looking to group up with him, but the site's being lost. Order flooding in. Paranoia blinds one, but not Autumn, as Iron on 33 HP barely survives, falls back, and will regroup with the rest. Plix just going to be jumping in with the classic. It's up to Disco to try to clutch here. Finds one, and will fall back with his life. 92 HP and still some armor, so may just be able to dodge a little bit of aim punch as he needs to go for the rotation back around. 30 seconds on the clock.
Bob and Iron low HP here.
30
so if there is a
seconds
world
left.
where Disco can clutch up, and technically he does have 100 HP between 92 and 8 armor. Ghost on the floor, but the right-click classic also really good. Needs to check towards the left because that's where everyone is. Has to try and jiggle pick this one. Sees one, doesn't get the shot, connects onto Iron, but it's the other low member of Bob that gets away. And Plix as well. Still full HP, and that will be the first round going over towards EXO.
There you go. Solid start for EXO, looking for a bit of redemption for last map, but also starting on this defensive side is just such an advantage, especially on split. It seems to be the place you want to be. You know, heading into the next, it looks like Order not purchasing up too much, maybe a couple of abilities here or there. But other than that, let's see how much damage they can do to EXO.
Now we know that this map is slightly defender-sided. If you check stats anywhere, typically it might be something like 52-48 to the defense, maybe 53-47. But for a little bit of context between these two teams playing this map, both sides favor the defense. EXO on the original defense of the upper bracket final and split, 8-4 was the first half. So that's a target for a team like EXO right now. Early kill zone. Okay, B main's getting real fired up. 2 players down early for the Order side, and well, that's going to be a 4v3.
Satchel out.
Satchel tries to zone Texter away, but it looks like Texter's got his mitts on the weapon regardless. Let's see if we can get some damage done with the Spectre. Texter looking to lead the charge with that. Bit of mid control there. Dick Stacey just waiting here underneath the ledge and looking to listen out for some rotations. But for now, EXO happy to play the 2-2 split. There's the info with the jump across from Crunchy as he's going to go straight back. The wall as well, separating the troops. Paint shells just barely not killing Crunchy. 4 HP for him. You do see the Venom coming around the corner there. Autumn has to try to play this one on site solo. However, Dick Stacey coming in shortly from Heaven. Seems to work into a dangerous position. Jumping right click. Looking good. Dick Stacey as well brings it to the 1-on-2. However, Spike not planted for him, so he has to hope for some timing. Covers there, and so is the round for EXO. But Dick Stacey, oh, I can't find anything at that range. Not with the Stinger. And accuracy on that SMG is a little bit ridiculous at times.
There's a bit of an issue here, and that's that, I mean, on one hand, yeah, you can see Dick Stacey just dumping away the Stinger even. I was going to say, he doesn't quite have the money to buy, obviously, that counts as him saving, so only got the 1k loss bonus instead of the, what would have been, I believe, 2,900. They got 2 rounds losses in a row now. But either way, it is going to end up being Order fully purchasing up 5 rifles here. Obviously, we talked about that last round not being planted for him. The Stinger wouldn't have been able to penetrate through that blue wall anyway. Really low penetration value on the SMGs. So heading into the actual gun round now, the equipment value for the side of EXO not looking too great as you'd expect. It's 3 Stingers, 2 Spectres, and even light armor for Bob, and there it is. I mean, the light armor doesn't even come into the equation because Kale just lands a headshot.
Absolutely demolishes him there. Crunchy giving up a lot of control from Ropes, trying to play an awkward angle right underneath it, hoping someone falls into his trap. But for now, it's a slow approach from Order. 4v4.
It's The players in heaven, they need to be pulling the legwork right now. Plix and Dizzy up here. Although it might be crunchy as well. This is where Order going to make some decisions. No matter which way they go in mid, they run into somebody. But if they leave mid, go towards B main or A main, they could be safe for now. No one watching. Dizzy has some eyes, but won't be able to respond. Dizzy only on a Spectre, long range. Unless he lands multiple headshots, won't be able to confirm the kills. No slowdown here as well. Plix would have to drop a nade, but I don't know how much util Plix has left. Dizzy will be on first contact. There's a couple of shots for no kills.
Good damage, though. Nice little bits of chip damage, allowing the boys to have an easier job on the retake, which we are going to see EXO set up for. Now, Order need to try to get off of sight. Dick Stacy cops some through the smoke, trying to cross back, and he's going to be stuck in the open as soon as the dark cover disappears, so has to try to hit his shot, tries to play over the top for now, and he does. The Phantom looking good. Can't quite find the head there as Dizzy will finish it off with the Spectre. 11 HP for him. Does have himself an updraft to get back to the high ground, but it looks like it's going to be Plix with the cover. Vandal, too strong for now. Tux as well, looking to deny the cross to sight. And in the 2-on-2, both of these players are in very precarious positions. Plix wants to go forward and jumps across the line. There's the shots from Tux coming through. It's up to Plix, but Texter as well, not quite showing his hand. And Plix, he's running low on time. I dare say that's the round. It certainly is. As you can see, Tux, he's just looking to get the exit, if anything, and to get away from the explosion. Carry that Vandal across, but Order are on the board on their first gun round.
Made it really expensive, though. I mean, look at the situation here. Plix picks up a gun, I believe. The first player they killed, the only player they killed early on, before the plant came in, was Disco over towards mid somewhere. Plix will pick up a gun as the highest performing member, putting it in his hands. It's going to be quite deadly. You saw what he could do. Shuts down Kale, showstopper nearly instantly. Kale doesn't even get that to shoot it off. I mean, the rocket just stays in the chamber. 4 deaths there. A lot of rebuys. Ends up being Order having to purchase down to 0 for the most part. Only, I believe, Texter there coming through with a bit of money in the bank.
Shadows traveling.
A slower early round. Order making some noise over towards mid. So we do see EXO going for that early stack towards B, expecting maybe a faster approach from Order, which hasn't come through. He's looking to play the tendencies. And Iron as well. He's going to be polished early, so that wall, the Viper wall, not going to have any effect as we go towards the later round. But Dizzy, look at this vantage point. If anyone walks into this line, they are not going to be ready for him at all.
Great position to fall off as well. You can instantly dash away. Plenty of smokes available. Drop off on the other side of that wall. Losing Bob's not pretty. And Dick Stacy's really deep over towards Heaven. Crunchy needs to hold on. Has a 1v1 situation on the other side of the map, though. Here we go. The head coming through on towards B. Dizzy's already been flashed out. He's been aftershocked as well. Hasn't gotten the kill. Is in a lot of trouble right now. He's good for 1, but will be traded. And it comes down to a crunchy 1v4. We'll have to get the clear up of the Dick Stacy first, and then think about the rest later.
And there you go. But with 4 HP and 3 more men to get through, I dare say that the Crunch Man is not going to be going for this round. But he's firing off some warning shots. Texter, however, already on the close side of the smoke. Swing through from Tux to help him out. And they just want to try to send a message. But we're at a tied game, 2 apiece. However, the economy on the side of EXO is not good. So Order should have an easy round ahead of them.
A tightrope walk for both teams on that round number 4 there. Whoever loses was going to have to eco every single player on both teams, with the exception of Texter, basically brought down to about 300, maybe less for some members, 0 in the case of Crunchy and Tux. So being able to purchase at least something here. No judge this time for Plex. Will go towards the Stinger. Wants to have at least 1k-ish in the bank there. Dizzy coming through with the Blaze Storm will be the richest member as well, and the only member with the real capability of doing some damage. Here we go. Flash. Newly lands the second shot as well. Unsuccessful. But it does end up being a kill. Tux with the 2 traded. Iron now coming in mid. Position is spotted.
Dizzy just jumping straight into the action and only barely missed that second right click as well. So could have been a different situation, and it could have been even more even in terms of the players in the server. Could have been that 3v3. However, it is not. And as you can see, Order, they have full control of the B side, or they're about to, if they can get past Iron here, who's about to be very much in the open and completely unaware that Dick Stacy's out at heaven, but Iron's actually managed to find the timing.
Still in trouble, though. The problem is Iron don't know where anyone is right now. That he has absolutely no idea that Kale's already behind him. Here's Dick Stacy. Now Iron has to look for at least one trade here. They have ultimates, so oh my goodness, Iron, you got to have those shots. Unfortunate 3v2 now, one alive, and you don't suspect the Bob will do too much. Rolling Thunder will be preserved. And Order come through 3 and 2 on the scoreboard, and 3 alive as well in terms of keeping the guns in.
Yeah, I just blinked. I didn't see what happened. Could we get a replay of that, maybe?
Of what, Iron missing his shots?
Oh, I didn't see it. No, did he miss his shots? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Could we get a replay? Maybe it was at some point. Maybe I don't know. It could be funny. Anyway, no, Iron. Look, it's grand final gameplay. You can't afford to miss shots like that. But we do have a replay of it. All right, let's have a look. What's he got for us, Mr. Iron? No, it's the end of the round. But anyway, look, it's Order just cleaning up. Beautiful,
Look,
absolutely beautiful.
I'll tell you where the replay's going to be. It'll be on Twitter later.
Of course it will. It'll probably be on Twitter like in the next 5 minutes if anyone sees that. Anyway, tag me in it, please. Thank you very much. And I can show Iron that later. He's very bad at Just Dance if you ever want to talk. Anyway, look, we have a game live and EXO are on another bite. They've got the operator in the hands of Dizzy and Order are 1 round in the lead.
Tux is going to go for Blaze Storm this round. You said operator as well for Dizzy. 1 ultimate away for Iron. This is an important round. Look at money. 2 players on 0 between Plix and Dizzy. The rich of them, 100, 200, 300. Iron's the richest member here with 300 in the bank. So, I mean, look, if this is not a round win for EXO, they're going to eco again, and Order will get a nice lead.
Tux has got that Blade Storm as well. He's really trying to open up over towards the ramp, but just has to wait for the wall to run down. But for the moment, looks like it's A-OK. Crunchy waiting for a push through the smoke. Of course, those smokes are giving you that vulnerable status, which would make Crunchy's job very easy indeed. So if you're taking any ticks from that, you want to be either ready to hit your shots or ready to wait a moment until it dissipates. And it looks like we are potentially going to see the A split here through ropes.
Just as a small note as well, the snake bite, the molly there from Viper will put vulnerable on you, but I believe the smoke is just for the decay. It still does damage though, so that's something working in their favor. I think the ultimates here could be a big factor. We talked a little bit about the Blaze Storm, but it's the Rolling Thunders I'm looking at over here, Micah. Mac, a bit of attention being given over towards Heaven side of things. As Max takes down his counterpart in Kale, but it's all about A right now. We're all
left.
on A, and Iron has to hold on. The Rolling Thunder is on the other side of the map for EXO, and they have to start rotating over.
Iron here to try and make up for what happened before, but it is going to be a 2 for 2, so that will allow EXO to still have that 1-man advantage, so at least it's some good trades, but they need to get the spike planted. The flood could just come in, but it looks like EXO aren't quite positioned for it going in off the back of the Rolling Thunder, which seemed to have hit at least one of the players under Heaven. Tux, he had nothing that was going for him. So many flashes, and Texter, he can't see a thing, he can't hit anything if you can't see it. And there it is. Beautiful retake coming out from EXO. 3 alive in the end, so the economy should start to stabilize.
All the insurance policies being cashed in there for EXO as well, making sure there's no way they lose that very important round. Flex gets 3 kills, gets a defuse. We'll be now 5 out of 7 towards the showstopper, 8 and 3 in the kill department as well. So take a look at the intel replay in just a second, and big plays from EXO to try and hold on to things. Maybe overkill, you could argue here as well, because they end up committing quite a lot of resource just to secure that round. But again, it's a very important one, and they don't want to be on eco again. They want to keep things competitive. 3 and 3 is the scoreline.
The thing is, when you're running in against Order as well, they're hitting everything. They're making clutches out of nothing now. You have to pretty much cross your T's, dot your I's, make sure you're using as much as possible to give yourself the best advantage. And look, again, straight up, giving away the site off the back of that early util. Rush from Order. They've already got full control of the site. No casualties.
It's going to give themselves a really nice post-plant as well. 2 players towards screens, 2 over towards ramps, and you even have Dick Stacy going far off-site here, keeping all the traps and stuff alive. 5 on the retake, a 1-for-1 trade early. Tuck survives on 30, Iron for 2. It's 3 on 3 now. Viper Spit is available, but can Iron even find the opportunity? The answer is no. Dick Stacy on the big flank of there, still staying alive. We're walking into a crossfire. Somehow Bob gets the kill. The Plix will not be able to follow in. Dick Stacy and takes step for the cleanup. And Order keep the lead going.
Sharp shots all across the board there. But there you have it. Order now on the attacking side with a 1-round lead. If they can manage to drag this out and maybe get towards the 6 or 7 mark, I feel like that could just be enough here. But still, it's still early days. as we head into round number 8.
This is going to be one where for EXO, 4 pistols, 1 rifle, they just won a round, and the sad thing about that is, despite winning a round, they get their loss bonus reset completely. That is really putting the hurt onto the eco side of things. Viper's pick comes down. Kale's even slightly challenging this one with a showstopper, but on the A side of things, I mean, we're already planting, so the Viper spit ends up being a bit of a waste, sadly. We're not going to see too much value there. You do see Kale going down to 1 HP, but he'll be fine. He'll be on the big flank.
Oh, good flash to try to open up. However, Iron could see as much as he wanted. It's going to be a trade from Dizzy, though, so keeping it back to the 3-on-3 yet again. Autumn coming up the rope at the perfect moment. Finds himself the double. Now it's up to Crunchy to try to clutch, and he's only got the Sheriff, but he needs to tap some heads here. Long range. It's going to be Texter with many more bullets to hit, many more to shoot. And he shot his shot indeed. There you have it. It's going to be 5 rounds now. Found by Order. Off to a good start on map number 2.
Absolutely. Considering where we started on Bind, this is the first time that Order in this particular series right now between the 2 maps have had a decent lead coming into the early part of the half, and 4 rounds remaining now. Start to look at the possible outcomes. You have the world where if Order absolutely slap EXO, it'll be a 9-3. I think the likely outcome could be an 8-4 here. We talked about 8-4 in the favor of EXO the last time these 2 teams met when EXO was on the defense. Again, that ends up being the target, but they won't be able to achieve 8-4. Now, the best that EXO can really hope for is going to come down to a 7-5, and that would require EXO to win all of the last remaining rounds.
And that's a big task, considering the performance that Order's putting on. Autumn finally finding that momentum, the confidence here in the grand final, and he's starting to do such a great job, losing half his HP, but opens up. Tux just whips that one, and he's not going to be able to get too much done, so he's taken there by Plix, but the trade at least was there from Disco. Bob, last line of defense on the B side, as we do see Crunchy invest the ultimate to make his way across, and manages... Oh, it's actually Disco coming in from behind. I thought it was Crunchy. There you go. So, sight found now as Disco. Can't quite hold. Crunchy swinging wide, and it was all up to Autumn to try to finish, but with half HP, there's not a lot of work left for Iron to do, and he's going to tap 2 in the torso to find a 4th for EXO, and Order not going to be running away with the half just yet.
Spike now planted as well. The extra money would definitely have helped, considering that, yes, Order have the lead, but it's only by 1 now. What you do need to see from EXO's side of things is they need to string together a couple rounds in a row. Just getting the odd round here or there, resetting their economy each single time is just going to cause much more issues for their economy. Another situation where members are not quite rich yet. Plix will have the Judge again. He had plenty of nice plays from the Judge over towards Bind, looking to repeat the performance now straight away. 2 kills! Plix on the Judge is just indomitable. Another one! Going for the classic now, but it doesn't even matter if he dies. He's got the 3 required, and the round might be over now.
Well, let's not speak too soon, because the big Dick Stacy is still alive and kicking. Maybe swinging as well. He's got knife out, ready, and very aware that these rotations probably came through off the back of all the info. He's hoping you can hear something, but Dizzy staying very silent there in ropes, and Dick Stacy may just be able to find a B-site for free. He's got himself a trap wire and 2 cages to play with. And, oh, look at this, Avril, the timing.
Iron's here. Iron's not looking, though. Dick Stacy might get 1 kill. If he finds 1 kill and then isolates together, he can get 2 back-to-back 1v1s. There's what we're talking about. 31 HP. He's going to reset. He's got enough time to go to B, and Iron's going to have to meet him there.
How has this round played out like this? Iron as well, just trying to stay as sneaky as possible. Doesn't want to give any information away, but Dick Stacy, finds the info at the right moment. Now Iron drops down, hits the cage, lets Dick Stacy know that he's on the ground. And Iron very grounded with that round, keeping it even at 5 apiece, but oh my, Dick Stacy almost threaded the needle with that one.
I think he might have. If Iron got there any slower and didn't see where Dick Stacy was, he could be anywhere. Dick Stacy could be over towards Alley. He could be in B main already. He could be in pit. He could be hiding in hell. Like, it just where he could be is just way too many places for Iron to clear in time. And Iron has to find the 1v1 to win that one. So the fact that he sees a shoulder just before Dick Stacy tucks away over towards the back of pillar, is everything in that round. That is determining who wins and loses off that one situation for Iron. So, I mean, almost. You got to say, if it wasn't, and the other factor would have been the health advantage. Dick Stacey obviously taken down quite low in his last trade versus Dizzy over towards A Heaven. And so for Iron on full HP, just needs to make sure he doesn't get instantly tapped by a headshot. And if it comes down to body shots, Iron will win it, and he does.
Welcome to coffee. Welcome to coffee. I did just have a sip of my own, so it was very appropriately timed. But look, the thing is, where to from here? You know, both teams have this sort of weird situation where the economy is at breaking point. So whoever takes this round, there's a high likelihood of them taking the following. Okay, I'm looking at the ultimates now, though.
Same,
You've got everything there for EXO to, look, safely set up for a retake. So they'll have to give up sight in order to do that. It could be a little bit risky, but sometimes you've got to risk it for that biscuit.
I think the main issue here is the big ultimates are on the wrong side of the map right now. And Order's going to go straight in. You see the teleport coming through from Crunchy on towards the back. Sees nothing. I'm actually not too sure why he did that. Maybe he's just trying to trick his opponents. It's working. Crunchy has outsmarted everyone in Order. Texas will finally find the kill via a flash as well. 3v2. Rolling Thunder still available for Bob, so it is still doable technically for the side of EXO.
Well, they at least heard where that was coming from, but we are going to have a Rolling Thunder back in the other direction. Texter in the short side, but it is going to be Tux and Disco to clean up. And there you have it. 6 on the board for Order, who at least have allowed this half to be completely tied. 6 apiece. And that's if they don't take this round, because look what they're going up against. 2 of those ultimates were invested in the previous. Plix still has the showstopper. Dizzy still with the knives, so at least they have the fallback there and can throw those weapons across. So Iron, Bob, and Crunchy still with some decent weaponry. I dare say we're going to see Plix. He's got that full armor already purchased up. He's going for a shotgun, so no surprises there. And look, I think this next round is going to be a banger.
You could even, by the way, swap guns between Dizzy and Plix there. Give Plix a slightly better shotgun. The only reason I say that is because Dizzy's going to pop the Blaze Storm anyway, and there it is. We'll see what they can do with the shotguns. I mean, regardless, it is going to be shotguns. Dizzy's even going to take the rifle, and I believe the reason for that is he's going to anchor towards B and allow the rest of the team to go elsewhere, whether that be 2 towards mid, technically 3 because Iron's in vents, leaving Crunchy by himself to anchor A. They still do, by the way, have a showstopper, so the only ultimate in play this round, well, besides the Blade Storm, is going to come through from EXO, who have both anyway. So if there is a time and a place for EXO to get 6, this would be it. And as a reminder, on Bind, the map that we just saw, the banger that it was, we ended the first half 6-6.
Double shotgun setup in Heaven. It's going to be so hard to get past.
Out of charges.
Unless they just decide not to, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Order dodging a bullet with that one and sending it back towards the A site. 40 seconds. It's going to be all in this direction. It looks like we are going to see the fake over towards B. 2 dark covers come out, and it doesn't quite draw the rotation. Oh, it does. Oh, my God. Crunchy, he's fallen for it, and there you go. A site is here for the taking, and Order, they're happy with it.
EXO will get a kill, though, so that ends up being the trade that happens. You get the site for free, but, well, I guess not for free, because it does cost you a member. Shotguns are in play right now. They would love to find a gun. Plix would love to drop on the body right now and pick up Tux's Phantom on the floor. Again, the showstopper is available. That will have to come into play. There is still a Paranoia as well. Dizzy's got another one. This is so workable for EXO.
It's all going wrong at the moment for Order, but Texter finds one quick one. Orderman's roll around the corner, but it is going to be Dizzy Life still with the Blade Storm. Needs to hit these knives, but the right click misses everything as Texter cleans up. There you have it. 4 kills for the big man. And there you have it, 7-5 for Order into the half as they move into the defending side. And on this map of their picking, well, it's going to be looking very strong indeed. And as well, before we go too close into the second half, again, I just want to let you guys know at home know all 5 players on the winning team this afternoon of the L'Oreal Men Expert Invitational will receive a brand new gaming PC powered by Intel 10th Gen. And thanks to M-Wave, MSY, Scorptech, PLE Computers, and Centicom for providing these PCs. They're absolute champions, and the winning team is going to have a fresh setup for each of the players to play on.
And a potential for a second PC for lucky players. So I say luck, but it's all about skill, isn't it? Because the MVP award being voted on will get themselves an Omen branded PC as well. I say Omen from the character in Valorant. Glitch Pop PC available for the viewers in a giveaway. Head over to Chiefs ESC on Twitter to go into the draw. There's a Gleam IO link for you as we head into the first round of the second half here. EXO 2 behind. Would love to be able to pick up a pistol. Early aggression from Order. We'll see nothing mid.
Here. He's using some patience now. Slow approach, hoping they can maybe catch Order pushing down mid, which hasn't happened yet, but they certainly have their sights set on this position. Tux fires off some warning shots, drops the cloud burst, and will fall back to heaven. So it looks like EXO, they're going for a rotation all the way back to A.
Just playing this pistol slowly for now. Iron is still lurking over towards the B side of things. Very Cypher-esque gameplay coming through. 40 seconds remaining. A decision will need to be made. And the good news is Iron can use the util from anywhere on the map. Kale will still see the star. Kale sees everybody. The paint shot will fly out. He does get traded down. A bit of damage does get committed. Look at Dizzy. Look at Flex. They're on nothing.
Just an awkward position for him to be in, and Dizzy dealt with by Stacy through the wall. A couple of right clicks there into the smoke is enough to trade for Plix 4 HP, and he goes down the disco running through the dark cover. And now Bob is last alive. 1v2 now, has to try to get this engagement. His isolated fights are looking good for him, but he's only got 15 HP. He's running out of health, out of time. And as he makes the wrap around, the sound is there, and Tux, he's got the shot too. There you have it. Order 8-5.
Well played by Kale. Does go down straight away, but I think the paint shells, the damage it does is well worth it. Converts onto 2 kills, leaves Dizzy on Plix on nothing. Like 1 HP. Plix is on 4 HP. Might as well be 1 HP. It's 1 shot away. And the early pistol going the way of Order is bad news for EXO, who are already trailing. And they're forcing. They know it. They know they're behind. They know they don't want to be too far behind. This will be a gamble. It is a bit of a risk. 5 Stingers. Armor being purchased in. And I think the only reason that Bob doesn't have full armor either is because Bob has picked up a couple of flashes, and that is going to be paying dividends if they can get a very fast approach onto one of these sites. It looks like it's going to be B.
Hoping to maybe catch them off guard. There it is, the fault line straight to ropes to try to force any aggression back, but it hasn't. Autumn looking to play the double setup here at Male. It's triple rather at Heaven. Okay. So, doing the homework, expecting the push. There's the flash, and Autumn in the corner dodges it, but only finds 1. No trade just yet. Still 2 players leaning around the corner as the flash continues to come through, but Plix can't make his way in. Stacy spotted and deals with the aggression. Now over towards mid. Bob in an off angle, unfortunately, doesn't work for him. And in the 2-on-4, Iron rather has to go forward, and he does, but so does Stacy. Down onto site. Tux as well. The flood back in is good enough for the retake, and Order take another. So the force spy not working out for EXO.
And that comes down to Stacy and Kale getting the opening picks as well. They both got flashed, and yet doesn't matter. They found the kills. Kale in particular, he turns away from the flash, turns back, still lands the headshots, and he only has a stinger as well. And that would have been a lot more successful for the side of EXO if they wouldn't in a even trade scenario, if they actually had an advantage somewhere. We'll be walking to the next round now, 3 sheriffs in hand. And sadly for them, this does look like a 5-10 deficit, as Order will be on a near gun round, still holding on to most of the anti-eco guns. I mean, it will be another anti-eco extended by 1 extra round, and we're not going to see the guns come through from EXO until at least round 4 in this half.
Cover going out.
Mid control, the call to order for EXO. All 5 players going for the strength and numbers approach. This time straight to Heaven. So a toxic wall is going to allow them a whole lot of space, and vision wasn't there, but the wall ran out of steam, and Tux took the opportunity, found the headshot onto Crunchy, which he's probably going to be mauled in about. Iron tries to trade there with the Sheriff at Heaven, but it's going to be Dizzy now, trying to make his way through sight. Oh, a big shot from Bob, but now we're talking to weapons retrievable. Spike should go down. Cloud bursts, the cover for CT, and Order repositioning for the retake.
Tux has got the good gun, though. There's one big rifle in play, and that's in Tux's hands. Tux is going to make this one very interesting. Tux is down now, so I guess that conversation has been ended. 2 versus 3. Spike has been planted. Texter on Flex to make it a 2-2.
Yeah, big flash as well, just trying to zone this one out. But Bob now going to be isolated on side as Dizzy comes in on the flank. Bob still doing it all himself, and there it is. Dizzy finds Texter from heaven. The big rotation was worth it in the end, and there you have it. 6 on the board, not allowing Order to run away with this in the second half too early. And it was the pistol buy as well, so the economy is looking nice for EXO.
Really got to credit Dizzy there, opening up with a nice Sheriff kill and then converting, getting over towards the Spectre. Other players contributing towards the Sheriff kills, and it starts poorly. I mean, you mentioned it, but the Toxin swing phase, Crunchy dies almost instantly, and it's a 4v5 off the bat. But still, EXO come on through very strong. Take a look at the intel replay, how some of this ends up falling, and Dizzy ends up cleaning up with Bob as well. Now we head into the next round, a little bit more confident for the side of EXO. Blazestorm being popped by, I believe it was Tux, who didn't buy into this round. The rest of his team does have 4 rifles.
Here.
So Iron, not sure if he was just checking out the Crab's smile or setting up the wall, but seems to be the latter. As we do see a big gamble. 4 players, 4 Order, over towards this B side.
Tux, though. Tux is a timing. There it is. Oh my god, Tux is a timing!
What?
Kills on the Bladestorm. That is excellent. And that's going to put a damper on the efforts of EXO Clan, who started to feel pretty good about this round, but now 2 alive versus 4. I mean, I don't want to call it yet, but this doesn't look good at all.
Well, that was certainly something from Tux. Quick triple. And now Fault Line does hit Crunchy in the corner, who's going to do a couple of spins for good effect. Dick Stacey, solid position at the back of Pit here, just waiting. Looking to be contact on the cross, or swing on the contact, rather. So he's going to get all the damage down to the final 2, and a solid round from Order, upsetting EXO there in a round where they really had no right, but Tux just catches them with their pants down.
Yeah, it's just back and forth action here. I say back and forth. It's mainly on this half that's been back and forth because you add up all the rounds in between. It's definitely more forth for the Order guys and more back for the EXO guys for now. Operate in the hands of Dizzy. They're going to be buying up fully as much as they can, and they did buy up for the previous round as well. So call this one a force. Crunchy over towards the Guardian, and this is Crunchy's, I guess, force gun of choice here, as the other players don't quite have that much to work with. They can get guns via Dizzy. This is workable. Bob will be trying to buy attention over towards mid. Keep Order busy, as 4 members of Order are stacked up in mid, and they don't see anyone. They might fall off.
You're just looking to do that conditioning over towards mid, which is certainly working, and Order happy to just play for the retake now. EXO only have Dick Stacey to get past here, and even that isn't too hard because he's just going to be playing from the screens area. Finds the timing. He's actually gone for the shot, but misses his opportunity. And now we see Order set up for the retake.
So we're on to action now. Spike has been planted. Few ultimates available on both ends. 5 players alive for both ends as well. Viper's Pit being committed by Iron. So game's on. Spectre in play. Again, not great weapons for the EXO side of things. Let's see if Tux and Disco can get it done over towards ramp.
Coming in, plenty of flashes remaining, and it looks like Dizzy's almost going to be blinded, but he gets pushed out of position with the aftershock. He's got Bob there still in the corner. Crunchy, they're aware that he could be up on the ledge here, but it's going to be a bit of action over towards screens instead. Plix just trying to get work done with the Frenzy instead of using that Phantom, which he might have been able to retrieve. No, okay. So still, time, it's just been ticking down. Order, they've got a lot of control. They got some ramp, and yeah, they may just go for some exits, but they've missed another round, and EXO find another. Plix, he's out of range of the explosion. We see 6 survive, so 4 alive on the side of EXO, and only 2 for Order. Interesting round. Thought there would have been maybe a bit more of a flood, but they just couldn't get that ramp control. Too many players over there for the EXO side of things, and didn't allow that retake to come through.
I think they needed ultimates here as well. Dick Stacey, if he had the opportunity to put in the Neural Theft, that is basically a soft counter to the Viper's Pit. If you consider everyone hiding the Viper's Pit gets scanned and caught out by the Neural Theft via Dick Stacey, that could have been good. Rolling Thunder could have been good as well, but Texter was 1 away. So I think the resource might have just been a little bit missing. Also, it's a full 5v5 retake where 5 alive on the post plant for EXO is going to be hard to deal with.
Dick Stacey going in with the paint shells.
Off your feet!
A couple of warning shots, but nothing too hectic yet, as we do see EXO taking full control of this B site. So Heaven Stack
Spike planted.
is still there for the retake, but for now, it's EXO getting ready to set up here. in their post-plant positions.
Rolling Thunder is going to catch a couple, but no one there to take position to get those kills. And as Kale tries to transition across the map, Bob picks up 2. Nicely played. Tux will respond. Plenty of players still alive on the site itself. The cleanup crew is here. Plix and Iron, the last 3 kills. And between Iron and Bob, very low HP, but they do survive. They set things up for another full 5v5 post-plant. Every member on the attack still alive after the spike is down. And that comes off the back of a Rolling Thunder being played into heaven just to make sure there wasn't going to be any attention on the site itself. It is an ultimate trade for a spike plant into a good post plant, and that's a success for EXO.
It was interesting that it only took 3 players invested to take the site, only because Order gave it up. If that wasn't the case, there was a chance, yes, there could be some trades, some weapons found, and there could have been a more solid defense, and that flank couldn't have had as much effect. But now into the next, already Dizzy. He's darted across to ramps, rather, trying to make his way up to heaven. Disco lays in wait with the Sheriff, but again, the lackluster buy may just not be the answer. 4v5 scenario, and EXO don't commit to the site just yet, but they are happy to take these fights. But Tux, however, on the flank, finds himself 2 quick ones, Texter 1 as well, which does get traded out, so we're into a 2-on-2.
Just reset. Yeah, there it is. Bob's out of it. Dizzy as well, just going to lurk for a little while. This will give Texter and friends. Disco needs a gun. Disco's only got a Sheriff, and we'll be able to find an upgrade off that. 50 seconds remaining is plenty for Bob to get a plant in, but as the time dwindles down, you can see that Order, they know something's up. They know it's not going to be an A plant, that they're going to have to split. I mean, or they stick together. They either stick together and gamble a site, or they split 1-1. For now, it does look like the 1-1 split. Notice that Texter's also on low HP. Okay, spots Dizzy, gets a shot off, gets out alive. Bob hasn't planted yet, though, and Disco's around.
Left.
Oh, but look at this. Disco at heaven is straight in between. He knows that Dizzy's made the rotation. Here's the tailwind over towards mid now, but he's not aware that Bob's on site just yet.
Still
happy to play. Yeah, he's playing the patient game, waiting for, I think it's Texter to make his way across now. Doesn't want to go in solo. Let's see how the timing is. Oh, Dizzy already on that line. Disco unable to have impact. Now it's up to Texter to clutch again. He has done it before, and I think he might have just been spotted there as Dizzy crossed back the pit. Solid crossfire established. After shock there to default. Looking to try to zone out the players. Flash through all the way across the pylon. And it is going to be the wrap from Bob. So Texter, I think his number has been figured out. And there you go. 4K for Dizzy in that round to put a 9th on the board for EXO and bring them back into the game. Order, it looked so good at the start of the half. But now, EXO, they're back and kicking.
Yeah, and I think the difference between this clutch and the last clutch we saw in Bind was the fact that Texter was on the other end of things. He was on the attacking team, so he's in the post plant. All he has to do is try and stop the defuse. This time he's on the defense. He has to be the one defusing, and that's a major advantage for the side of EXO, who you see Bob just wrapping around. You see Dizzy keeping Texter busy. You see that Texter's on 40 HP, and yeah, I know he's on 5 HP before, but a different circumstance, and this time around, not going to happen. And like you said here, a bit of a comeback on board for EXO now, 1 away from catching up.
Flash out.
Same utility. Just conditioning Order at mid, but they're going to push in dry, and now Crunchy could be in a bit of a rough spot, because this is the exact same strategy we saw before, and Crunchy, however, is ready for it. So that's going to be mid-control. Disco lays in wait, but Crunchy is ready, and the man is hitting everything. So giving up that B site for the mid-control instead does not work out for Order, and we're back at 10 apiece unless something miraculous happens, because Order, they're on the other side of the map.
Yeah, did I say it was a 5v5? I lied. Crunchy was in the best spot possible, hiding over towards Ramen, gets the timing onto 2, converts on a 3rd, and Bob wants to chase down. They know there's a couple guns left. They know this is where Order are hurting. They know Order are desperate for money. Bob, the silent steps available. I don't know if either team knows that action is just around the corner. Let's take a look at Elbow. Dick Stacy looking the wrong way. Bob, position shown, position found. Flash and fault line coming on through. Texas still alive for now. 1 second to go. And Bob goes down instead. So one gun via Texas gets taken over for Order going into round 21.
Now we will have a quick look at Crunchy again, thanks to the Intel replay. and see what he did manage to do in the previous round. So I thought that this was big brain from Order. They realized exactly what was happening, the exact setup, and where Crunchy should have been. But of course, Crunchy, with that Vandal at the ready, you're just going to hit those shots and tap those heads. And he did so effectively. 3 quick ones at mid to get another round on the board for EXO.
And it's too many times, by the way, when I said the 5v5, that was in reference to the fact that EXO got another plant, specifically on B here, where, I mean, there's no trades, there's no, like, early kind of util pressure, defense pressure coming through from Order. They kind of just back out, or they're not even there in the first place. EXO get a free plant, not even really any health trades, and bam, you're straight into a 5v5 post plant, and that is almost always going to be favoring the attacker side. As a tech pause, they'll get called up by Bob there, so we'll try and resolve that one.
Is this map in America?
You mean where's it set in?
Yeah.
Japan.
Well, they called it an iced Americano, and I'm pretty sure an Americano is only called an Americano in America, because that's a long black. I've got issues with that. Anyway, Riot, so we can have words later. Back over to the coffee. Yep.
Send the email over.
Look, there's the hot one. See, there's the Americano, the cappuccino, the latte. Hey, this spelled latte wrong. They spelled it like late. They don't even know what they're doing. What's going on? They've not had some fresh bean juice before, I can tell you that much. Jesus, Riot, come on. I'm going to send an angry email and probably never get a response.
Unplayable, really, the map.
Yeah.
After that.
Completely.
I believe the specific design of the map as well. There's a blue side and a red side. It's meant to show, I guess, a little bit of disparity here. The A side of things is kind of high tech. That's a kingdom area, and the B side is kind of, I don't know, a little bit more gritty.
Mm.
It's kind of what they're going for. This is a train station. I don't know if people call that. If it's all around. There's a Japanese text.
Well, I actually saw a fun fact in chat earlier. Did you know that Bob spelt backwards is actually Bob?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool. I see you've spelt Bob before. Anyway, back into the game, into the action. After a short pause, I believe Bob was lagging, but I'm sure he is back and kicking.
What can you do? Do your best.
Mm.
I think it looks fine to me. I mean, Bob's on 36 now. It's actually lower than Iron, so that's okay. You'll take that. Toxin screen being set up over towards B this time. You'll notice, by the way, that Iron's been changing out where he puts the screen. Sometimes it's A, sometimes it's B. Just keeping the competition on their feet here. You never know. If you're Order, you never know quite what it means, because no matter where the screen comes down, it doesn't mean that's where the hit's going to be. Exemplified by the fact that Order, or rather EXO, are already making their way over towards A, and Iron's going to be buying a bit of time faking B.
So silent for so long. Again, let's see if this fake comes through just with the Viper. I think the wall's gone up. But you can see Order, they seem to be aware. They've heard Iron running away. You've got Tux on the heels. And now the hit is just about to come in. But the cage gets triggered just at the right moment. It's bought so much time for the rest of the troops from Order to make their way in. The tag as well with just 30 on the clock. Dick Stacy, Spectre in the corner. Just waiting for the rest of the boys. Flashes in, and it looks like it could be the Flood. They're going for that ramp control yet again for the retake, which seems to be the call to Order, but Flix can only get the single for the trade as Autumn looks good. But coming in as well, just very thorough with this one. Blade Storm there for Tux. As we do see the paranoia in. Disco wants to go with the back of it and flashes everywhere. It's looking hard for EXO to hold. Given this post-plant setup, it's all three stuck on site, and Texter, he's starting to deal with him on the way back in. Can they get it done? Right click from the Blade Storm doesn't hit, but it is going to be Texter with the Vandal to get the job done in the end, and that's the lead found for Order, not allowing EXO one more as they edge their way forward to yet another one map.
Yeah, super well played by Order there. You see the two blue X's over by A ramp. That's the important kills. 2 impact kills coming over. If it wasn't for that, I think this could have been a very good post-plant situation for the EXO guys. Obviously, no screens control, no further control after ramp. So if you lose your ramps players and all you have are 3 guys stacking on site, that's not ideal. That's going to end up being a fairly convincing round loss, as long as Order don't misapproach that situation. Obviously, there are plenty of flashes to play through. He tried to hold on best he could via the Cloudburst coming in to just delay. But yeah, they have to be at the frag. They have to get the counter frags. They get surrounded. They get pinched on. And that is how Order will be able to come through for, what is it now, 11 rounds as Tux picks up an operator as well. Tux, by the way, now on 20 frags. It's no longer going to be like a 30 frag game for anybody on the server. However, it does also say, if you look across the board, everyone is fairly even. Even the lowest member there for Disco's on 10, which is not that far off of Dizzy and Iron on 13.
Here.
So let's see where they end up at the end of the round, and if we can get order onto map point. Disco, really dark cover. Maybe to mid as well? No. Holds onto it for now. Paranoia at the ready after hearing the dash from Dizzy over towards ramps.
I've got to say, A has not been that successful overall for EXO. B has been far better, at least in recent times. There's also 3 defending over here. These are the 3 you don't want to run into. It's Omen and Breach at the same time, so like 4 flashes between the 2. Dizzy's main job is just to buy time as well. He's trying to buy a bit of attention, keep 3 players interested on this A side of things as the rest of the squad, 4 of them now lining up towards B. The big factor here is going to come down to Tux. If Tux can get a trade early, he'll be able to keep the numbers lean for EXO, and that will be the difference maker.
Tux on its tight line is going to be hit by the fault line, but still manages to get back on the angle in time and hits a nice one on the Plix, dashes across, back to sight. But look at that, the Rolling Thunder is just going to be a little bit too much. Iron jumping in off the back of the smoke, and from heaven, you see Autumn continuing to fight. Iron, Crunchy both dealt with. Bob on the trade. But it might be a little too late. 1 man remaining. That's going to be Dizzy now in the 1-on-4. He's only got 20 seconds to clutch, but Dick Stacy covers it nicely. And Order 1 round away from taking another map.
And Tux stays alive there. Great opening shot. He got fault lined in. EXO don't go in off that. That's a really strange thing where they put the in. They give the respect over to say, look, Tux could be here. The operator could be here. We're going to fault line Tux potentially off the angle. And then Tux just scopes back in. He doesn't care because you haven't gone in yet. Gets the opening kill into Plex, who was going to be potentially quite an impactful play. He's got a showstopper available. He's your entry fragger. You don't want him dying that early. Kale then trades for 2 despite going down, and everyone else in Order still stay alive. And speaking of everyone else in Order, it's going to be a 4-stack towards A side for Order. They know it's probably too many. And if EXO go now, they're going to select 3.
It looks like they're all the way in. Crunchy ulting to the back of sight. Tux gets away just barely with his life. But the Flood seems to have been the answer. 10 alive in the server as Order set up for the retake.
Life is spent as well. Plenty of ultimates that will get used in here. Beneficial for allies, and this is tough. Texas 1 away from ult. Nice kill! That's got the Rolling Thunder now. He can use it straight into the Viper's Pit. Does so, and they're going to be able to rush in.
So Showstopper having absolutely no effect. Iron can see so much there and gets a freebie onto Tux. Dizzy with another. This is looking good for EXO. However, Order hit back with 1 more. But it's all up to Dick Stacy. He finds Crunchy and has a bit of time to work with as well. Might just go for the half tick here. Dizzy floating across. Tries to get him off the bomb. Dick Stacy looks the wrong direction. Right click misses and he can stick it for the half. No. Waiting for the swing. Dizzy, it goes down. And Dick Stacy, I think he's just barely got the time. No! Half a second off that defuse and EXO by 1 more round.
Dizzy. Oh my goodness. Gonna need a bit of a talking to after that one. How many times does he depend on the right click and it fails him? Look, sometimes right click is gonna be great, but sometimes in a 1v1 clutch when you have the freest kill ever and it just doesn't go your way. Dick Stacy thinking, do I have time? And luckily for EXO, emphasis on the luck part of that one, there is not enough time and EXO still get it with about 0.7 of a second.
Let's see, again, we are going to see a faster approach from EXO, trying to make their way towards A this time, but Autumn and Disco chiming in early. This is looking good for Order, maybe the final round already. EXO starting to be torn apart, but do they hit the brakes, slow things down, and go for a different approach? Crunchy, he's found another onto Autumn, so need some work done. There's a lot of noise being made by the EXO players.
And all 3 of them are here. All 4 of the defense are here as well. Operators here on the line. And the numbers slowly fading down. So we talk about Order going up for a 2-1 lead. Again, this is map point potentially. 4 versus 2, 12 and 11 on the scoreboard. And EXO need a miracle to happen here between Bob and Crunchy.
Site will be found for free, but look at this, shoulder to shoulder. Oh no, Bob is going to be left all alone on site. That's free. Player at Heaven Crunchy just let so many through, and he's going to be spotted as well. This is going wrong for EXO now. So unfortunate. 27 seconds, but Order playing this in a spectacular manner. Crunchy, can he pull the unthinkable? He's got 10 seconds to make his way to site, get that spike.
Wait.
There's no time. Order, they just need to run, and they've got this. They've locked it down. There it is. 13-11. And that is absolutely perfectly played by Order. 2 maps now in the grand final. And now leading EXO by 1. Oh, my Lord. So next map has potential to be the final map of the series. And Order could make the lower bracket run and win with some redemption.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of maps here, tournament point found for Order. It's another 13-11, by the way. We previewed the split by saying the last time these two teams met in the upper bracket finals here, it was 13-11 the way of Order. I think we even prefaced this by saying going into this grand final, Bind was the map pick of EXO. We expected Bind to be the favorite map as well, considering at this stage in time before Order won it, it was a 100% win rate. 15 maps of Bind that all went the way of EXO, at least on record. They lose that one. They lose the map that was their pick and was probably favored them statistically. They lose the map that, in my opinion, I felt was Order's best map in this particular series here, the one they've already beat EXO on, and they do so again. That gives them a 2-1 lead now. The only reason EXO have a map is because of the upper bracket advantage coming in. Technically, in this particular grand finals, EXO haven't won a map yet. They still need to do that. But they're going to have to go for the full reverse sweep. Now, I say reverse sweep, but, you know, it kind of feels that way because we've only played 2 maps and there's only 2 maps left. EXO would have to win the last 2 maps. And it's hard. It's so hard because we're going into not only Ascent, which is not their strongest map, but also Haven, which we know that Order are very, very strong on as well. So I have no idea which way this map, or this match rather, is going to go. I have no idea how it's going to play out, but Order look like they have brought their A game today. And ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 will be just on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational, where we're currently neck deep in the grand final. Order just won their second map, putting them one map away from becoming the champions of the competition. And oh my, it has been an entertaining time. So close again, this time no overtime, but we got it done in regulation, 13-11. All rounds needed to be played out, and it all came down to, you know, a couple of gambles, a couple of crazy last-second decisions, and some crazy plays all across the board.
I feel like we must have accidentally put the all rounds option on for the menu for, you know, the lobby settings, because 24 rounds per map so far, plus the double OT on bind. It's really going quite the distance no matter which way you cut it. And that's exactly what you expect for these two top teams in the OCE region to be matching up in. Plenty of fireworks both ends. You would have to say this has been a bit more of an awkward sort of take from EXO on Split, rather than or comparing their previous arrangement versus Order on the upper bracket final. It was more clean in terms of, okay, here is where Order are good, here's where EXO are good. Both teams favor the defense. This time around, it ended up being the attacking rounds that both teams got a lot more on. So what we had, Order coming on through how many? 7-5, and then you look at the other way around, you had only the 6 coming through for EXO in response on their own attack, and that's where the deficit came on through. That's why we ended up with a 13-11 score line, and you are left walking away from this one thinking, okay, EXO, they are the current reigning champions. They've already beaten Order in the upper bracket final, but they're down 2 maps now. They've got the 1 map advantage. It's still into play. Technically, it makes it a 1v2, but Order are a match point, and EXO got to bring it back around, and they haven't actually won a map yet in this grand final.
Yeah, it's crazy that we're in like this situation. We thought that EXO had bind down 100%, like their win rate. Didn't happen. Split as well. We haven't seen a whole lot from EXO in the last couple of months, and they look like they have a good amount of strategies. Unfortunately, there were strategies that were read by Order, and they just played that to a T towards the end to lock it down. But again, you can see just how close this competition is, how close every single round is coming. And I don't know if this is going to be done after this. Like, so far, Order has taken both maps. They're very, very strong. And moving into Ascent, Order, they've chosen to start on defense. But of course, this is the map that EXO has picked as well. So it didn't work out for them on bind, and their track record is okay, but not great on Ascent. So where do you see Ascent heading, Avril?
I mean, this is another map where if we look at the previous engagement by the two teams, it ends up being defense favored. So 7-5 in Order's favor for the first half, ends up being a bit of a bounce back for EXO Clan, where they end up getting 8 defensive round on their half as well. So maybe that ends up being how it goes again. Plix will most likely change over towards the Rain this time around. Autumn likely to go over towards the Cypher. Now, that's going to be quite interesting, because despite Autumn having a great game on Cypher versus Notick, versus EXO Clan, he only went 16-18, ends up being Dick Stacy and Texas on top of the leaderboards there. So, you know, we talked a little bit about the fact that Autumn has been playing a couple of different roles for this team. If he ends up being the one going towards the Cypher, I don't know if that's going to maybe hold him back a little bit. If he's going to get the same opportunities, it is certainly going to be different.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see what they've chosen once they get into the server. We are very close to match start, or map start rather, which could be the final map on Ascent. It is going to be Order looking for one more, and of course, EXO looking to equalize. But look, Ascent, we haven't seen it since, or haven't seen it personally since Friday. So yeah, I'm excited to see what these two teams bring to the table.
And by the way, just for a little bit of context here, if you don't know the history between these two teams, first time they matched up properly ends up being OVO Grand Finals, and that is 2-0 in favor of Launch, who are now Order. Same roster, minus a couple of pieces, obviously, because of the roster changes. Overall, the teams have matched up 5 times before today. Today's number 6. 3 times in ROV, if you can believe it. Play-in stage. EXO beat Launch 2-0. Upper bracket final. They beat Launch 2-1. Grand Finals at ROV. They beat Launch 3-0. Upper bracket final of this tournament. 2-1. And now we're heading into map 3 of the Grand Finals here. And so far, EXO yet to pick up a map just yet. And here we go. L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational. Map number 3 of Ascent coming up.
And I am excited because look what we have for us here. Bit of Rainer action. Plix finally back onto the Rainer as we head into Ascent. And it's going to be a time. So Order, they have gone for the Breach, Omen, Cypher, Jet, and Sova combo. Whereas EXO, they've got Reyna, Cypher, Sova, Jet, and Omen as well. But it's going to be a lot of action early on here. Paranoia's going both ways. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. B main control not taken by anyone. There is going to be the dart out for Bob to try to line that one up. Trading clicks, but we're back to the 3-on-3. Early rotations from Order all the way to Market now as they try to continue for control, and they will get it. Aftershock in the wall, and Order going forward, making sure this one has been emptied, cleared out completely. Crunchy just tries to run his way away.
Here.
Good patience being displayed in both regards. Crunchy hoping that someone runs towards him there. Dizzy trying to take the one-on-one with Texter. Crunchy can't really help him. One stray bullet and he's dusted. Looks like the aftershock will force him into the open. That was the opportunity, but Dizzy finishes off Texter. Crunchy survives the engagement. Now it's all going to be the Tux in the 1-on-2 to try to win this one for Order.
Yep, and not a lot of HP on both ends. You see Tux on 49, Crunchy on 3. The fact that they even have a player advantage is pretty good at this stage in the game. Again, a bloodbath over towards B main, but this is where the action will unfold now. Tux would have to try and isolate if he can get one shot onto Crunchy and then try and just shoulder away or get away. Find another headshot over towards Dizzy. That would do it, but Dizzy's on just barely enough HP and just barely enough room as well for Crunchy to stay alive. 3 HP is all he needs. Shots via the Ghost will connect and the opening pistol go the way of EXO.
And there you have it, EXO off to a solid start, similar to Blit, which they did currently play just previously. But it didn't really help them once Order started to get some momentum. So momentum, obviously, a very big factor. It allows a lot of these rounds to be strung together and that economy to be built up. Now, into round number 2, Order going for the full eco. Let's see what happens for EXO because we've got 1 Ghost and 4 Spectres in the mix.
So Plix hasn't really been active in that particular round so far. He died quite early on. There's got to be no acceleration towards an early Empress this time around. Kale wants to swing on through, will get punished. And now Plix is online, takes a bit of damage, will heal back up nice and easy. 1 layer available, 2 out of 6 on the Empress. We're off to a nice 5-3 lead. Should be the day going on as usual here, pending some pistol kills. Okay, Tux for 1.
Okay. Down quite low, but with the classic, not going to head back around the corner. They know that he's in this position, making sure they keep track of where the agents were previously. But Disco, he's going to go on an adventure, rotating back over towards mid here, looking to gaze down through towards the top of it, and timing not going to favor him there. Long range with the Spectre. Dizzy tapping away. Similar onto Tux, and that's going to be a very clean second round. Only losing the Cypher, which I believe is Autumn, isn't it? Oh, Iron, rather. Sorry, wrong team.
There is also the Cypher, but on the other side of things here as we head into number 3 now. Crunchy has a rifle available. Plenty of the EXO guys, by the way, ended up going towards the pistol. I didn't get to see the final buy for the second round, but I mean, there are a lot of SMGs in there, so I mean, at least there's going to be the 1 rebuy coming through. 1 upgrade, 5 rifles on the side of Order as you'd expect. Dizzy 4 out of 6, by the way, for Bladestorm. That might be important a little bit later on. No major acceleration in terms of ultimates, despite winning the first 2 rounds. Now we head into number 3. Plenty of util being spent early and a massive stack for EXO on A.
Flash in, and Plix is looking to allow Dizzy to create some space. Updraft as well. They're going to be spotting Disco on site, and Dizzy tries to deal with it. Gets there just in the nick of time to find himself the double. Unfortunately, everyone had already been thinned out as they tried to follow him in order to find themselves their first round. The rifles just proving a little bit too strong for the saved over SMGs.
And again, because you look towards the side of EXO, just flinging in all of this util, doesn't take much for Order to respond. They start getting the rotations on towards A. They keep players choked up for A main, not allowing them to really get onto site or plant. And that's all you really need. Here comes that round 4 rush for the Operator. Bladestorm now definitely ready for Dizzy in case things get really hairy. So this Operator could be the make or break here. We'll see if anyone walks into the early sight lines. It will be potentially a bit of a challenge, but no one in mid, no one walking out from short this time, as it will be Tux going over towards A main just to have a bit of a look.
Oh yeah, little aggression early on, hiding on the short side. Won't find anyone, but there is going to be that trap wire in front of him, which he could float over. However, mid-control is going to be taken by EXO. Lots of noise being made by Dizzy as he hunts for a wallbang there. Nice dart comes out to cause a bit of chip damage early on. As Dizzy, or Tux rather, has already made his way very aggressively in towards the butcher shop, just waiting next to that trap wire. It's a matter of time to see if he wants to go through. Dizzy just playing silly buggers there. Dart comes out, reveals the positions of the players at mid. And it looks like we are going to see Order commit to the 3-man stack on the B side.
Iron trying to buy a little bit of attention. He's actually going to be calling his teammates to come over. I don't know if this is good because you also do now have Order stacking a little bit more towards B. Tux is pushed up very far on A, so the only area that's compromised for sure ends up being A short. Left. And Disco's covering that for now, so they don't know what's happening mid. That's why Dick Stacy's still looking there. Ends up being 5 through B main, and this is on now. 20 seconds left to go. They have to plant.
All the way in already. In comes the dart, but it could be a little bit too late. Flashes for Texter to try to get some space now. Spike going to be planted on the front side of sight, so Texter cannot deny for now, but it is going to be swinging in from Autumn, and he gets enough done, but there's not much time remaining. Spike should go down as the trade will come through, and in the 2-on-4, do we dare see Order go for it? Looks like they are going to think about it. Crunchy had that dark cover, which he was trying to set up, and allowed Tux back in. Gets him the Blade Storm as well, which he's going to pop. So going for the round now for sure, just getting rid of that dart as Disco goes for the teleport across. Just someone across the line. Dark cover's actually there to allow him some space. He's spotted ahead, knows someone's close to the wall. Going for the left click, can't quite find the headshot. He's swapped back to the Vandal. 1 on the board now, but a quick trade from Dizzy posted from the shed. And that is going to be 3 on the board. EXO winning that one after a dangerously late take on the site.
And a lot of players there for EXO on critical HP. I believe 2 players were fairly low. So in that retake there, still doable for the side of Order, especially getting Crunchy down first. Obviously, he has no idea the Tux did wrap all the way around. We, however, saw that Tux went all the way down from A main, all the way into across board, and or it might have been through the mid part of the map even to get towards B main. In the last part, unfortunately, the 1v2 not going the way of Tux there we see in the Intel replays. We head into the next round now. Is he still on the operator? And this time, maybe Tux will push on in.
You're not short this time. Gets on the line, and with the Sheriff, 1 shot on the head of Crunchy is all it's going to take, and that's going to be an early man advantage. Surely Order don't cause the upset just with some pistols.
I've seen crazier stuff for sure. That's one gun that's not retrievable until much later, though. So for now, as the first 30 seconds go by, despite getting the 1 kill, they can't upgrade off that. They still have to think about gamble stacking, which is why there's 4 members of Order over towards A right now. The only one that isn't there is Texter, just hanging around B for now. As we do move through the map, and it would be good for, I guess, EXO to move through mid. They can sort of see if anybody comes through short for the gun. So far, it is going to just still be the 5 pistols of Order trying to hold on, and EXO respecting it. They're not rushing in, clearing the angles appropriately, making sure there's no one hiding around a corner.
Very thorough, progressive use of these abilities, and contacting him, but the door's already shut at the market, so blowing that up nice and early. In comes the bust. Couple of cages as well, just to make sure that no one comes in on that flank unheard, and the site's been given up. Texter tries to hold here with the Sheriff. Couple of stray bullets, not going to connect on him. He can't connect back either. Okay, so it's going to be a 5-on-4 for the retake, making a 4-on-4. EXO Iron holding the line nicely.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
And that spike goes down just in the nick of time. Now Order setting up for this retake. Double setup from Market and 2 from CT. Already crossing the boat shed. But Plix, he's going to be fighting there just at the right moment. Cat on to Dick Stacy. Dizzy manages to find 1 as well onto Autumn. And that is going to be a clean round in the end after a very nice pick from Tux early. But still 4 alive for EXO is great for the credits.
A really good decision making there from EXO as well. They know when to slow down, they know when to speed up. By the way, they have nearly 5 ultimates in play. Just played that one quite patiently. They did get quite close in terms of time towards the end over on B, but knew they had enough to work with there. There was only one member. They probably didn't read that it was going to be a 4-stack over towards A, but in terms of their own gamble there, good read to just move towards B. Hope there isn't going to be too much pressure there. Indeed, there isn't. And because Crunchy dies so far away, no one from Order ended up picking that gun for the retake. So despite there being 5 alive on the retake, I mean, they just got pistols, and the retake on pistols only ends up being quite tough. Tux might have to fall off the line. He has been spotted via the recon.
He's standing in front of it as well, so dangerous position, but he makes it work and dodges a couple of the bullets spammed through that cover. Dick Stacy, though, was up the drone, which was, it spotted the camera at least. Should be able to get rid of that. Dart over onto the corner, making sure that there's no info, and that's going to be the spike spotter, but Texter retreats anyway.
Cover going out.
No cause for concern just yet, though. Spike spotted that early. It could still go anywhere. There's still 50+ seconds here. This would be a decent round for the ultimates to come on in. Obviously, we talked about the fact that nearly 5 ultimates online for EXO. And still keeping Bob up, taking minimal damage there. Empress available, so it's much more. Tux needs to hit some shots. Goes wide, gets flashed, has to fall out. Hoping no one's in a challenge. Does take down Bob, so maybe hope someone would walk in at least. Empress now popped by the side of Plix, and the 3v5, and 3v4 rather, is on.
Crunchy in a dangerous position there over towards Wine. It's pretty solid post plans, but they need to deal with Switch. The door about to be infiltrated as Plix now playing close in the smoke. Can't get it done. The Empress not quite enough to allow the kill. Didn't even get to hit the trigger, so under Heaven, Dizzy has to play with an operator. No way, not from here. He's dodged a couple. Can't get the second shot off as Dick Stacy trades. Beautiful retake coming out for Order to put a second on the board here on the defensive side.
Well played by Texters while throwing in the Rolling Thunder. Makes sure they have the maximum opportunity. It does also start with Tux, who manages to fall off over towards A main. Obviously, no one pinching from the other end. Fairly lucky in that regard. Is able to finally connect the shot. Misses the shot, but connects once it evens up. And then it ends up being Plix falling in the smoke. So not ideal for the side of Plix, or EXO. As you look at the intel replay, that's the important kill onto Bob. That just really makes the numbers a lot more even than it could have been. And going to round number 7 now. It is going to be EXO still leading by 2, but Order keeping it competitive.
There is 8 ultimates that can be used in these rounds as well. So let's see how many, if any, do get brought to the table. You do see EXO. Just one smoke to take mid control. Drone about to come through. Dick Stacy. I don't think you'll see it too much. He does know at least one player's there. He won't line up the shock dart off the back of it. Ooh, Dizzy.
It's the same job, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always this. Dizzy and Dick Stacy through the other sides of the walls. I'm pretty sure both players assume the other player's going to be waiting there. One smoke coming through from Crunchy just to keep things interesting, and it will be another B hit.
Running in again, just looking to lead the charge. Dick Stacy uses that Hunter's Fury to try to zone away a couple of the troops from EXO. All dodging it though, and Iron's actually taking the opportunity to go all the way forward, very close to CT. Does have himself a trapwire, which he'll drop. I believe that one's been heard by Dick Stacy though, so going to deal with that as Tux comes over the top. Autumn as well. It's good for a 1-for-1 trade. Empress, not Empress rather. We do see the dismiss for Plix to try to get all of it into the corner. And there's going to be Dizzy with the cover. So side control is there for EXO, but they don't have the numbers advantage.
Paranoia goes wide there, so the flash doesn't actually hit. Spike has been planted. Plix desperately needs to kill. Plix gets a kill, heals all the way back up. Oh my goodness, Dizzy, what a shot. Tux goes down, but can Dizzy hold on? Over on A on the previous round, couldn't do it. Now has the opportunity, sees the shoulder, connects. 1v1 now. Disco for the kill, for the defuse, and for the 3rd round of Order.
A marvelous trade coming in from Disco just at the right moment to lock another down. But you could see a world where Dizzy won that one. It was getting dangerous, just jiggling everywhere with the operator, trying to connect as many as he could. And he got 3, but unfortunately 3 was not enough. And the rest of the boys just couldn't help him out. And look at the scoreboard, 14-3 for Dizzy. The man is on fire here on Ascent.
It's been a good map so far. Ascent typically is a fairly decent sniping map. You see in the intel replay here, 3 kills for Dizzy, but Disco, 2 good right at the end of the day there as well. Gives the round over to Order. More importantly, might give 1 more round over as we have a look at the economy here. Not good for the side of EXO Clan. one Stinger out alive. It is going to be the Blaze on pop by Dizzy as well. Let's see if it connects.
Oh, and Dick Stacey, appropriate response. Just dropping the drone in first to see what they can find. Clearing out logs. There he is. Iron just hit it in the corner. Makes his way to B main to get that drone out. Just barely survives as the spam comes through. Dick Stacey actually manages to find him as he goes for that re-peek. But look, big flank comes in, dealt with by Crunchy. Autumn's down. Tuck's just waiting for some aggression there over towards the stairs. But it looks like we might just see a decent retake from Order. Oh, Hunter's Fury hits the mark on a Texter who can't do a thing. Yeah, that's going to be the numbers advantage. 3 on site, still with Crunchy over towards being made. Through the wall, Plix. He's read that one using the sounds of the footsteps. In Order, they've called it. Well, they tried to. They tried to get away. Tuck's not going to be allowed to exit market. Cannot save this time. No discounts for the man. And there it is, Dizzy denying Disco anything else. What do you see here? EXO with 5 already on the attacking side.
What a round to come back on. That was impressive. They take away the operator as well. Put that one in the hands of Dizzy. Thank you very much, Tux, for that $5,000 purchase. Put it to good use in just a second. 5 and 3, and the eco goes the other way. That is the way the seesaw goes. As for Order now, look, if EXO can do a lot of damage and even get around when on the eco, can Order hope for the same here? They don't quite have the same tools. Tux doesn't have Blaze Storm available. Kale's the only one with an ultimate, but Neural Theft is not the one you want in this situation. You really hope for a bit more. You're hoping also for someone like Tux to swing through, get a nice early pick on the Sheriff, and maybe go from there. But we have even seen that scenario not work out in terms of actually converting to the round win just a bit earlier.
I have retrieved the spray. Look at this deep, deep hold coming in from EXO.
What's
Plix? He's holding a line, just all the way back in spawn, waiting for some aggression, expecting Order to look for some info, knowing that they are on this eco. That or he's AFK.
How's he so far back though? Because
I think there's just
no, he's not AFK. He's actually holding it, but I mean, you already have mid control. You can hold it a little bit closer, Plix. Don't need to be that scared. You are Plix overall. 5 and 3. You're in the lead for now. I know you're 2 maps down. Well, 1 map down technically. There's the free map from the upper bracket advantage. 5v4 though is the numbers game for members alive. Crunchy gets the early info. No one's in wine either. It should be a fairly simple take, especially with Dick Stacey down.
Left.
On the way in they go. Tark's going to be the first line of defense at Heaven. Just chipping away, but couldn't finish off Crunchy, and it looks like it's all up to Autumn, who's not going to be given a chance. Just stuck there in the cage, in the smoke, and Crunchy finds him with the spray. What do you know? 6 on the board for EXO. And look, I actually just want to go back a couple of rounds ago where Plix hit that nasty shot through the wall. We did have the intel replay on the side of that one as well. And what actually happened was the recon bolt pulsed and showed him through the wall, so that's how he got it. Everyone in chat was like, "Oh yeah, footsteps, yeah, right." But look, that's what happened. We missed that because Valorant, lots of action, many things happening at one time. It's hard to keep track. But thank you to Intel for the replay to at least give us that information.
And thank you to Bob as well. Good support plays there. That's what you like to see. This round, though, Tux has Operator in hand versus Dizzy Operator in hand as well, which is also Tux's original Operator. So same skin there. Thank you for the skin upgrade also. We're 3 back in terms of rounds. Okay, Tux just swings on out, finds Plix for free. Oh my goodness, Iron to follow that as well. Any more customers today? Is it time to close up shop? 5 and 3 now.
Slow approach again. Very deep setup as Dick Stacey shoots the bolt across. Will reveal his position in CT. Bob, nice and close. He's actually going to find the headshot. It's a bink for bink, but that Vandal just does that little bit more damage with the headshot. So from here, it's a very deep hold from Order. Texter expecting some aggression into CT, but it doesn't come through. Spike rotating back over towards the B side.
30 seconds left.
Really low HP, by the way, for Bob, so it's like kind of 2.5 members right now. Bob is 1 shot away from going down, and I mean, there's a couple of things available here. Technically, I think you want to go for it. EXO can afford the loss. They got plenty of money. Tux might be able to get another kill, though. Okay, there it is. Like down. Massive overkill. Bob was like on 10 HP anyway, so unnecessary for the 150 damage, but 5 seconds remaining. Unlikely to get a plant down. Tux is looking for more. Up to the give it to him. No, Kale will steal it away. But Tux will be happy with the 4 kills anyway because he's got the Blaze Storm ready, and I believe he only earned it off this round. Indeed, he has. Walked into the round with 2 out of 6 for the Blaze Storm. Gets 4 kills, and now has the ult available.
Well, that's it. The jumping classic. You absolutely love to see it. And it looks like we are going to have the intel replay of all of said kills coming up from Tux as well. Man was absolutely on fire with the operator and the classic that round. But a big hole on the B site, and EXO just took too long to make that decision, not giving themselves enough time to clear the site and get that spike planted. Now, round number 11, 2 left in the half. Where do we see EXO head from here?
Right there.
Should still be a pretty close one. I'm expecting a minimum 5-7 finish. Probably not a 6-6 at this stage. I mean, I say that, but Order have been pretty good so far. Even though they are down by 2, the possibility of coming back by 2 is on the table. They have the ult advantage, if anything. This 1v1, though, could really make the difference. Dizzy, just a little bit quicker, was on the line first and will be rewarded with the kill. As Texter tries his best to stay alive, hold back the rest of EXO, calling for some reinforcements. They've mostly abandoned B now. 3 stack over towards A. And it will just be Kale by himself for now on to B. But EXO don't look interested in B right now, as Plix and IM move their way over. So it'll be end up as a 5v3 or maybe a 5v2, depending on where Dick Stacey wants to go.
Just grouping up now, ready to go for the execute again, leaving this quite late. 35 seconds on the clock. They need to
Dick's coming
filter
back
out the site, and as you mentioned,
30
Dick
seconds
Stacey
left.
coming back to a stronger position. Disco under heaven. He's going to be taken down, and now it's going to be Plix coming in from the flank. Dick Stacey falling 20 seconds. Spike control is there still for EXO, as well as the site. And it's up to Autumn to try to clutch this in a 1-on-3. Looking to make his way over towards the door, but it has been closed on him, so opts for the wallbang. Reveals his position by doing so, and now we are going to see rotation all the way back to heaven. Maybe just the save.
There it is. Doesn't fancy his chances. Was the last guy to rotate over from B towards A, and despite EXO taking their time this time around, just enough to give them the opportunity to still find a, what was it, 4v2? Before Dick Stacey rejoins the fray. Obviously, Kale super late to the party. The closed door preventing any chance for Kale to get something done. He'd have to break the door, give away his positioning, potentially die there. He'd have to kill 3 people and then get a defuse. Would have been super tough. And now the opportunity for a 6-6 is well out of hand. I did say I think 5 and 7 should still be on the board, but to get 5 and 7, Order got to win here. Order have the ults to do so. That being said, though, Bob's only 1 away. That means for EXO, they can get 4 ults as well.
Yes.
See if Bob can maybe find himself a kill or get that orb. Get another hunter there. Seems like that is going to be at least what they're attempting there. Early trapwire does go down as well, coming out on the A site to make sure EXO don't bust in early. But Bob really clearing this area out and does trigger that trapwire. Can't do too much with the drone, and
Ooh, does
start off. Yeah.
I mean, there's no one there, but because you haven't checked it now, you don't know. What you do know is Tux has gotten aggressive and beats Iron out. That's a bit of an oopsie daisy coming through from IM, and it's going to cost them 1 member. Last round of the half, obviously, is where you do want to see the ults come into play. Bob never went for the orb, despite throwing a lot of utility in that direction. Didn't feel the confidence to do so. Maybe needed a little bit of backup. So there will be Hunter Fury less for this potential push on in Crunchy with the From the Shadows, and he's going right in.
Oh, that's a whole lot of information as well. Although you probably could have expected Dick Stacey to be in that position anyway. Look at how much space they've created here over in the front of Bocha. Straight to the CT they go. They're going to be trying to crunch this, fighting 2 quick ones, and that's going to be Dick Stacey and Disco. Through B to A they go, but they need to get past Autumn, who's hiding here at the tree. It looks like he's going to try to play it through the window instead. However, look, Bob, he's around the corner. Couldn't just find the line. Oh, spots the barrel. And gets it. Beautiful timing on the play. And in the 4-on-2, they've got just enough time to get this bomb planted. Oh my lord. Picks everywhere as we see another found by EXO. 4 rounds in the lead as we head into the second half.
That was beautiful, mate. Oh my goodness. EXO, heads up. Running through over towards B, thinks, you know what, there's like 30 seconds left. Let's go B to A. All the way through defenders forward. Oh my god, that was so good. And just in case everyone's wondering, you haven't forgotten, we haven't forgotten, but as a reminder, first place prize here in the grand finals, 6,000 AUD plus 5 Intel 10th gen PCs. Courtesy of M-Wave, Scorptech rather, PLE Computers, MSY, and Centacom.
Big thanks to the PC suppliers, absolute champions, and all the champions are going to be able to take a PC home each. So that is an extra bonus on top of the prize pool as well. Now, however, second pistol is alive, and we see Tux going very aggressive over to Plix, just dealing with him early at the arch as he tries to jump back over towards Cat, thinking there may be someone laying on the other side of the dark cover, or awkwardly Dizzy in a bit of no man's land, but he is going to be saved by Crunchy for the moment. Disco, however, will deal with him. It's still a man advantage for Order as they TP their way across Crunchy, just waiting for someone to come through the smoke here. Shock Dart actually gets a decent amount of damage off. And Bob now at Heaven, just waiting for any over-aggression. But Order with the man advantage, happy to just get into these post lanes early.
Okay, recon's been spent here by Bob, so in terms of actually going for this retake, that's one of your big information tools gone. Crunchy's taking a bit of a licking over towards the tree side of things. They have to dismantle this post plant very carefully because you got one guy right offside. That's Texter on 13 HP, misses a shot, challenged by the likes of Crunchy, but still staying alive for now. Disco's getting his shots in on Crunchy. Finally, the kills are flying through both ends. One alive now for the side of Order. It's just going to be rather EXO. It's just going to be Iron, and it's not going to be enough for Iron or EXO to be able to hold on. And Order will clean up the pistol for a 5 and 8. They need it. Trust me, they need this one because they exit first half only 4 and 8. Winning pistol and anti-eco will give them 6 and 8.
And there goes another. So, Order. Let's see if they can stretch out the rounds in the second half. Or, okay, half investment this time from EXO. A couple of sheriffs purchased up. Let's see if we can maybe spot some nice little headshots. Looks like someone's opted for the ghost last second. So we do see Order to show a bit of presence at mid. EXO similarly with the double stack over on the short side of Arch there. Waiting for any mid aggression.
Crunchy might have the opportunity here for a headshot long range. Tux would have to stay around. Okay, look at this though. Kale is in position. Kale does get taken down. It's end up being a trade at the end of the day, so that's a gun on the floor. And I believe Kale had a... No, Kale only had a ghost, so it's not going to be a gun. Four kills coming off. There are 2 alive now for the side of Order. EXO rather. Sorry, the colors are bugged. Just for everyone's information, so there's a little bit confusing here. But yeah, EXO on the attack here. They're the red side, and they have 2 players alive. A couple of guns will be picked up at least now in terms of Plix, so we'll see if we can get something done with that.
Recon Dart as well, just giving a whole world of information to Order. Post lanes. Looks like Bob is going to have to be stacked by that fault line, but still will go forward. So confidence is there, and he found himself a wallbang on a Dick Stacy. Last alive though, trying to find the final 2, but Texter is going to face there with Disco, and it's nice and strong a setup. So we see a 6th go on the board for Order. There it is, now just 2 in the deficit, looking to close the gap. But as we say, this EXO, they are all bought up for the next round. However, couple buying those upgraded pistols will force them to only get that half armor instead.
There's not going to be any timings yet for the ultimates. Closest members are going to be over on the Order side of things anyway. Texter 5 out of 7 to the Rolling Thunder. Plex 2 away as well, 4 out of 6 towards the Empress. So that goes there. Maybe all priority or planting priority going over to the side of Plex. Get him a nice plant. Get that ultimate nice and fired up. Or defuse in this case, because Order actually on the attack. So just turn that around and give the spike over to the side of Texter if you want to get a nice and early Rolling Thunder. This is the gun round, by the way, and 3 rifles, 3 Vandals being picked up by the Order side of things. Bulldog and a Spectre in the mix as well. Here comes Crunchy. Oh no, doesn't land a single shot. Sadly, Iron does respond for 2, keeping things competitive. It's now 3 and 3.
Oh, in they try to go, but Paranoia slows them for the moment. Clicks straight out of the dark cover. He's going to dismiss his way away. Big headshot on the Texter and almost able to find Autumn, but Autumn, just as the smoke fades, will be able to get another. You do see him make his way into Gen now, but it's going to be a little bit too much to deal with as we see the bolt explode. It's going to be Dizzy finding the headshot and a successful retake for EXO. Now sending themselves to a 9th round. That's going to be the 3-round lead and a successful couple of situations. But from here, it's like they need 3 more. They need, well, 4 more rather, to close out the match. But it's just a situation where Order at any moment could just come back.
So the problem here is, because EXO lose so many players, they only keep 2 guns alive there. They have to do a lot of rebuys. The money isn't good. And I think someone drop Plix there because Plix didn't have that much money coming into this round. Crunchy's only going to have the Bulldog. Bob doesn't have armor. Plix ideally uses the Empress here. You're looking for any advantage you can. Looking over towards the Order side of things. I mean, Tux just has a Stinger. They have 3 rifles. Texter for the Spectre. There is going to be ultimates. We talked about the Rolling Thunder and the Empress being the closest to being achieved. Both those ultimates are now on the table.
Tux just waiting for the smoke to dissipate as we see the Rolling Thunder straight into Tree. Crunchy hoping that he can get away to safety, and he just barely does, but Order not worried about that. They're taking the site instead. No casualties on it, and it looks like it's going to be set up for the retake, but Disco finds another there as he's still holding control of short. Iron running straight through the smoke into the 2-man setup. That crossfire way too strong, and it looks like from here, EXO, it's going to be a hard one if they dare deal with it, but I think that Order are happy to hold from short. Look at that, 4 men in that position, just Autumn under heaven here. It's looking like a very hard defensive setup to crack, as I don't think it's going to happen. Drone in, Bob tries to follow. There's still some time, but they need to find the players, and Tux there, Blade Storm connecting on the head. Texter able to get another as EXO clicks trades. There you have it, Autumn. Final kill, 4 alive at the end for Order. A perfect round, you could say.
And I think for EXO there, they needed to get a couple more kills. If you use the L drone from Bob, you check under and go towards Hell. You would have seen Kale there. They could have spammed Kale out. That was one of the ways they could have won that round. Flix could still go into the Empress. You got to get past Tux and Co, I know, but I think the recon information, I say recon, I mean like, you know, the tracking dart from either a recon or L drone needed to be committed onto a conversion for an actual kill. For EXO, doesn't quite happen there. We're onto an eco now. Not comfortable at all for the side of EXO clan. Order, by the way, did end up using the Rolling Thunder. Of course, we saw that over towards Tree side of things that Crunchy had to dodge out. Ends up being fairly successful. Look at the stack over towards B, though. Let's see if they actually get quite aggressive. A lot of smokes being expended early.
So we are going to see the stack as well over towards that B site early, which isn't going to be the most optimal read. But again, Iron, pretty proficient at playing these sites solo. Let's see how he does, as the drone will not quite find him here. There's a world of information, and it looks like EXO could either try to flood on the retake or just set up for some exits here.
They need to get Dizzy over as fast as possible. The reason they were 3-stacking over towards B-Man was to get him the ultimate orb to get this Blaze Storm underway. That's now in play, but where is Dizzy? Coming in really slowly. Dick Stacy already got a kill onto Iron. Dizzy will get a 1v1, gets that 1 kill. Disco drops a gun, but Dizzy's not interested. He has to get on site soon.
Trying to edge forward, but again, Cloudburst just in a solid position. You've got Crunchy just hunting for something there through the smokes, but it'll be very unfortunate not to hit 3 of the players all there. But it's Dizzy right-clicking with the knife. Storm trying to make his way back around. It's just Bob. Oh, awkward situation. It's going to be exits instead. Bob finds 2, knows where the final man is. Dick Stacy will trade through, but there it is. Another on the board for Order. It ends up being costly, so EXO small victories, but it's the rounds that count, and Order are now just one of those away from tying up the game.
Alrighty, well. By the way, it's not just tying up the game, it would be that and potentially getting into position to take the lead. This is tournament point in some cases, not in terms of rounds, but in terms of map scoreline for the side of Order, who already won our previous 2 maps of Bind and Split. Dizzy for 22 so far on this jet for Ascent. And the Operator to really accelerate the kills. Here we go, the possible 1v1. Tux on the other end and barely misses. Tux would have felt the bullet whiz past his face. Crunchy on the other side of the smoke as well, just hiding in it for now. Plenty of players on the other end over towards mid, and EXO looking for an early pick, but so far no connection.
Looks like Order are going to gravitate over towards the B main area. He's going to be Bob in the first line of defense. Dick Stacy using the Hunter's Fury to try to clear out the market area there, and he'll do so effectively. No one was there, however, but someone straight above him. Awkward situation. Crunchy actually gets the knife onto Dick Stacy, so a little bit of action over towards mid, and Tux is going to filter out the site. So Plix can't hold from the back, can't hold that shed position down. Now it is going to be EXO setting up for the retake in the 4-on-4.
It's in play equal on both ends as well. This operator still in the hands of Dizzy. Not the greatest for the retake, but they want to make it work. Crunchy, by the way, if he wants to, can go for the From the Shadows teleport just for the information. And Dizzy, there it is on the Texas. So not the worst weapon, I guess. Kale has to be next. They have to be able to get control over towards B-Main. Kale might even want to swing through. Iron's up for a bit of a death over here. Oh my goodness. Kale swings wide, gets a couple. Tux and Disco as well to join the fray. And Order bring it to a 9-9. That looked like a decent potential for a 4v4 retake. Dizzy gets a kill, but it's not enough.
Have it? The tied game. Maybe even a little bit more, because look, it's just the pistols again for EXO. And here comes that crazy play, thanks to intel again from Autumn, just running through, biting on the iron, but flicking around and taking the head straight off of Crunchy. Big plays in the post plant. The smoke push just completely catching EXO off guard.
Alrighty, Dizzy. Opening Sheriff shot goes a little bit wide. Tuxel maybe get a free haircut, but that's about it. Still alive, still 150 HP. Ultimates favoring the side of Order as well. This is where you really do expect Order to get a nice lead. They can hit double digits here. 10 should be on the board. There's only the 5 pistols. No, we know that EXO have 1 pistol ecos before. Would require a lot there. Trying to set up a bit of a trap here. Look at the 5 stack. Massive gamble stack by EXO. Trying to just reel in Order right now. Do they take the bait? It seems like they are.
Rolling Thunder is going to allow an entry on it to Dizzy. That's huge. Flash as well to Heaven. Forces Plix back at the moment. The Cloud Burst again. It's just in such a solid position. And Plix tries to go off the back of the Flash, but it doesn't work. Under Heaven. Crunchy can't get work done. And that's 5 alive already. Only 1 for EXO Iron. Edges forward. Can only find a single. But that, again, is going to be so good for Order. 4 alive. The pistols doing absolutely no economical damage. And have a look at that. So much money in the bank. Just so much of a buffer to work with here, Avril.
And that was the best situation for EXO on that eco as well. I mean, they have a 5-man setup over towards A. It's a full gamble. They throw out the fishing line, get a bit of a nibble, try to reel that one in, but the fish fights back, and unfortunately, they're not going to catch anything. Iron does get himself a kill on the Sheriff, but it's not going to be enough at the end of the day. So 10-9 now. Order take the lead. This is not at all comfortable for the side of EXO, who, for the longest time, we're leading this matchup, and it does come down to the half. I mean, both attacking halves have been successful, especially on the side of Order now, where if you just look at this half alone, it's 5-1. Sorry, 6-1.
Oh, and Crunchy just hoping someone tries to go through the edge of his smoke there, but it doesn't happen. A couple of seconds remaining as we do see the Cloud Burst refreshing that smoke, but it's up mid. We see the rotation. Plix trying to hold here, dismisses his way around the corner just in time, gets to Logs, and it's a solid position to play from. Does have the backup of Bob coming in from B main now. It is going to be Dick Stacy to find one of the Iron. Plix also does Bob, and Order now have full control of the B site, and that should potentially be another round. 2 alive for EXO. And it seems like they are tempting fate by going for this one. That will mean their economy is in the bin for the next.
I mean, I don't think Dizzy should go for it. You can make an argument for Crunchy, but this gun is too expensive. And Plix will be kicking himself in that situation as well. He got timing. I mean, he was holding Logs for the longest time. He knew players will mark it, but there was a pinch coming through from B main. Turns around just as he does that. The players coming through from market end up getting the kill on him. So really unfortunate timing there. Hate to see it. And that's going to be Order securing 11. Crunchy And Dizzy trying to get out with their lives, possibly hunted down. I mean, Dick Stacy's not that far away. And Dizzy, most importantly, really needs this operator. Dizzy is still the top frag. He's on 23, which, funnily enough, Tux is also on 23. I guess it'll be pending on... we'll look at the update in terms of who's got what. We see the next round scorecard. 23-23. Yeah, same on both sides. Dizzy has a lot less deaths, though, so he's got that to work with, but they are trailing by 2 rounds, so I think you'd rather be Tux right now.
Oh, yeah. And heading into what could be a 12th round for Order, we do actually see the rifle saved, allowing another purchase to come through. What does Plix go for? He's Sheriff, Judge. What do we got? Spectre. Okay, so not playing the Rays, so he's not going to go for the Judge this time. Combo doesn't quite work as well with the old Rainer there. And Dizzy going very aggressive at mid early, and he can hear all of this early utility coming in towards A, so they need this rotation. Tuxie's got full control of sight. Iron just waiting and hoping to find a spam through the smoke there with the Phantom. Doesn't quite work out, and covering fire goes to Heaven to make sure that the spike is not going to be flooded on. No retake early. But Order, they've lost a player, so it's going to be a man advantage for EXO in the retake. Iron one on the disco, but Dick Stacy answers, and this is looking pretty good so far. Order in very solid positions now. Full control over towards the doorway here, and lineups there, but it's going to be a 2-for-1. EXO now have the man advantage. Dick Stacy droning out is able to get all the info in the world. Tries to tap it through, but the Cloudburst is still up. Half tick comes out, and Dizzy connects. There it is. EXO not letting the map slip away just yet.
And you look at the play coming through from Dick Stacy over towards short, gets a 1v1 kill on the Crunchy. That actually decides a lot of the momentum for the post plant as well. Gives the side of Order a lot of room to work with, but they all stacked in tree. They have no pressure over towards A main. Your post plant, I think, needs to include both short and A main, ideally. Then it's going to be really, really good for you. They have one player left alive. Dick Stacy tries to get it done, but sadly can't really see too much. You can see on this Intel replay here, it's Dizzy. Comes up with a big flick and adds another one to the tally here as we look at 24-9, really carrying the team right now.
Nowhere to run!
Well, Dizzy, he's just hunting for some action early on, but Order, they are so happy with taking this A site. They're going to do it again. Straight in, Tux goes, just clearing out hell. No one here to find Iron with that camera up on the wall. Breaking that door before it goes all the way down and allowing the retake to come in, but it's going to be a rolling thunder over towards short, making sure that Crunchy goes down. And again, this post-plant position has been working wonderfully for Order. Last round, not so much, but again, let's see if EXO can make their way in through tree here.
Flex has got 1 kill. That's going to be a free heal as well. Iron now to confirm the rest of the information. 2 alive still on the side of Order. It's Dick Stacy, it's Disco, both of them currently over towards A main. They can't see anything, the spike has been halved, we're just gonna stick it through. Oh! It's holding the line. Flix is there as well. Iron has a defuse, it's a team effort, and the final kill as well. 11-11 we go. Match point yet? Not quite.
There you have it. So, defuse gets completely stuck. Iron positioning himself so the wallbang is not going to tag him at all. And Disco is not allowed to run out of a main and take him out while the defuse was happening. So there you have it, 11-11. Tied up again. Looks like we're going to have a similar situation where we have to have all the rounds of regulation.
Yep.
And then, of course, it could just be OT again. But Dizzy, what can he do at the start of the round? Oh, spots that Cloudburst come over and attempts the wallbang, but he doesn't connect this time.
Just as a small tidbit to tie up what happened last round as well, not quite planted for the 2 defenders into A main, so I said they needed some A main control, but sadly it was a super safe plant on the other side of Gen, so the 2 A main guys can't spam at all. Now to zoom in on this round, here we go, over towards A, Iron with a great opportunity, there we go, gets the shots, takes 20 bullets, but we get there at the end of the day.
Big flash as well. Crunchy going to be spotted, but Dick Stacy cannot do a thing. Disco finds one onto Iron. Knows that Disco, Crunchy rather, is going to be stuck in the corner, and it's a bit of omen on omen action as Crunchy wins it this time. Now, that is a 2-man advantage for EXO on the retake. Make it 3. And Order going to be left all on his lonesome. Finds the first to Crunchy. Neural theft as well for all the info that he needs. Drone comes through, but he's going to be tagged up, and that should be all over Red Row before the round. There you have it. Bob finishes him off straight through the wall, and EXO take the lead and now are just one round away from winning this in regulation. Can it happen, or do Order hit back?
We'll see what happens here, because Order, we've seen them in the situation before. Let's go back to Bind. Exact same space. And Texas on this exact round on Bind made one of the biggest clutches, one of the best clutches we've seen in OS Valorant history. They're going to need a play like that again. If they do that and they win the grand finals off that play, well deserved, mate. That's, I mean, that would be MVP caliber right there. Somebody really wants to take home an Omen-themed PC.
Get out of my way!
So let's go into this round now. Odin for Bob, finally. It's been a while. I don't think Bob's had an Ares or an Odin just yet. No, last time we casted them, it went towards that weapon fairly quickly. Dizzy obviously still has the operator in hand. Oh, can't quite get the shot, though.
Trying to make their way up short, but again, Order, they just don't want to go anywhere near that B site, and the stack's already starting to rotate over. You can see Dizzy deep in CT spawn, just looking to edge in, maybe double up at tree, but or triple up at tree rather. Iron just hiding there in the corner, spotting everything he can. But look at this positioning. Order fully aware of where that camera goes. Crunchy dry peeking, and he is going to regret that greatly. Iron can't connect this time through the cage, and it is going to be Autumn who doesn't overcommit. Iron gets the reload off and will regroup with the rest of the team for the retake. But now what do Order do? They've got the man advantage. They just need to get into some solid positions.
Here we go. The auto spam through the floorboards, but you need to combo that one up with some info. Bob doesn't have a recon until 10 more seconds to go. We're going to slowly retake this one. Here we go. That's the kind of info we're looking for. Nice one, Dizzy. Here comes the Empress now, running in as Plex for a kill. Dismiss away, 3 heals abound. Is this going to be the map? 2 more alive right now. EXO want this one. They're not going to let this go away from them. Both for another 2, and we're going to map 5.
All the way to the end as EXO just barely clutch it out. Look, 3 alive at the end. So big little comeback, I guess. You know, it was close. Order needed to sort of come back in that second half, but EXO eventually just making their way back into that one. It was a crazy map of Ascent, but we got there in the end.
I just can't believe that the 3 maps we played so far have all gone to maximum rounds, and then even more so for Bind. That's the part that I can't really believe right now. Dizzy and Tux are 2 Jet players nearly hitting 30. I mean, if we went to OT, there's a good chance Dizzy hits 30, maybe Tux hits 30 as well. That's insane. That's quite something to behold, and that is for sure Dizzy's map. Without Dizzy on this map, and without Tux as well for the side of Order, I don't think we go this deep. I don't think either team has that kind of performance, and once again, it comes down to a heavily stacked side. One team really favors one side. Before, in the upper bracket finals, it ends up being defense favored. Order had a 7-5 lead on the first half, defensive sided. This time around, it was attacker favored. This time it was going to be EXO starting out with, how many rounds is that? 8 and 4 on the attack. And then the opposite was almost true for Order, but not quite. Just faltering at the end there to allow Order to still, you know, be 2 maps in there, but allow EXO to take us to the final map of the day.
And there you go. So not only are we going to a 5th and final map, it's neck and neck, 2 maps apiece, but we get to see 3 bomb sites. It's going to be Haven coming up very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break before we get into the final map of the day.
If lag's ruining your online gaming, it's time to do something about it with Game Path. By using machine learning and accessing hundreds of points of presence, it ensures your game's data is always on the fastest path available. That means with Game Path, lag is typically reduced by 30%, as well as improving the overall stability and smoothness of the game. Game Path, just $10 a month for our fastest, smoothest gaming connection. Begin your 1-month free trial today. It starts with yes.
Ladies and gents, it is time for the 5th and final map of the evening of the grand final. And of course, the last map of the competition for both these teams to figure out who is going to be the Titan and the winner of the big first place in the tournament. My God, it has been a day of exciting gameplay. Look, heading over to Haven, I have no idea which way this one's going to swing because I thought Order was going to close it out there, but then we saw EXO get like a second win last second and bring the last couple of maps back, rounds back rather, to find the map. And God, I'm so flustered. There's just so much action happening.
As we take a look into the replays provided by Intel here, I mean, I'm glad we're looking at Tux early because it does come down to Tux and Dizzy, I think, were the biggest factors. It does start with a bit of a pistol as a reminder. I mean, Crunchy walks away 3 HP on that pistol. We had a really good showing overall. I mean, yeah, there's a couple of misses here, but I think in this particular clip as well, Tux will get away. He'll get one shot of the Bob, fall out. And it's stuff like this that really gives the advantages either way towards either Order or the side of EXO as well. Special shout out to Bob on quite a few of these plays. This will be the recon play where the recon will just ping Dick Stacy once, EXO with the headshot through the wall. So Bob's support play in terms of the information gathering, even on the last run, by the way, I'm sure we'll get to it, but there's a bit of extra info coming through from the bottom. That actually might have come through from the Cypher Cam via Iron. So between Bob and Iron, to get the info play, the spam through the floorboards, Dizzy getting the kill through the floorboards for the final retake. It's all you need. Order picking up massive kills as well. Order had a really decent comeback because they did start with a deficit on this map, but the resilience, I think, for both this map and buying to prove that they can make these comebacks happen, really, really big. Another 4K round for Tux in that clip.
I just can't believe that it ended up that close. There was just so many crazy, like, minute second plays with timings all through that map. And I loved a couple of the strategies I was seeing towards the end, and then the fact that so many rounds got down to like such close retakes when there was such solid post plant positioning as well coming up from Order was ridiculous. And look, last shot there, Dizzy, he had to hit that or the round could have completely been lost. But as we go forward into Haven, like, what are your thoughts on Haven? What do you need to see from both these teams, like in terms of which one? Need, because we know EXO is going to be starting on the defense.
Well,
I feel like they are a bit stronger on the defense. Obviously, they've chosen that for a reason. It's their preference. So Order will have a bit of a harder first half.
Let's go back into history a little bit because both teams have played Haven versus the same team, so you get a little bit of a litmus test here. Both teams played Notick on Haven. For EXO, that was the upper semifinals. They lost Haven 13-11. They were obviously on the 11 side versus Notick. Order played Notick in the lower final on Haven, 13-9 for Order. Now, I mean, it's not going to be the clearest comparison, but yeah, I think this is. I'm not too sure. And the other thing is, by the way, that Order versus Notick Haven game, we saw that just tonight when Conky and Dion were on, and that was the game that Order dropped 29. So if that version of Order shop again for that same Haven map, I think EXO might be in trouble because that was a very, very strong looking Order.
And we did see Autumn throughout the afternoon. He has just been hitting more and more shots as the confidence risen. First map, he came out a little bit shaky, but as you know, we've gone through, he's just looking more crisp, more clean, and hitting all of his shots. And now he's going to have to do that as well as we do start to head towards Haven. So look, let's get a score prediction. We've gone all the way to the end of regulation and every other map. Are we just going to do that again? Are we going to go to OT? What do you reckon?
I think we go to 24 rounds. We're going to go all the way now. This is like when, back when I was in scrims, it's just you play out all the rounds. We've gone, how many is it? How many 24s have we got? 48, 72. Yeah, chucking another 24 in there. Why not? Let's go 96 rounds plus another 4 on the OT. 100 rounds, Mac. We would have casted 100 rounds of Valorant tonight if we go all the way.
That's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Look, I just want to see exactly where this one ends up, but the players, they're in the server. We're in the server, and it is time for the final map of the afternoon of the competition. It's going to be Haven coming at you now. All right, so having a look at the team comps here. EXO, they've gone for the Breach, Jet, Sova, Omen, and Cypher. And then over on the Order side of things, we do have Breach, Jet, Omen, Sova, Cypher. So we are going to see a complete mirror matchup in terms of the agents that are going to be used by both teams. So let's see who does it better.
You're going to have Kale coming back on the Cypher. Really, this is just a repeat of what we saw on Ascent for Order on the side of EXO. It's a rough repeat of what we saw on Split, minus the fact that Iron will now be on his signature Cypher. He is like the Cypher main of all of Oceania currently. And like you mentioned, it's EXO on defense first, Order on attack first of all. And it should be fairly even footing here. Winner takes all here as we head into the final map of the grand finals. This is where all the marbles will be in the pit. Dash and instantly Tux wants to go in deep.
Careful now. See what Iron can do. Goes in with the trap wire, but we are going to see Autumn at the ready. So Iron not going to get too much work done. Tux with another opening on the Crunchy as well. That's going to be the C site taken, and everyone already sending it straight to the post points. 3 down long. Make it 4. All 5 are sending it in this direction. Okay, so this is going to be a tough cookie to crack for EXO.
We'll see how much util EXO has left. 1 recon available. Plix is going to end up using this one to clear out the side. Yes, that's Plix on the Sova. So Plix is going to be playing all 3 of his picks so far. That's because Bob is still staying on, obviously, the breach here. Early defuse, but they need some control. Plix for the 1v1 over towards the Garrett side of things. Bob for his own 1v1 right now. And it goes the way of Order. Every single engagement, outside of the fact that Texas did go down to Bob, still 4 alive. And a 4-man advantage as we head over towards the second round. 3 out of 7 for Kale. And a lot of zeros on the board early for EXO.
Solid start. And we are only going to see Crunchy go for an upgraded weapon as we head into the second round here. Looks like Plix has purchased a bit of utility. They should be right to buy up into the next. Let's see where they end up going. Looks like it's a faster approach down into sewers. Autumn leading the charge. Waits up for that drone. Throwing it in. Oh, he doesn't clear the short side. He does actually at the end. 2 right clicks, not going to connect enough bullets. Finish off Autumn there as he does fall back through the lobby. And it looks like it's going to be sent straight back to the C site where Tux has created a whole world of space.
Oh boy, Tux is right on deep now again. Second round in a row. Full confidence, just dive straight on in. Iron trying to find a timing here. Not going to connect shots. Crunchy will be able to return the favor. So Tux will finally go down. It is a 3v4. A couple of low members. If Crunchy or another member can maybe just land shots onto Disco or Kale here, maybe they can swing numbers back. But Crunchy is just tagged up heavily. Kale for another. And a 2v4 doesn't look good. Doesn't look possible. 1 alive now. Plix goes down. And Dick Stacy picks up 2 this round, as well as 2 rounds now for the side of Order. And again, 4 players get out alive.
So different beginning as we start off Haven. It is going to be Ordered to take 2 in a row. But EXO now on the defense have those rifles to play with. 3 players only with the half armor, opting for the abilities instead, for the extra utility. In terms of Bob, Crunchy, and Iron there, just making sure the trap wires, smokes, flashes, everything is in the kit. They can set up for those retakes if they want. Dizzy, however, look at this. He's up on top of the middle of B, just waiting for a bit of aggression at window, and that might just be what we see.
And again, so far, Tux has been the guy that's been super aggro. Bladestorm now committed off the back of that orb take. So we're just looking for as many advantages as possible. Obviously, this is the round 3 here, the very pivotal one, the gun round for the side of EXO. 3 of them do not have full armor, so they're going to be somewhat weak to the SMGs. And this is always the problem where, yeah, you got guns, but versus SMGs, if you don't buy the full armor, it's not quite as good. We'll see what happens over towards A, though. Quite a few defenders coming over, including Dizzy, who's making his way in as well. He does have full armor, and the hit's about to come through as well.
Revealing area.
Ooh, straight in, Tux there with the Blade Storm. He's going to hit him straight with a right click. Refreshes the ultimate as well. Looks actually going to find one more through the smoke there. Now, 4v4 post-plant scenario. Texter committing. No, actually going to be forced off there for the moment. Now, it's a very awkward situation. Spams through the boxes. Going to, again, stop the spike from being planted. Now, Order, they're running out of time here. They're waiting as EXO start to edge their way forward down through lowers. But now they're just going to wait for the next tap. Dark cover over towards lower. And Plix has been dealt with. Okay, Bulldog. There's a decent effect there with the triple burst. Another on the Dizzy and Disco. Good damage already. Now, that's going to swing to favor. The advantage back in the hands of Order, but not for long. It's going to be 1-for-1. Awkward Crunchy trying to fight from here. Almost finds the one down through the windowsill. But look at this. Solid crossfire. Order. They're going to play this one together. Crunchy with the fake TP. Not going to be spotted just yet. Hoping. Oh, knows where Dick Stacey is now, but still has plenty of time to play with. Trying to get to sight. Drops down. Going to be heard. There's the jiggle. Oh, big dink through the corner. But it's not enough. And Texter swinging on the contact is enough to get another on the board. Order take 3.
Perfectly executed double P coming through. The last 2 surviving members there, Texter and Dick Stacey, just got straight onto Crunchy. No way Crunchy will get both. Let's take a look at the intel replay here. Disco did a lot of work over from this A long section all the way into heaven. Eventually did get shut down by Crunchy, but Crunchy himself in a 1v2, not really ideal. So that is a massive round, Mac, that they dropped very early on. That's the guns being given over for free, and Tux is already on an operator. The money is looking so good for Order, and the opposite is entirely true. The money is awful for EXO, and now the numbers are down by 1 as well.
Disco. There's the pick over towards middle area, and it looks like it's getting very troublesome for EXO now. Dizzy, oh, the aftershock just barely missing him there. He's still able to play in the corner, and they'll surely think that this is clear with the amount of utility they've blitzed in this direction. But Dizzy, still advanced in his position, is able to hear all these rotations coming through. Big flank there from Plix, who I believe has just shot a couple of bullets. Although Dick Stacey not aware of this position. Still just hanging around, lurking as the rest of the players move into C. Dicky Boy finds the lurk on Plix, and Dizzy, they were aware of where he was currently playing, or previously playing rather. And just edging around, looking to maybe get an exit or 2. But a perfect round, perfect anti-eco coming out for Order.
Yeah, look at the blue X's as well. See how aggressive the EXO members ended up getting here, and props to them. They do have to make something happen. They have to force the issues in some regard. Dizzy, in fact, might still be able to sneak away one gun. It spots the player. And that could be a bit of a freebie. Kale, there we go. Gun on the floor, but Disco's going to shut him down before anything too exciting happens. So 1 gets pulled through. Not going to be a flawless, but it will be... How many rounds is it now, Mac? I think 3 rounds. Not in a row, though, but 3 rounds over the 4. That Order gets 4 out alive.
Perfect enough. Well, let's go with that. What do you reckon?
Yeah, close enough. You'll take that. Flawless is just a title anyway. You'll be okay with the fact that you've kept most of your guns alive. That's why the economy is just booming right now. Look at that. And on the side of EXO, they've at least spread out the kills. Crunchy for 2. Dizzy, Flex Bob, Iron for 1 each. Here comes Dizzy, though. Operator in hand was a big factor before, and instantly the camera is going to push him off the line. So not a good start in terms of information seeking or the ability to get an opening frag. Dizzy's going to have to relocate now. Tuck's not challenging either. Tuck's moving over towards C, and Crunchy is going to be in for a bit of a surprise.
Giving up a whole lot of control there with no information, although he's going to be pushed straight deep into sight. Flattish into pit is going to open things up. Fault line as well. And you can see EXO, they're very happy just to play for the retake. Crunchy doesn't want to lose his life for free. Still has a smoke to play with. Paranoia. Plenty of utility on everyone. And let's see where they end up. Drone about to go in. There it is. Autumn finding Iron as he comes in very late from window. Dizzy wants to get some redemption, and he does. So back to the 3-on-4 as Plix finds 1 there with the shock dart. Trying to make his way forward. Disco got one of the Crunchy. It's looking a little bit scary now for Order. It seemed okay, and there it is. Fault line down. Situation is looking okay. Bob just tapping away. Finds 1 with the aftershock, and there it is. Defenders get there in the end and get that defuse off in time. Beautifully played for EXO to find their first round on the board. But again, they're just going for these retakes. There's no initial defense, and it got very dicey as well with those lurkers over towards mid. Worked out for 1 there. I think Autumn managed to take down Iron or someone, and then there was that trade from Dizzy. So went everywhere.
And just not enough of information gathering there. I mean, we did see that you had, who was it? Dizzy pushed off the line fairly quickly in this intel replay. We see the final moments of this particular round in the post plant where a lot of this utility ends up hitting its mark. Coming through from both Bob and Plix on the Sova and Breach. Speaking of Breach, here comes Texter rolling down the straight, and I believe it catches 2.
window smoke comes through there. As order, they're very happy with taking C-site yet again. This time, different post plant setup. Heavy presence put on to garage. Priority there is immense. We are going to see Flix tagged up by the drone. Has to wait that one out again. Just going to be trying to hit some shots with the shock darts. They come through. Big paranoia into the pit. And now Dick Stacy tries to drop the recon bolt as a bit of a attention drawer. But everyone gets mopped up in a matter of seconds. Texter doing God's work. 2 for him. 2 for someone else there. I think it was bloody Tux. And everyone having a little bit of a hand in the round. But Order off to a solid start with 5.
That's a really heartbreaking round for EXO. That is a round where they had 5 alive. They go for the 5v5 retake again. There's a bit of an issue there that I think we can address in just a second here, Mac, as well, because you had a bit of criticism to say that so far EXO have been giving away sites for free. I'll say that 2 rounds ago to give them a bit of a bone is the fact that they stacked heavily towards A, and Crunchy couldn't do too much about that. But this time around, they got a lot of control earlier via the Rolling Thunder into Garage. EXO walk away from that one, don't want to challenge as you could expect. And then on the retake as well, their own Rolling Thunder doesn't give them the value. The Operator shot's not really connecting. The Paranoid does land, but it's not enough. And now the EXO are on the eco. They get a kill early, but I don't think they can recover the gun just yet. Maybe Crunchy on the big flank will be able to get the gun a bit later on. We are still 3 stacking over towards A, so if this is going to be an A commit, maybe the pistols can work.
Yeah, just a world of information helping this play out. Decision-making from Order now is going to be very crucial to try to come back with a 2-man disadvantage. Dick Stacy just barely missing that opportunity. Shock Dart just trying to, create some extra space. One to the corner as well, just to filter out that area. He does have the recon bolt as well, which can provide all that information, but no one is going to be tagged up by it. Still, slowly but surely, Crunchy. He's actually stopped on the flank, just making sure he can get the information if this rotation comes back through window, and that's exactly where Order is starting to head.
Oh, look at that angle. That's a pixel. How fast you reckon Crunchy's reaction time is? 110 minutes?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's too slow.
Almost fast enough.
30 seconds left.
He drops out. Oh, but Crunchy caught with util in hand. That is not going to work out. The TP a little bit too slow there. So, Dick Stacy, the aggression, will win the fight. So 2v4, back to the 2-on-2. Order doing good work so far, but again, the shock darts are just so dangerous. Minimal time remaining. Plix 1 on the Dick Stacy, and the spike's not down yet. Plix will clutch it, and the Thrifty comes through. EXO find their second off the back of a lackluster purchase.
And it comes off of Dizzy as well. Dizzy gets the opening 2 picks via Sheriff. Just as I said, look, maybe a 3-stack of pistols could do some work, and boom. Dizzy's like, here we go. This is what that looks like. 2 guns being dropped. Doesn't matter that, by the way, the last couple of surviving members for Order decide to go over to C. If they go to C, they allow the guns to be picked up. Crunchy will try and slow things down. He does at least a little bit there, but does put the guns back into the hands of Plix and Co. And for the retake, the 2v2 retake there, it's good enough. They finally have Vandals, and that works. Now we walk into the next round. Blazestorm instantly pop. Tux gets stunned up a little bit, but now we have A control.
Droning through. Dicky boy just clearing out the corners. Drone flashed, and he'll go down without getting a little tag up. Tux tries to follow through with the Blade Storm, but unfortunately for Order, that's not going to create any space. It's a solid crossfire. Bob going to be left last alive, and he finds himself 3. 1 for Crunchy to close it. An EXO clean round, 4 alive at the end. Just dealing with the earlier approach from Order towards the A site nicely.
It does seem like EXO waking up on this map now. The alarm wasn't going off just quite yet, or maybe the snooze button being hit a couple more times than you'd like to see for EXO Clan. In the last 4 rounds, they've won 3 of those. They've got a bit of a spree going now, so we're finally into the position where the buys are looking much better. Dizzy has the operator in hand. And a very forced purchase here coming through from the side of Order, where a couple of members don't have full armor. And now if Order lose this round, they're going to have to go for an eco. So this could be the comeback opportunity. Dizzy now up for a couple of frags. Doesn't see anybody. Knows that there's going to be potential for the orb to be picked up. Has heard that one. And as you can see, it goes to Texas. So Rolling Thunder once again available.
He's just hanging around like a bad smell, but really push into the line of Tux. He does so slowly. You only saw the side of his head. And the crosshair just was not quite there. Tux obviously expecting a bit more of a peek than just the side of the cheek from Jet there. But Dizzy comes away with the dub in that engagement. Now, we're going to see Rolling Thunder in. Texter looking to bust off the back of it as it's awkward. Hunter's Fury slows them down for the moment. Plix doing God's work from far away. We are going to see 2 picks again. Dizzy and Iron coming into the mix. Dizzy just waiting, trying to hold from the back of Garage, edging forward over to site. Disco needs to make some work happen here with that Vandal. Dick Stacy a little bit blind and eventually has an opportunity, but it is going to be Crunchy and Iron double swinging there to close it out, and that's 4 on the board for EXO. Keeping it close again. So what's that, 3 in a row now? It was that 5-2 scoreline, looking pretty good for Order. The last couple of rounds, EXO have just managed to pull it back.
And so many of those rounds comes off the back of Dizzy finding opening frags or get the necessary trades. And now with the operator in hand, things are just looking diddlier and diddlier. Tux can't challenge anymore. Tux, at least when he had his own operator, things looked fairly even. And you just see how that last duel goes. Shoulder peek coming through from Dizzy. Instant frag onto Tux, and that's all she's got to write about it. So, potential for a 5-5 now. And EXO, they might have been down early, but this is the comeback. This is the trades coming in that matter so much. Impact frags, another first kill for Dizzy. Really trying to make a case right now.
I think he just barely spotted the elbow of Texter as well, so Texter certainly not going to be too happy with that one. Iron, sneaky camera here. Get the info that Dicky Boy is edging towards B site. Now I can't see a thing as the dark cover comes out. Crunchy ready for the
Stacy
push
down.
on the Tux, and there it is. Dicky Boy in B goes down to Dizzy, who is certainly ready for the sneaky push. And Disco going to be left last alive with Autumn. 3-man disadvantage. Can they pull it back just with a couple of sheriffs? Solid line going to be held by Crunchy. Ooh, big shot though. Actually, Autumn's got himself that Vandal there, so let's see. He can have some more impact on the rifle, but Iron finds the lineup and gets Autumn first through Disco and finishes Disco after. There you have it, Vandal, 5 on the board.
That Vandal came down as a hand-me-down gun from Texter, who bought a hero rifle into this round. Texter had some extra money in the bank, so decided to go for it. Dies early. Obviously, he was first blooded by Dizzy. But a patience being shown by Order to regain control of the line. Kale picks the gun up, walks over towards C, gets the 1 kill, but that's all they're going to get. And the 5-on-5. And look how the rounds have been dispersed as well. It's 4 in a row, followed by 1 each in a bit of a trade, and then 4 in a row again for the side of EXO. And no matter what happens in the early rounds here, Mac, across either of the other 3 maps we've seen, even if it's a bit of a lead for one team, the other team always seems to come back in the same half.
Very, very close scorelines on almost every map at that half, as you said. Let's see if that happens again. Well, 5-7 will be the best case scenario for either team here, as we do see early aggression from Order up mid there. Nice peek from Dizzy to open up the festivities. And that is actually going to send Order back for now. So Spike doesn't want to be lost there by Texter, who will regroup and try to make their way into Garage. But Dizzy has already repositioned. He's on the line and he's hitting almost everything. Not Disco that time, but still, EXO have that 1-man advantage to play with.
There you go. Speaking of festivities, Disco Party getting started early. 4v3 now. Roaring Thunder available. A couple of players trying to edge their way into Garage, but the spike is going towards A. And Texter really right now is hoping that these 2 guys over in Garage are drawing enough attention. Indeed, they have. Texter doesn't know it yet. He has to get past the trap wire and then plant for free. The post plant's going to need to be very important here. They don't have a lot of numbers available. Time is starting to dwindle as well. And if you're EXO, you're maybe starting to think something's up, because where are they? It's 20 seconds remaining.
On the site, Order go. Uncontested, but there's the Rolling Thunder. In comes the flood. In come EXO, but Dick Stacy is there to cover, and it's more than enough to let the spike go down with minimal time remaining. Ball, but back aside gets mopped up by Texter. Crunchy, some impact, 2-on-2, make it the 2-on-1. And it's all up to Dick Stacy here. He's been so good so far in the competition, but it's Crunchy to find him there over towards short. And unfortunately for Order, they are going to let EXO get into the lead. And now let's see if it can be the 6-6 at the half, or if EXO can turn it into a 7-5 after losing, was it 2-5 towards the start of the match.
Dude, that was crazy high value on the Rolling Thunder. And no, it didn't really get the kills, but that's not what it's about. It stops the plant. There's like 8 seconds remaining. Order under so much time pressure, they must go for the plant. And then they can't go for much of a post plant after that because they're kind of stuck on site. They don't really know where else to go. Let's take a look at the intel replay. Crunchy gets a massive cleanup here. 3 kills. Plix is still in the mix as well. Pops the Aldrone in there. Not even necessary. Crunchy from heaven does the dirty job. It gets the 6 on the board to put EXO in the lead, I think for the first time in this half.
Early fault line as well, just trying to force Dizzy out into the open. No one facing as the cage finishes. Jiggle on the corner. Dizzy not spotting anything yet. And Texter again will fall. Dizzy just hanging around for so long. There it is. Cam spotting Tux, but Tux not going to clear the short side of window. Iron finds one. Disco able to trade at least to keep it as even as possible. But EXO with that one-man advantage after all of this. Crunchy again playing very deep on the C site. Doesn't want to lose any control. And again, has plenty of util to play for the retake. So smart decision making, given this numbers advantage.
Is it 3 or 4 rounds in a row now that Dizzy has the opening first blood? Especially onto Texter, by the way. And losing Texter early really hurts your offensive attacking power. You got no flashes. I mean, you do have that one paranoia. It just goes from 6 HP, though. Oh. And the paranoia's off the table now. 2 alive. They have C control. It will be a plant. Plix is going to try and scout this one out. Maybe do a little bit of damage. The shock bolts are going to barely tag Dick Stacy down to 89 HP. And the 3v2 retake's going to be there. Bob's still alive. So is Crunchy. So is Plix. They got so much util here. Double flashes into play. Surely they can do this.
Oh, and a lapse in judgment as Dick Stacy doesn't look towards long, walking into the open. That'll give him the 2-man advantage. Autumn needs to have a spectacular performance, but the flash just slows him down for the moment. Bob fully aware of this position, and it's already gone to the half tick. That is the half. 7-5. EXO climb back with what was that? 6 in a row at the end of half number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, before we get too deep into the second half, we are just going to give another shout out again to our sponsors, because the winner of this map, of this competition, all 5 players on that team will be receiving a brand new gaming PC powered by Intel 10th Gen. Thanks to M-Wave, MSY, Scorptech, PLE Computers, and Centicom for providing those PCs. And I'm sure, well, we're getting very close to the pointy end final half of the tournament. Avril, this is absolute chaos.
Yeah, I think, you know, after 6 rounds, the opening 6 rounds where it was 5-1, EXO got the feeling that ORD were really trying to get those free PCs, and they're saying, you know what? No, we actually kind of want those, especially Bob. Apparently, Bob, the reason why he's kind of the only member on EXO that doesn't really stream, he doesn't quite have the PC for it, so if nothing else, Bob winning a PC would be pretty nice, but in order to get one of those, you do have to be the better team here. Both teams walking into the second half, they're still fairly close. 5-7 is still anybody's game. And like I said, expecting this one to go 27 rounds. Every other map has gone, 24 rounds. Every other map has gone to 24 rounds. Now the opportunity, let's see if ORD can bring it back on the pistol. That would have enabled them to find a 7-7. Dick Stacy up first. Spots everybody, can't quite get the kills, and no, not going to convert a kill off that. Kill too, though. That's a collateral as well. Beautifully placed. Dizzy wants to be able to trade one through. Tux on 13 HP for the pinch. 3 alive versus 2. There goes Tux. 1v1 now, Jet versus Jet. It's Tux versus Dizzy. This is the battle that is taking place on both maps now in heavy fashion over Ascent and Haven.
The thing is, Tux didn't know that the bomb was down on the front of B and tried to play in the corner, waiting for the re-aggression. Dizzy somehow finds himself that 4K. And look, I said that the first half was chaotic, and I think that was another chaotic round to set the scene, set the tone for the match. And I believe we saw EXO trying to pull that exact strategy the other day as well, up against Notick. So you could see that ORD were fully ready for it. They stacked that A-link area between B and A, and it almost worked out, but it was just right at the end where you did see, was it Dizzy at the end winning?
Yeah.
Little sneaky jiggle peek there.
And look at this aggression now. ORD walking down. Oh, the camera will see 1, but if you see 1, you got to assume maybe there could be more. And the good news for EXO rather is that they're just going to heavily stack and move over towards A. So far, nobody's home. Disco will be there soon. The Aldrone is not seeing anybody. We are going to have a few plays late to the party. Disco connects the headshots. It's a 1-for-1 though.
Couple of nasty taps there and gets the job done. Clicks as well, covering the flank. 2 skills with the Spectre. And now off the back of that, it looks like ORD are going to try to flood the site. They've heard that tap, but EXO happy just to play with Suns Out, Guns Out approach, and it works wonderfully. 4 alive at the end, so the pistol's getting not too much done. But there you go. Order are able to buy up into the next. Rifles, full armor. Everyone on that side of things is happy, as they are going to be defending against a couple of SMGs and that Ghost holding, being held by Dizzy.
Yeah, he's got it already, because Dizzy got the initial 4K on the pistol. He gets another 2 kills here. No, in fact, maybe 1 kill in a plant. Either way, it's enough to not have to purchase into the round. The Bladestorm will have to be the carry here, and Dizzy has been the carry so far, 2 maps in a row. At what point do you get worried if you got Order? Because you're 4 rounds down now. EXO are only, 4 rounds away from securing the grand finals. I think the answer to that question, to answer it myself here, would be if Order lose this gun round, which is the one they're favored on, then they got to start being a little bit more worried. It's been 8 rounds in a row, Mac, for EXO between both the latter part of the last half and also the start of this half.
It's a lot of rounds in a row, and Order, they need to break the dry streak, and they need to do it sooner rather than later. Well, EXO could just bolster up a huge lead, and the Bladestorm is going to do it for Dizzy. Did not need a decent weapon coming into this, but he's found himself a Vandal anyway. So much aggression over towards back garage, and well, Plix is going to be left solo with the spike, so here's an opportunity. Disco able to cover the front of sight. The back is something I need to worry about. Oh, he hasn't hit any shots. He hasn't gone for it, but he does 2 quick ones all the way through the front of sight as he sees those rotations come through. Now back to the 2-on-2, but in the chaos of all that, we do see the spike retrieved, and EXO send it back to C.
30
Crunchy.
seconds left.
Really close up, sees the barrel. That's a kill to Tux. Really important kill, because now it's a 1v2. Bladestorm still in. Vandal in the hands of Dizzy as well. Minimal HP. They coming through a Crunchy. Disco has down 4. What a rescue. And now going for the defuse. Disco's done it all.
Oh my god, I'm having flashbacks to the first bloody Ignition series where Wizard just kept on clutching everything for launch and keeping them in the game, and Disco is putting on a very good Wizard cosplay right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the grey beard on there, the Wizard hat, the magic stick. Got everything going for him. Oh boy, the first 2 kills you understand, because it's like, okay, he has a little bit of free reign over towards window. Nobody knows he's there. Bob doesn't even check it, because, you know, why would someone be there? Bob dies. Disco spams through from window to B main, kills somebody as well. But that last 1v2, magical. Gets Crunchy on minimal HP. In fact, Crunchy was full HP. It was Dizzy on minimal HP, but had the Bladestorm, and still magical plays from Disco there, doing his Wizard cosplay as we enter the next round. Camera's going to see a decent amount, so Kale knows what's up.
Cage trigger.
Okay. Blade burst over the top. Autumn trying to play inside it, and does end up going forward. A couple of flash points on the back to try to buy time for this spike to be planted. He's just going to be gazing over the top from the sandbags, finds himself the 2K spray down with the Spectre. Big damage drone comes through. No one's going to be tagged by it either. And again, here we go. Neural theft comes in, and that's going to be a world of information. Last 2 players over towards long. Another. That's going to be the triple already for Autumn. Bob has found the Omen ulting, and oh my god, no way. 3 quick ones. Bob, what are you doing? How have you done that?
I'm floored. I'm floored. I have no words. My brain is melted. Disco just got a 4K clutch. And Bob says, get the hell out of here. That PC's mine. 3 rounds away now. He can smell it. He can feel it. Oh my goodness. Mac, save me right now. I don't know what to say.
I am lost for words, mate. Intel Replay can say enough for us. Have a look at that again. My God, Bob, 4 kills in, what, about 3 seconds there, clutching up a storm and putting EXO onto 10. That was so crucial of a round where Order could have had 4 alive if they just found that 1 kill. It could have gone either way, and Bob has pulled the unthinkable. We've seen Bob spam in chat all afternoon, and that might just be why.
Yo, I'm actually shaking right now. This is not a joke. No caps. Oh my goodness, it's back-to-back clutches. I did not believe that could actually happen. This has been the best series I've ever seen. This is incredible. Incredible clutch on Bind. Ascent was a great map. Split was a good map. This map's is delivering as well, and I still think it's going to go to 24, but at the rate we're going, this is brutal. Order coming through. Massive 5 stack. Bladestorm at the ready. They have nothing to work with, though, in terms of information. As EXO are going to go all the way into A, and this is going to be a pure 5v5 bloodbath on A. Oh my goodness, the battle lines have been drawn. The cannons will be firing.
All the way in, Dizzy trying to lead the charge, dodging as many flashes as he can, and he will at least get one there. It's going to be crunchy to open up things onto Dick Stacy. Tux, Texter, and Autumn all chime in, and it's looking good, but Plix is still alive, so that means anything could happen. 2 quick ones, wants to continue fighting, but Tux is looking sharp there with the Vandal Iron swinging in through short, but Tux at the ready finds 3 for himself, and another as Order hit back after that crazy previous round.
Excellent round coming through. Thrifty as well. That's what you want to see for Order. A round that they weren't favored to win that they get, and that will actually give them the opportunity now to swing the economy back around. Again, in the first 5 rounds, these wins, especially if it's an eco win, it makes a big difference. Look at where EXO are now. Have they won pistols before themselves? Absolutely. Now I'm in the sort of position, Mac, where I can't count on anything. Looking over towards EXO, yeah, they got 5 pistols, but 4 ultimates, including Rolling Thunder. They can definitely do it. We just saw Order do it.
Right there.
Not going to count anyone out. I'm also not going to be too heavily favored on either side just yet. Technical pause coming on through, or just some sort of pause. I don't know what for. As we head back into the round now. 5 rifles, 5 pistols. And how do these teams want to play it?
Man, this game is doing things. This is certainly living up to the finals. And we do see EXO looking to put a bit of priority on garage control there. Iron going in with a frenzy, but he's going to be dealt with early by Texter coming in there from the garage window. And Texter slowly, silently continues forward. May actually just go for the aggressive play after hearing a world of noise from the players over in front of B. Plix trying to go for the pre-aim there at doors, and Texter gets the timing. Dick Stacy with another. This is looking good for Order to maybe put an 8th on the board, but look, I don't want to write anything off at this point. We've seen too many crazy things. Oh my lord, Dizzy just tanking the cloudburst, waiting for it to fade, and we'll find another headshot. Disco hits back quickly. Crunchy gonna be pincered on in as Texter finds a 3rd for himself on the round. Aggression through garage seemed to be the answer there, as we do see Order secure themselves an 8th.
So unfortunately their bulb goes down very early, which means no Rolling Thunder. The good news there is Dizzy gets a kill before dying, which means 2 extra ult charge ticks. He was 4 out of 6. Now 6 out of 6. If there was one round for EXO to really start getting back ahead, and they are still ahead by 2, to confirm 11 here, it would be this one. Dizzy's not going to buy it, by the way. He saved up 4 points. No, he'll lie. He is actually going to buy it. I thought he was going to go pistol because he'll Bladestorm, but might save that one for a rainy day. This is 5 ultimates, though. If there's going to be a round where EXO bring it through, it's the 5 ultimate round.
Let's see what happens here. Tux is going very ambitiously forward. Full reliance on that dark cover and deals with the camera. So EXO know that he's gone for that aggressive play. They're still grouped up there over towards window, letting Dizzy work C-long solo.
They got info. They got info A-long. They got info C-long. In fact, Dizzy might even have the opportunity to find a kill. Oh, sees the shoulder of Texter. Call for a reinforcements Bob on the way now. Spike still roughly committed over towards A. It's a regular default coming through. The good news about going for A for EXO, by the way, is that Texter's very far away, so your push isn't going to get stopped here. Texter, by the way, getting a lot of info over towards the grass side of things. Here comes Bob, Rolling Thunder. This is just a fake, though. Spike is still over towards A. Texter's eventually going to come through. Dizzy's in deep. Bladestorm at the ready.
For a look at the rotations, they've gone all 5 men towards C, and EXO have sold the fake to perfection. Now Rolling Thunder comes back debating that ultimate, but the spike gets planted on the A side, and Order only just... I don't think they've even realized yet. They're still trying to fight because old mate Bob is still alive, and it's only now they realize they've gone to the wrong side of the map. And so much time has ticked away, they might just have to pack their bags. 3v2, Dick Stacy, he's still running for it in case there is maybe a chance, maybe an opportunity. But look at these deep post plants. There's not going to be time.
Look at the numbers, though. Just 2 members, Bob and Dizzy, won a 2v5 by getting 3 kills. And now it's a 3v2 retake. You're right, there's no time. Texter can't do this one. To use a Rolling Thunder, that's like the perfect bait. We've talked about teams maybe not quite taking the bait. Yeah, sure, Iron will go down. That's a bit of a whatever. And this time, though, it's the full hook, line, and sinker. Reeled right into the boat. We're not throwing that one back in. It's no baby fish. This one, it's the big kahuna.
That was the perfect call, Avril. At the perfect time. The pressure forcing the mistake from Order. And, oh, that was just, as you said, so well played. The fact that 2 players get 3 kills.
Versus 5.
Complete ridiculousness.
I thought maybe, okay, Dizzy Bob will go there, they get 1 kill, then they both get fragged, and then it becomes a 4v3 retake. That's okay for Order.
Oh,
Order now. Oh, early aggression. C-Long, 4 members, everybody's here. This time it's not going to be a fake. This Spike is in play as well. Good flash to come on through from Texter. Barely survives. Out goes down. Bob will take that kill. And EXO are looking for number 12. 3 alive right now for the retake. Spike will be planted. And this might just be tournament point.
Timing comes in. Dick Stacey pushing the smoke as all this utility's being used. He's found himself the double. And Crunchy needs to try to get off site, but he's going to be caught with util as well. 3 quick ones for Dick Stacey. That's going to be control of the site now. 2 remaining players. 1 at Garage, 1 at Long. And it's starting to come in. Tarxie's dealt with Iron. 3 on 1 Order. It's not over for them yet. Recon darts there. Dark cover as well. And it is going to be stuck on the defuse. Plixie's hunting for it. He's searching, but I don't think he's going to get it. There it is. Dick Stacey hunts himself a 4th kill on the retake. And around where it looked like EXO had everything, the 3 remaining players from Order clutch it out.
Massive, massive round for Order. We've seen these now coming through. When Order really need it, players step up. Texter on bind. We're seeing Disco on this map as well. 4K. Dick Stacey now for the big 4K. Huge. Tux came up big on Ascent. Massive kill streaks there, including some 4Ks. There's a lot of 4Ks today. Tell you that much. And that is a round that prevents EXO from reaching 12. Keeps the game within reach. Looking over towards the EXO side of things for guns. Just the 1 rifle for Crunchy. That's it. It's 4 pistols.
Have at least the 2-round buffer to work with, and we've seen some crazier things happen tonight. So let's see if the Ghosts can maybe just get some work done here for EXO as they try to edge in. We're going to see Disco open up the festivities over towards the A site. Early rotation from all of Order as well. On the way in, Dick Stacey. There it is. Pumps through. 2 for him. Bob, a single kill. And look at that. 4 alive for Order after 3 alive in the previous. The economy is going to be looking nice as we head again, Avril, towards the end of regulation. We might just be going all the way.
Like I said, Mag, 100 rounds. If we go to 24 again, we have literally casted 100 rounds. And these 2 teams will have played 100 rounds as well. So, I hope my math is correct. I'm pretty sure it is. As looking at this situation, full guns again. Pause coming into play. Give you guys a little bit of breather. I'm sure we all need it. Looking at the stakes on hand. 11 and 10. EXO 1 away from reaching tournament point. Order keeping the gap really close, just by the 1 for now. And look, this is where things get really exciting. If we get to another 11-11 stage, I mean, that is when things get wild, because we've been at 11-11 before.
Well, I need a breather as well, so I'm happy that the pause was there, because I am just there's no other word other than like flustered. There's so much crazy things happening every round, and it's just happening so quickly as well. Now you got the crazy fake drawing 5 men over towards the other side, and then they still try to go for it. All of a sudden, 2 men down, perfect retake. Who knows where this round's going to take us? Early fault line straight down Long as Tux tries to dodge the dart, but the dart position way too strong as he does fall back, but it baits out the shock dart.
Bob has Rolling Thunder available. There's more ultimates on the side of Order right now, including Bladestorm. I don't think it's been popped yet, and Tux will just wait for that one. Here we go, Hunter's Fury. What do we find here? This one's coming through from... Oh my god, what the hell? Texter, where's Texter coming from?
He snuck his way in through window, pushing mid early, and he had control of the spike for the moment, but let's see where they end up now. Tarxie's trying to make his way in through the sewers. Will fall back after the neural theft reveals everyone's positions. Again, Bob still with that Rolling Thunder to play with. Needs a bit of a hand, though, because he does have Iron coming up short. But a 2-man disadvantage is going to be just so hard.
Look at the rotates. Are Order leaving? Are they staying? Okay, 1 player stays. Tux is still lingering Time is running out. No noise has been made. Windows cleaned. Oh my god, heaven. There it is. That's the info we're looking for. Now all of
30
order are
seconds
coming
left.
in. The spike has to be planted now. Bob is not offsite. Might have to use the Rolling Thunder. Will do so. This slows things down. You can't win off this. It doesn't hit enough people. Now it's a 1v4. It might end up being a wasted Rolling Thunder.
Heavy investment there, but Iron finds the perfect time to find 2, 1 on 4. No way. He's going to do it as well, but Dick Stacey shuts him down before he gets going. And there it is. 2 alive for Order and 11 rounds on the board. Dick Stacey going to be gifted that defuse as well to get an extra point on the ultimate heading forward. Hopefully we can see another Hunter's Fury here in regulation. Only 2 rounds remain and they have to be played out. So there you go, Avril, all the way on every map. We couldn't have asked for more Valorant this afternoon.
Wow. I got a sore voice, I'll tell you that.
Oh, mate, same.
Preaching to the choir right now, and I feel like I've just sung a full day of choir. We're singing the praises of one of these 2 teams in just a moment here as well. We're moments away now, boys and girls, of crowning a champion one way or the other. One of the greatest rivalries, the highest skilled rivalry in OCE Valorant that's been stretching back all the way to early release, you could even say, between, God Squad, Small Soldiers. And now, plenty of action over towards Grass. Texas spotted out. He's been tagged up. He's been maybe had a few shots coming his way, but somehow Matrix dodges all the bullets. He's one away from the Rolling Thunder as well, so needs 1 kill or an orb. Really need Texas to stay alive here.
Oh, but a nice line for Tux to try to stand on. However, Bladestorm being held there by Dizzy sends him straight off the top. He's going to try to play close to the smoke. We have a couple of flashes come in, but it's not going to hit Tux at all. And there goes the dash. Tux good, close range for another cloud burst and drops his own Bladestorm. Just looking for everything back through the smoke he goes. Bit of an awkward position, but Plix finds another. Back to the 3-on-3. No full control of sight. Plix goes for an attempt at the plant, and because of that, can't get his gun out in time. And the other 2 EXO players now rotating over towards C. Still full control of the spike. Let's see if they can get it down as we do see Order start to rotate in. Rolling Thunder. Oh, perfect timing. In 30 seconds. EXO not going to be able to get the site. Bob 1-on-3 in the same position he clutched from before. This time, no spike planted, so Order don't need to go forward.
And no gun as well. Vandal on the floor. Do you go for this one? Oh my goodness, there's a player right on the corner. Bob cannot find the same situation. Like you said, there's not going to be a plun. The reason for that comes down to Texter. And 2 rounds in a row now, you can directly credit Texter with the impact play with it that comes through from a massive flank all the way through window, or staying alive, getting some early info, confirming the Rolling Thunder, and placing it exactly where it needs to be to land on Bob, preventing the plant coming in. And I'll tell you what right now, Mac, there's one way for EXO to maybe make a comeback here in terms of one more round as we go into a bit of a pause here. Dizzy picks up the operator again. 23-17. The last 2 maps, Dizzy has popped off. That's the truth. And right now, he is the best chance EXO have. Bob as well, but Bob doesn't have a good gun right now. There are not great pieces of equipment. Iron doesn't have armor either. This is do or die right now, as tournament point has finally been found in the favor of Order.
See how this one ends up. Order. I want to see what they decide to do in terms of the defensive setup. At the moment, it looks like we aren't going to see Tux up on the middle of B at the moment. Still worried about Garage, expecting a potential for an early C hit, which was working for EXO earlier. This time, 3 back behind the A lobby. May just throw that cage to try and at least condition the A site players. I guess we'll find out once the pause finishes. Avril, who's going to win? I'm asking you now. This is your prediction. Is it overtime or are we ended? Are we going into the final round?
I can't make predictions anymore because the last time I did that, the team got really salty that I predicted against them, and now they won't shut the hell up. So
we love everyone. We love good Valorant, and that's exactly what we're getting. So everyone wins no matter what. Chat wins the most.
I just can't be bothered dealing with fragile egos anymore. I'm just gonna be honest. So 11-12 here. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I am joking, by the way. I love everyone. I love all of you, including the people that got salty. You're part of it too. Except for Godjez, I don't like him, but that's a different point. Oh, wow. I'm joking about that. I do like him.
Look, at least Godjez has a beautiful moustache. All right. Actually, he doesn't at the moment because apparently he shaved it for the start of November. So,
okay,
but he said it'll be back by the end.
We're nearing the end. Oh my god, just the word "end" for me right now is bringing all sorts of feelings. 6 times these two teams have matched up in the history of official matches, and no, I don't count Small Soldiers God Squad. I'm just looking at EXO versus Order launch era. And out of the 5 that haven't played, this is number 6. Out of the 5 that haven't played, 4 have gone the way of EXO, 1 the way of Order. And now Order 1 away from maybe swinging it back in what will be the most important one so far. 10k Invitational, 6k on the line. Kane walking through. Kale, what can he see? Flashed early. Kill gets punished by Bob. And it's A open. Are we going A?
Well, there is still 2 players here to defend. It's going to be Texter left solo as this dark cover is going to be in the way of Disco. Let's see if he can do it. No, Paranoia. Perfect position for it. Texter going to be stuck in the corner for now, but he actually makes his way back to default. So great use of the utility from Order to keep the numbers even and get their players back to safer positions. Now, they've heard this rotation away from a long, and as you can see, you've still got Tux in garage window, ready to play for the retake.
30 seconds left.
It's anyone's game for me.
Don't say that, mate. I can't handle it. The pressure's getting to me. I'm not even playing right now. We've got over 20 seconds remaining right now. Tux, he has to be the one to call the reinforcements. He hears everyone in a position to get a kill as well. Doesn't see a single thing. Here comes the plant now.
10 seconds left.
You gotta do this, mate. You gotta get the kill. There's number 1. 4v3. Advantage to Order, but the spike is planted.
Iron forward with the Spectre. Not the greatest of weapons. Neural Theft to give him some info, but the info's right in front of him. It needs to be Dizzy to clutch it. Misses the first shot. Tries to get back to long. Spike is going to be planted for him right at the back of sight. So has an inkling. Needs to hope for it. Here's that tap. Tries to hit it. And he doesn't. Oh, surely not like this. Dizzy can't connect. And Order are your champions.
Defenders win.
Woo! All the way to the end of regulation. There you have it. The L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational champions are going to be Order. What a damn game that was. Oh my god, you could not have asked for more.
Oh boy. Long have we waited for this Order squad to finally show up big time. We got some really early previews of what this squad could do. Autumn coming on. Disco being added as well. Losing unceremoniously to EXO in ROV 3 times. Not once. Not just the grand finals. 3 times in ROV. And now for the 10k Invitational, the L'Oreal Men Expert Valorant Invitational worth 10k. First place, $6,000 plus 5 Intel 10th Gen PCs as well. Tux, Autumn, Dick, Stacy, Texter, and Disco are going to be your champions.
Oh, you can't believe it. And at the start of the day, we were worried that, I even heard in that podcast as well, you had Conky as well as Komodo both calling the 3-1 to EXO, expecting Order to not have the greatest chance, but they've certainly put their words back in their mouth now. Order doing so much work this afternoon to take the victory. But again, it could not have been any closer. Whew.
Oh my my brain's fried. That's credible. That
was so much Valorant for one afternoon, and I honestly couldn't have asked for more. That was just absolutely spectacular gameplay from everyone in the server. And look, all of Order are going to be taking themselves home a brand new PC, so I'm sure they're going to be happy with that as well.
Yeah, they better be. I mean, that was what a great performance. So many rounds that could have gone either way. I think both teams showed it big time here, and this is now the best form we've seen of Order yet. I mean, they had a great OVO, great performance versus EXO, and then they dropped off hard. I mean, I think everyone that was a fan of the team expected more from Order in that tournament. Going down to EXO 3 times, it was a really sad sight, to be fair. I mean, I don't think anyone can argue against that. It's just how it was, but coming back now, this is such a strong performance by them. And a lower bracket run as well, Mac, and this is the kind of thing where you have to have such great consistency and mental capacity as well. You have to be so strong as a team to come back, lose to EXO Clan the upper bracket, come through the lower bracket, beat Notick, who surprisingly were very good in this tournament. And that was close games, by the way. Go back and check the scorelines for that one. Notick didn't make that one easy for Order. And then Order came through. The early map advantage, what was it? 2 maps in a row there. They got the bind, they got the split. We expect them to take split. Bind, again, is of the just an insane performance. And you got to go back and look at that one. If you missed it, go back, please, because it was probably the best map of Oceanic Valorant of all time. And it really gives you the preview. It gives you the preview what Order can do, and Order.
It certainly does. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have one of the said champions about to come in for a winner's interview. That is going to be Tux. Mate, how are you feeling after that scorcher?
Oh, yeah, pretty good. It was a good series. The boys were really composed the whole time, which was really good, even especially after that bob clutch on Haven.
Yeah.
But it was for our first tournament together in the 2 weeks of practice. It was actually really incredible in how we played together and just the composure we had, especially Kale and Cam, who are two pretty young players, showed incredible composure.
Yeah, well, look, congratulations. First off, you guys played spectacularly. Your Jet, mate, like, I want to see more of that if I can. It's so good to watch. And look, all 4 maps, did you expect it to be that close in the end? You played every single round of regulation, including the couple of OT.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we sort of did. Right? Obviously, we expect to win, but the games we sort of would assume would be close, especially because we've only been playing together for 2 weeks and we're constantly learning through every map and every round. So we're constantly making like small little mistakes that hopefully we won't be making after a few more weeks of practice.
Tell me what you're thinking as well, because there were so many moments there, and you talk about composure, you talk about some young players being on the team, but so many moments there back and forth. You guys had insane clutches. Mac and I harp on about Texas clutch on blind that sent us into OT in the first place. And I think, we felt like that was more of an EXO favored map. They had a 100% win rate on the map, and you guys are the first ones to kind of take that away from them. So across the different maps, I mean, we can talk about the Bob clutch as well, but, how are you guys handling the closeness of the games, considering what was on the line and it coming down to very, very minute, small differences?
Yeah, like I said, I think we handled it extremely well, especially for how young the team is or how long we've been playing together. Obviously, Matt, Ollie, and I have been playing at a high level for a really long time, but Cam and Kale have come into the team and have just fit in perfectly, and they handle the pressure really well. And whenever we lose a bad round, we just focus on the next round. And shout out to Texter for that. He's like sort of taken over the IGL role. Well, he has basically. He's been putting in a lot of effort, and he'll sort of make sure you've got to call the next round to go on to, and people will chip in as well. So whenever something bad happens, like that Bob clutch, we just make sure we focus on the next round. And like the same thing in that Haven game, we won the next round after that on an eco. So we just refocus straight away even when something bad happens and focus on the game.
Yeah, cool. So a bit of a personal question. What are you going to do with the money? Where's it going? What you going to spend it on?
I don't know, mate. Probably Christmas.
To
be honest, got a few people to buy for, and going on holidays around that Christmas time as well. So it's just a nice little spending spree.
I mean,
you'll spend it.
You might even get another paycheck as well. I mean, you guys are probably favorites for one of the favorites among EXO and maybe a few other teams for First Strike. So you might get a little bit of a bonus on top of that. But, you guys also take home a couple of PCs, or 5 PCs, which is going to be really nice for you, whatever you guys decide to do. I'm sure it'll be an upgrade. Looking over towards the sort of overall rivalry between you guys and EXO, obviously, they won quite a few matches versus you guys in ROV, and you guys have had a bit of a roster change since then. But, outside of just the players coming in, and I think you also mentioned that Texas went towards IGL, but was there anything else that changed there, anything mentally for you guys? Did it shake you at all when they beat you 3 times in ROV coming back now? This is obviously the team that you guys wanted to beat the most, I would assume. So was there any other sort of mental shift for you guys to be able to come in strong today, even after losing the upper bracket final, to be able to come back to play all 4 maps of the grand finals and take it?
No, I mean, obviously they're the team we want to beat because they're the team we sort of have to beat if we want to win the tournaments. But even when we lost them in the upper bracket final, we knew we were still a young team. We made a lot of mistakes, and there are a lot of things that we learned during that game, which I think we showed during this series. Ascent obviously didn't go our way, but it was still a really close game, and I feel like we could have 3-0'd this. I mean, I guess EXO could have 3-0'd it as well. Really, they were so close. But I mean, we don't think about the past results now that we have Kale and Cam. We just focus on ourselves, and we focus on the progress that we're making and how to become the best of ourselves. And just we're learning game by game, and it's been so fun and enjoyable to play this tournament. Just for the learning factor of going into every game, and every mistake we make, we learn from it. And playing against certain teams, we learn how to deal with certain things, and it's been very enjoyable.
What are your thoughts quickly just on Notick as well? Because like playing them in the lower bracket, there was a couple of results where they actually took you pretty far. So you reckon Infrequent and the boys are going to be like one of the next contenders?
I'm not too sure. I think Jesse, just in general, like Infrequent, is a really good player. Obviously, I played with him in CS. We had a lot of success together in CS, and respect him a lot as a player and as a person. And I think he pulls a lot of weight for that team. Obviously, I don't know how the inside workings of it works, but they'll probably stay around the level that they're at now. I imagine with Jesse probably getting a bit better individually, but you never know.
Well, last thing from me is just to congratulate you once again. You, by the way, Tuck specifically came out as the top KD here, 86 to 73 with the plus 13 difference. So you even came out on top of Plex, who was fragging really hard. He dropped that 30 bomb on you guys on, what was it, Bind, I believe. So congratulations there, and enjoy your prize. And I'll pass it over to Mac if he's got anything left.
No, just again, another congratulations, and hopefully we can all get outside soon, cross the borders, etc., and I can see and sink a couple at some point, you know?
Yeah, I'm bloody keen for that, mate, I tell you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, we'll love you and leave you, and thanks for coming on. And again, big congrats, and go celebrate with the boys.
Thank you, boys. Love yous. Thanks to the Chiefs for running the event and all the sponsors and everything for partnering, and also thanks to Order. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And again, to echo that sentiment, of course, this event wouldn't be a possibility without all of the sponsors. Sorry, we just have some housekeeping we need to do quickly because we need to sort out the MVP. So I'm just going to quickly jump on to that. Avril, do you want to talk to the boys quickly?
Talk to the boys. You mean what?
the chat. Talk to chat. All right. Apparently, this needs to be done now. So let's get it done.
Have all the votes come in yet? I don't know.
Well, we are the ones that they're waiting on.
Oh yeah, I put mine on. I put my one in, so I'm good to go.
Okay.
You good to go as well? Because that's what we got left there, fellas. We got the Omen themed MVP PC to give away. We also still have, I believe, the draw is still open. You go to the Chiefs Twitter, Chiefs ESC on Twitter. It's the pinned tweet there. Go to the Gleam.io link if you want to win the Glitch Pop themed PC as well. So all of these PCs are really, really well rigged up, and there's 7 of them. 5 of them go to the players. 5 of them will be in Order's hands, but one of them could be yours. One of them could be yours in chat. So go to the Chiefs Twitter if you want to be in the win that one.
Yeah, cool. So of course, was that by tag mods? So that's going to be pretty sick if you guys at home win that one. Also, I believe we are about to figure out the winner of said PC. We're just waiting.
It's a good look,
anyway, let's.
by the way, just in case you guys haven't seen it, it's also on. It's somewhere in the Chiefs Twitter. They put up the photos of all these different PCs, and they all look fantastic. But
okay, cool.
I think we've got confirmation back.
We have the winner, ladies and gentlemen. I announce to you that the MVP of the tournament is going to be your man, Plix. There you have it. The man has been so consistent across the whole tournament, and a big congrats to Plix because he has just been farming up a storm, jumping everywhere, blast packing, acing, playing the most amount of agents out of really anyone in the competition as well. So the man is a man of many talents.
Yeah, the only player, I believe, if I look across stats here as well, he's the only one across all the listed players that actually played 3 agents. Everyone else tops out at 2, so the guy's been very versatile. He's got extremely high stats. He fragged the hell out, carried EXO in a number of those games. And I mean, a big shout out to Bob as well. I think Bob's been a fan favorite. Bob came through with that massive 4K clutch. You also have the case where, I think Dizzy came up big in the last 2 maps as well for the side of EXO. And despite them losing, I'm glad to see one of them take away one of the PCs as well. Order have 5 already. I'm sure, one of those guys getting an extra one would be like, what do you just start up a LAN cafe in your house or something? But
essentially,
Order, they get the first place here. And so many players on that team were also deserving of MVP. Talked about Tux as well, who we had on interview. He ended up being the top fragger across the board between all 10 members over the course of the 4 maps. So well done to them. Well done to Order. Well done to Plex.
Oh yeah, like you really just need to shout out everyone on that Order roster as well. Dick Stacey put on such a big performance. Did he end up being at the top? Because all the stats should be in now, so we can actually see who statistically was at the top of the event, and that might end up being Plix. Infrequent might actually be at the top there.
It depends on how many rounds we go by. If you look towards only like the later parts, if you played only 200 plus rounds, then it actually ends up being in a freak, and I think part of that ends up because Plex has played like 91 more rounds and very close games versus Order here, and a lot of those 91. Again, we had 100 rounds just in the grand final, so a lot of those rounds were played specifically in the grand finals. This game, because Plex definitely had more of an up and down performance. Obviously, when Order were winning, EXO are not really doing well. It ends up tanking the stats a little bit, but I think Infrequence is another player that got brought up, and probably one of the star players of the lineup for Notick that got them a lot of success. So congrats to him as well for being, the player that has really been standing out among, I guess, the players outside of the clear favorites of the teams that we've had on paper.
Well, I think that brings us towards the end, Avril. So before we do wrap things up here, I would like to shout out not only to the other casting duo, Konki and Komodo, all of the community casters which helped out throughout the weekend, but of course, L'Oreal Men as well, L'Oreal Men Expert rather, as well as Intel and the Chiefs Esports Club, which have been so instrumental in getting this tournament, because without them, then we do not have anything. Of course, let's have a shout out to the production, the observers. They have been, putting in the hard yards and certainly getting this across the line. The observers are, of course, your boy Huff Dog and Roots, and they have been doing a very spectacular job. Roots on the thirds, Huff Dog on the main obs. And who else are we forgetting? Oh, the big man. Is he in the channel? Is it the man in my ear? Swifty from Go Next Production for putting on a big old performance here and helping everyone out behind the scenes. So big shouts out to Swifty. And of course, Vultures. I already said Konki and Komodo. What do you mean? Get out of my ear, Swifty. I'm not doubling up. They don't deserve double. All right. Come on. No, it's all right. Yeah, Konki and Komodo, of course, doing a spectacular effort. Anyway, that brings us towards the end. And Avril, do you have any final words before we do wrap things up?
Yeah, thank you so much. This has been a great experience. This has been the most fun I've had casting Valorant so far. This has been my favorite series, my favorite maps, and this one as well. Casting two of my favorite teams with one of my favorite casting partners, of course, UMAC, and working with everyone out here. That's been absolutely fantastic. What a great event. Congratulations to Order again. And I can't wait to see what happens in OCE First Strike.
Yeah, of course, that is going to be the next competition on the, on the calendar. So that'll be where the next large amount of Valorant that you can watch for in terms of Oceania will be. Maybe, is LPL still going?
I think it might be. I think they still got a finals to go through and all that.
Yeah, right. Well, that's still going, and so is First Strike coming up. But for now, thank you very much. Everyone in chat, love you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have had as much of an entertaining time as we have here, bringing you all the action. But for now, it is goodbye, and we will see you next time.